The battle at Kana Bridge is the most crucial battle between Konoha and IWA Ninja. The Kana Bridge is also the most important supply line for IWA Ninja. As long as this supply line is cut off, the IWA Ninja who cannot get enough supplies will naturally retreat. Therefore, the Konoha village, which has discovered this supply line, is preparing to blow up the bridge and destroy the enemy's supply line. The people who performed this task were Namikaze Minato, Kakashi, Obito, and Lin. Namikaze Minato lured the enemy head-on, and the other three took the opportunity to act. However, although the three of them successfully completed the mission, in order to save Lin, Obito was crushed under a boulder and half of his body was destroyed, and was finally rescued by Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru could still remember the whole process of such an important matter. You have to ask why Orochimaru knew this, but he didn't choose to deal with the IWA Nin first, but instead went to deal with the Kumo Nin before? If the IWA Ninja had been beaten back first, wouldn't these things have happened? Orochimaru had thought about this possibility before. If the IWA Ninja is dealt with first, there is indeed a chance that the following things will not happen, but the probability is not particularly high. Because he believed that with Uchiha Madara's plan, even if there was no Uchiha Obito, there would be others to fill Uchiha Obito's position. Although this person may be inferior in terms of combat effectiveness, he is just the mastermind behind the scenes. The people behind the scenes don't need to be too strong in combat. With Baiju's help, it's easy to accomplish things. In addition, he had hundreds of dirty soil ninjas from the IWA Ninja village, so in order to ensure the success of the tactics, it was the most correct choice to prioritize the two lines of defense of the Sand Ninja and the Cloud Ninja. Anyway, with his current strength and power, plus the information he possesses, he can completely deal with any emergencies. This dress, seems too small. The girl's sudden voice interrupted Orochimaru's thoughts. Orochimaru subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. I saw Nanoyu, who had just come out of the bathroom, and walked over timidly. Seeing Nono's appearance, even Orochimaru couldn't help but move his index finger. Nanoyu was not very tall, only 155. But the ninja's body proportions are very coordinated, plus fair skin, a white miniskirt, a white low-cut nurse uniform, a pair of myopia glasses and a special nurse hat. Such special clothes, worn on Nanoyu, who usually dresses very conservatively, created a strong visual impact. Not small, it's a good idea to hide it like this. Orochimaru smiled evilly. Nanoyu is more elegant wearing glasses. Compared with maid outfit, she is more suitable for nurses and teachers. In this case, if it is paired with white stockings, black stockings, or something, then perfect match. Why are you laughing? Yes or no, doesn't look good? No, Naiyu asked with some confusion. Then I'll change it back. Seeing that Nanoyu was about to turn around, Orochimaru said, stop, don't change. If you really change, you will be punished more severely. Nono is not Tsunade. It is the first time he wears such revealing clothes. His whole face is red. Orochimaru hooked his fingers at Nono and took him into his arms. You and Tsunade-sama, is this the case too? Feeling Orochimaru's gaze, Nanoyu's face turned even redder and he said embarrassedly. I used to do it often when I was in Konoha, but after leaving Konoha, I haven't done it like this for a long time. Yes, yeah? Do you like girls dressed like this? Nanoyu, who was lying in Orochimaru's arms, asked curiously. Orochimaru said evilly, this looks good, doesn't it? Besides, don't you think this is very convenient? Ah? Nanoyu was stunned for a moment, feeling the change in the other party's emotions, and quickly understood what Orochimaru was talking about. It was very convenient. Before she could react, Orochimaru had already started to take action. Come on, let's get started. Well? Do you want me to? I haven't touched a woman for a long time, so, you are mine tonight. Well, this is another night worth remembering. Wearing white low-slung nurse uniform and myopia glasses, this feeling is really different. At the same time, in the land of grass, there is an underground mezzanine. It is said that this place is caught between the underworld and the real world. Of course, this is also where Uchiha Madara spent his later years. At this moment, lying on the big bed between the gaps, was a young man with half of his body patched up and his whole body covered with bandages. This guy is really a genius. If it weren't for his special eye power, even I wouldn't be able to save him. Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes and said calmly, really? Of course, but Madara, it is said that Konoha is 1 against 4 this time, which is simply an outrageous exaggeration. Baizetsu said with a smile, regardless of whether Madara replied, and the important reason for Konoha's victory seems to be because of a technique called Utsuka Tensei. Reincarnation in dirty soil. Yes, according to my inquiries during this period, it seems that Konoha used this technique to resurrect the first Hokage. The extremely gentle voice sounded again. Senju Hashirama? Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed slightly. Isn't the Senju Tobirama who can use this technique already dead? How come there are still people in Konoha who can use this technique? Have you found out who the performer is? Not yet. Baiju shrugged helplessly. It seems that people who use this technique usually hide themselves very well. However, when this kid wakes up, you might be able to get some information by asking him. Madara raised his heavy eyelids, then dragged his long life belt, slowly walked to the bed and sat down. That's right, but it looks like this kid should wake up. As if to confirm his words, less than half an hour later, the boy on the bed slowly opened his eyes. A scarlet pupil and an old man with wrinkles on his face came into view. He woke up with a start. Where am I? This is the gap between the real world and the underworld, my Uchiha people. This world and the underworld? Uchiha Obito was stunned for a moment. When he saw the left eye exposed by the other party, he couldn't help but be surprised. Your eyes, could it be that Grandpa, are you also a member of our Uchiha clan? Well, it's up to you to guess. Uchiha Madara's voice was low and casual. Obito's pupils were still the scarlet color of the 2 Megatama at this time. After hearing Madara's words and thinking of the scene before he rescued people, he had some guesses. It seemed that it was this old man saved himself? Hey, that's not right. You said this is the gap between the real world and the underworld? So where is this place? The light is too dark and I can't see anything clearly. Also, Grandpa, who are you? Uchiha Obito seemed to be trying to give himself courage, so he couldn't help but grin. Hey, it couldn't be the god of death, right? The one that takes people to heaven or hell. Just after saying this, Uchiha Obito's Sharingan, which had some night vision ability, caught a glimpse of the opponent's hand, which seemed to be holding a scythe. At this moment, there was a cold light shining on the sickle. No, I don't want to die yet, please help me. I saw the sickle just now. You are definitely the god of death, the god of death who is in charge of Uchiha. Don't want, please do not. Obito immediately panicked and yelled exaggeratedly. Since I was a child, I have always liked to help the elderly in need. Although I have done many bad things and often violated many rules, I often help the old lady. Cross the road, please don't take me to hell, it hurts. Uchiha Madara looked at Uchiha Obito who was yelling and hurting his wounds, and said expressionlessly, you can still feel pain, which proves that you are still alive. It can be said that it is a miracle that you survived. You were not hit by stones. Damn it, in addition to your luck, there is also your eye power. My eyesight? Obito was stunned. Yes, it's like it penetrated a rock. Yet? Obito was a little confused. Suddenly he thought of something and quickly forgot about Hitomi. By the way, where did you find me? I remember there was a white guy too. Are you talking about me? A white figure lit a candle and said with a smile. Once the candle light was on, the entire secret room could finally be seen clearly. Uchiha Obito looked at the white figure and finally smiled with a smile on his lips. Yes. Did you save me? Thank you. It's not me who saved you. If it weren't for his order, I wouldn't have saved you. Baiju said with a casual smile. That's it. Thank you very much, Grandpa. Uchiha Madara said calmly, don't thank me, I will let you repay this kindness properly. You like to help the elderly in need, right? Yeah, I did say that, so what should I do? Stay here and take care of you? Also. Obito suddenly looked nervous. Okay, Grandpa, I can't stay here for too long. It's wartime now, and I have to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy and win glory for our universe, so, can you change the conditions? Oh? To bring glory to Uchiha? Uchiha Madara's tone finally had a hint of fluctuation. Certainly. Obito said matter-of-factly, I am the genius of the Uchiha clan. As long as I activate the kaleidoscope, I will be invincible on the battlefield. Then I will make great achievements and become the leader of the Uchiha clan. Finally, I will become the Hokage respected by everyone. Kaleidoscope? Naruto. Uchiha Madara's feeble voice, it was unclear whether it was a narration or a sarcasm. Well, it's a kaleidoscope. Obito, who was in the 2nd grade, was very excited. Hey, now, Grandpa, you are also from our Uchiha. You should know about the existence of the Mangekyo Sharingan, right? I didn't expect that even a brat like you knows about the existence of kaleidoscope now. Hey, what is this? Not only have I heard of it, I have also seen it. Have you seen? Uchiha Madara was obviously a little surprised. Because in his time, the Uchiha tribesmen who could open the kaleidoscope were all gifted beings, let alone the current Uchiha. Well, Grandpa, I'm too lazy to tell you that much. Uchiha Obito was a little impatient anyway. I have to go out now. My teammates are still fighting outside. I can't waste time here. Let's face the reality. Uchiha Madara suddenly interrupted Obito's words. There are unsatisfactory things everywhere in this world. The longer I live, the more I feel that all that permeates reality is depression, pain, and loneliness. Obito was confused when he heard these profound words. What on earth is this old man talking about? Uchiha Madara ignored him and still said to himself, listen up, everything in this world is it's all the same. Where there is light, there is darkness. Where there is a concept of winner, there must be a relative loser. Even the self-interested concept of protecting peace will lead to war. In order to protect love, hatred will be born. This is a causal relationship that cannot be separated. This old man seems to be in a state? Or do old men love to nag so much? Why can't I understand a word he said? At this time, Obito was speechless, and his eyes turned into Kakashi's. Staring at Madara in front of him with dead eyes, he subconsciously changed the subject. By the way, where is this? Someone was rescued because you were injured, am I right? Uchiha Madara did not answer Obito's question and continued to talk to himself. Obito was stunned. By the way, why did you only save me and my 2 companions? Why don't you save them? Madara used the death scythe to support his body and slowly stood up and walked towards the stone bed behind him. The life and death of other people has nothing to do with me. I will save you because our surname is Uchiha. Ah! Uchiha? Obito was stunned. Something is wrong. Why does the old Uchiha man live here alone? Thinking about it carefully, everyone in the clan and even the old lady in the village knew him, but he had never seen this person before. This old man is not a ninja of Konoha now? That is to say. Uchiha Obito's voice became colder. Old man, are you a defected ninja from Konoha? Who are you? I am the undead Uchiha, Madara Uchiha. You, Uchiha Madara. The country of grass has high mountains and thousands of trees. Wearing a black cloak, Uzumaki Kushina was walking halfway up the mountain. She looked at the slender figure in front of her and had a lot of thoughts in her heart. They stayed in the orphanage for 3 days. The guest room she stayed in at the orphanage was right next to Orochimaru. Others may not know what's going on, but there's no way she, who lives next door to Orochimaru, doesn't know. Every night at 9 o'clock, after the lights go out in the orphanage, Nanoya will find a time to come to Orochimaru's room. Judging from Nono's voice, she could definitely know the special relationship between Orochimaru and Nono. Because of this sound, she had heard it from Tsunade when she was a child. She didn't understand why outstanding ninjas like Nono and Uchiha Mikoto didn't care about Tsunade's existence and became Orochimaru's forbidden love. Although she had to admit that Orochimaru was very powerful and much better than ordinary ninjas. But several women together, don't you think it's a little strange? Well? Sir, what's wrong? Seeing Orochimaru who suddenly stopped, Kushina stopped and was curious. It's okay, just wait for me where you are. Orochimaru looked at the hidden mountain belly in front of him, and then said. Without waiting for Nono's reply, Orochimaru's body blended into the mountain belly. Moving in the mud is the basic ability of most Earth Escape ninjas. Just moving there will be a slight difference in speed and stealth ability. Kushina nodded obediently. After seeing Orochimaru leave, she took a look at her current location. This place is relatively remote and far from the main road. The mountainside in front of her looks a bit special. About 10 minutes later, Orochimaru appeared in front of her again. He didn't say anything after he came out, and turned around to leave. Kushina was a little confused about what Orochimaru was doing, but she didn't dare to ask. Just in time, Orochimaru is too lazy to explain. Because only he knows what kind of place this is. Just an ordinary place to stay. Orochimaru secretly thought. When he was a child, he had been to this location and saw Uchiha Madara here with a scout fly. At that time, he was not strong enough, so he did not dare to get too close. After knowing that the battle at Konoha Bridge was over, he suddenly thought of this. So he decided to take a look. If he could find the dying Uchiha Madara or White Zetsu and Black Zetsu, then everything would be almost over. However, as soon as he went in and walked around, he couldn't see it. See the figures of Uchiha Madara and White Zetsu. Even the surrounding barrier has long disappeared. Even if Orochimaru uses his perception ability, he can't feel a trace of life. There is no doubt that this is just Uchiha Madara. Before dying, an ordinary place to stay. Sir, where shall we go next? Go to the laboratory to do experiments and wait until the war is over. Orochimaru doesn't want to participate in the war anymore. Because he knows that since Kana is unstoppable, there will only be one Kirigakure village. There are so many capable people and strangers in Konoha, and just one Kirigakure village will make no difference. So, he is too lazy to bother. And for him, the only place where he can conduct experiments and quickly contact Tsunade is the laboratory in the southeast of Konoha. That is the laboratory where the modified man SI is guarding. A few months later. Konoha 47 years. The outcome of the war was pretty much what Orochimaru expected. Although Kirigakure village's personal combat strength is very strong, and its military strength is not inferior to that of Konoha now. But after all, it was a long journey and it belonged to the attacking side. When fighting, you will always suffer some losses. After Konoha defeated the 3 major ninja villages, every time there was a firefight in Kirigakure village, the losses would be greater than that of Konoha village. Whizzing! Several figures were jumping around in a small town. Wearing Kirigakure forehead protectors and Kirigakure's unique moisture-proof clothing, they slaughtered the town without restraint. Ha ha ha! Kill them all! Hey, Jozang, do it! Beg, please don't kill my children, please! A woman blocked a 3 or 4-year-old boy behind her and begged a masked Kirigakure ninja in front of her. Whoa! A sudden knife cut down without mercy, and blood immediately spattered. The woman fell slowly. Mother, seeing his mother being killed, the little boy burst into tears. The little boy fell on his mother. Blood dripped all over the ground. What a noise! A man carrying a big knife appeared beside the two of them. The man's beard was tied into a whip, one eye, wearing an eye patch, and a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. Muley Jinpachi, kill these unarmed people? What's the point? The man named Zhozang is a man with short black hair, no eyebrows, sharp teeth, and a large cross scar on the right side of his face. The man is carrying a big knife. Seeing this scene just now, he can't help but frown. Ninja, it's a group of people with special powers. Even if the ninjas of Kirigakure village are cruel and murderous, they still disdain to take action against such common people. After hearing Jozo's words, Muri Jinpachi said indifferently, what's the point? This is the territory of Konoha village. Who knows if there are any Konoha ninjas in disguise among these people? Besides, don't you think it's pleasurable to kill? Yeah. I haven't killed anyone in 2 days. I felt a lot better after killing so many just now. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. A few people laughed unbridled, and Loquat Zhozang shook his head helplessly. He looked at the horizon and let out a breath. Why do you suddenly have a bad premonition? Okay, there are basically no survivors here. We have to get out of here before the Konoha army arrives. A burly man, carrying a bandage-laden sword on his back, walked over from the corner of the town. Immediately afterwards, several other people came over from other places one after another. There were 7 of them, all elites. Coupled with their own special weapons, ordinary elite jonin will not be their opponent. Let's go. It is indeed time to complete our mission. Complete this shitty mission, I just want to kill people. Don't worry, there are plenty of people ahead for you to kill. You are such bastards, stop here. Suddenly a shout sounded behind them, and several people looked for a voice to go out. When they saw the person coming, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Ha ha ha, what a brat! This kid, with such an arrogant tone, must be very strong, right? You are so strong, Lei. This kid looks younger than you, how strong can he be? That is. Little devil, let me help you out. None of you can escape, the formation of psychic and 10,000 snakes. He is the reincarnation of Orochimaru. During the cultivation stage, Orochimaru used special methods to accelerate growth. After the cultivation is completed, his growth rate is the same as that of ordinary people. In other words, he looks to be only 12 or 13 years old now. The 12 or 13-year-old boy originally came to play with his old friends today, but he didn't expect that after arriving in this small town, the place was riddled with holes and corpses strewn everywhere. Seeing this scene, he, who had a somewhat innocent personality, immediately became angry. Fortunately, the culprit is not far away yet. On the other side, seeing the sudden burst of momentum from the kid in front of them, the 7 people in Kirigakure village obviously changed their expressions. This kid. In the laboratory, Orochimaru was conducting experiments with a test tube. Kushina was in the laboratory's monitoring room, quietly watching countless monitoring screens, as if expecting something. This laboratory is full of high technology, so she, who has a playful nature, soon became addicted to it and couldn't extricate herself. Lord Orochimaru. Kushina's voice came from far away from the monitoring room. You said Tsunade-sama would come today, right? Kushina said nervously. Since Lilin came back, Kushina has had a different feeling for Orochimaru. Because she knew that she would have a daughter with Orochimaru. This feeling, not to mention how weird it is. It's just that when Orochimaru was obsessed with experiments, he didn't particularly miss women, so the two of them have always been in peace. But today, Tsunade will come here, and Orochimaru will also tell Tsunade the truth about Lilin's previous situation, so Kushina, who knows all this, is very nervous now. At this moment, all she could think about was what would Tsunade think of her? Will he beat himself up in anger? Or beat her husband? All the problems were full of unknown possibilities, which made her, a woman who was fearless, feel uneasy. After hearing Kushina's words, Orochimaru said casually, according to the time of the previous communication, it should be today. What, are you in a hurry? Talent? No. Hee. Orochimaru smiled playfully. Don't worry, judging from our interactions during this period, you are very much in line with my taste, so, she won't reject you. What the hell, shouldn't this kind of thing be up to Tsunade-sama? Kushina was speechless. She was about to say something when her eyes caught the beautiful figure wearing a jonin vest on the surveillance screen. Hey, Tsunade-sama is here. I'll go out to pick her up. After Kushina finished speaking, she quickly ran towards the exit of the laboratory without waiting for Orochimaru's reaction. Watching Kushina's leaving figure, Orochimaru couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Since Mangekyo and Wood Release can suppress the power of tailed beasts, why is it so difficult for Pain to use the Rinnegan to hit Naruto in the memory? Is it because of magic? You know, Uchiha Madara used reincarnation to kill the existence of nine-tailed beasts. Pain. Maybe after Nagato was reincarnated in the filthy soil in his memory, he was truly complete, right? Orochimaru nodded involuntarily. Has the seal been released? What's going on? Orochimaru frowned, and at this moment, Tsunade's voice came from the basement entrance. Orochimaru, you actually built such a large underground laboratory here? Really, I should have thought that you wouldn't create a sun for no reason. Orochimaru came back to his senses and said nonchalantly, Tsunade, you came just in time, come with me first. Well? I just came and you let me go. Where to go? The town ahead, Kushina, come with us. In a small town 5 kilometers away from Orochimaru's laboratory. The town that used to be quite lively has now lost all its vitality. The town was filled with smoke and there were potholes everywhere. 7 Kirigakure ninjas were currently surrounding a child in a white robe with eager eyes. Loquat Jozo, as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure village and the master of the beheading sword, never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that a child could unleash such a powerful fighting force. Hey, this kid uses snakes? Couldn't he be Orochimaru, one of the Sunin of Konoha? Yeah, this feeling. Don't be ridiculous. According to our intelligence, Orochimaru existed during World War II. Calculated, he is at least in his 30s now. How could he be such a brat? But this guy. Don't look around. Loquat Jozang's timely reminder made Lei react instantly, and he quickly flew back. Boom. The huge figure swept across, the broken wall collapsed, and smoke and dust flew everywhere. Damn it, what's going on with this kid? Withdraw. There is no point in fighting this kid. Let's go, there's too much movement here, if Konoha's reinforcements come. Oh shit! Pufferfish Ghost, Lei, stop him. We withdraw. Good. The two shouted loudly, and quickly formed seals with their hands at the same time. Water release. Big explosive water rush. Thunder release, sky-splitting thunder snake. Boom. Crack. The water flooded the entire town like the Yellow River flooding, and they appeared together. There were also countless powerful electric currents. The super-large range attack blocked C's attack route, and at the same time, his giant python psychic beast was electrified into white smoke. The 7 ninja swordsmen took the opportunity to retreat. Si reacted quickly and jumped on a raised rock. He dodged the blow. After dodging the blow, although he had distanced himself from several people, he still wanted to catch up and bring these bastards to justice. That is at this moment. A long-haired figure appeared in front of him and blocked his way. Dad, Dad! Stop chasing me! Your body can't bear such a huge force. If you chase me, you will be the only one who dies. Can, but they. I know, I'll make them pay, give it a rest. Hearing Orochimaru's words, he had no choice but to put away his power, and at the same time a sense of dizziness entered his mind. Boom! The little boy fainted. Orochimaru quickly reached out to hold him. Tsunade and Ju rushed over. Xena couldn't help but be a little surprised when she saw this scene. Orochimaru, what's going on? Is he okay? It's okay, just to prevent him from hurting innocent people and exposing himself, I temporarily sealed most of his power. The power was suddenly released just now, and my body couldn't bear the sudden force, so I fainted. Good, so awesome. Is he so powerful? If I read correctly, those were the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure village just now, right? Orochimaru said playfully. You read that right, Lord Hokage. Naruto? Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then laughed at herself. Hey, you guy, tell me honestly, does the third generation's decision to make me the Hokage have something to do with you? Roughly the same. Orochimaru shrugged indifferently. Why do this? Because I think being a Hokage is more interesting than being a Hokage. Is it more interesting to be on Hokage? Orochimaru, you guy, what are you talking about? Hearing this, Tsunade put the Hokage's question behind her and said with some complaints. After saying that, she also glanced at Kushina next to her. The meaning was obvious, although the two of them did not argue in private. It's a joke in this regard, but now that Kushina is still around, is it appropriate for you to say such explicit words? Orochimaru hugged him. I didn't say anything, just because I have something to tell you. What's the matter? Kushina wants to have a daughter with me, what do you think? Well. Ha! Kushina was stunned. She didn't expect Orochimaru to say so directly. Tsunade was even more stunned. Kushina? What's going on? I'll explain it to you in detail later. I'll go see if there are anyone alive in the town first. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he didn't wait for the two people to react, and ran towards the town with his arms in his arms. The town was flooded just now. After a while, the water receded, and the corpses of the villagers could be seen everywhere. Orochimaru, he was used to seeing life and death, and had seen too many of these destroyed small villages and towns, so he didn't care about it. After placing it on the roof, he began to explore. Although Tsunade and Kushina had seen too much, but women, I am always more emotional, and after seeing this scene, my eyes showed sadness at the same time. 7 ninja swordsmen. After sensing that there was no living person, Orochimaru let out a sigh of relief. The 7 ninja swordsmen in Kirigakure village have a fighting strength equivalent to the elite Jounin level. With the addition of 7 special ninja tools, their strength is close to the shadow level. Perhaps. It may be a bit of a stretch to say that several other people have cage level strength, but the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon, combined with that big sword, shark muscle, is definitely cage level in strength. There is no doubt about this. You know, what is the energy of fighting in this world? Chakra. And the function of Samhata is to absorb chakra. Not only does it absorb chakra at an absurdly fast speed, but it can also use the chakra it absorbs as physical strength to heal its owner. It can be said to be a weapon with high practical value. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a magic weapon. In addition, the strength of the puffer fish exceeds that of ordinary elite Jounin, and there is no problem at all to reach the cage level. But I am afraid they would never have dreamed that the 7 of them would come to the Fire Land together. On a mission within the country, would you be frightened by the power of a child? This is simply a fantasy. However, it is obviously unrealistic to say that one person can defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen. After all, the 7 ninja swordsmen, the strength of everyone is there. Even if the real cage level comes, they probably won't be able to get a good deal in their hands. Not to mention Si, who can't control his own power. But after all, Si was created by Orochimaru with all his hard work, it is not easy for the 7 people to kill him. In addition, the identity of Si is unknown, and winning or losing the battle will not be of any benefit to them. Therefore, on the territory of Konoha, the 7 people who are burdened with a special mission choose retreat immediately. Damn it, these bastards! Looking at the corpses on the ground and the destroyed village, Tsunade clenched her fists. Orochimaru divided himself into 2 clones to collect the corpses. The main body looked at Tsunade. Didn't you already win the battle on the front line? How come the 7 people from Kirigakure village can still move around in the land of fire? The victory was indeed achieved, but the enemy's large forces did not retreat too far and seemed a little unwilling. Then why are you free to come here this time? Tsunade knew everything and said the front line changed defenses, and the old man asked me to go back and inherit the position of Hokage. Yet? Orochimaru raised his lips. Then I really want to congratulate you. You still say? Tsunade was speechless. Why don't you discuss such a big matter with me? You don't a Euro trademark T even ask if I agree or not. So let me ask you now, do you want to be Hokage? Ask now? Asking now is useless. Tsunade couldn't help but complain. Let's not talk about whether her current ability is enough. Her impetuous character alone is not suitable for sitting in the office. Orochimaru kept smiling. Ha ha ha, Tsunade. Ah. Orochimaru continued. Do you know? You must take this position of Hokage. Why? Because, I'm afraid that if I can't help it, I will go back and ruin it one day. You. Orochimaru's understatement shocked Tsunade. She wanted to say something, but when she opened her mouth, she found that she couldn't say anything. As a couple who grew up as childhood sweethearts, Tsunade naturally knew Orochimaru very well. What happened back then was indeed very unfair to Orochimaru. With Orochimaru's vengeful character, it can be said that it is quite normal to take revenge on Konoha. Otherwise, Tsunade would not have asked Orochimaru not to deal with the village after this incident. But she really didn't expect that Orochimaru would use this method to restrain his desire to destroy Konoha. Phew, okay, I get it. As long as you know. Orochimaru smiled faintly. You guys wait where you are for a while. I will take him back first and then pick you up. As he said that, Orochimaru threw a kunai and stuck it in place, picked up me again, spun around twice, put me in the rest area of the laboratory, came back and took away the 2 women. And Orochimaru's clone, then used fire escape to burn and bury the corpses in the town. Uzumaki Kushina, who returned to the laboratory, had not yet come to her senses. Because the information revealed in the conversation between the 2 just now was too much for her. It is completely impossible to digest in a short period of time. The 3rd generation is resigning? Tsunade became the default Hokage? This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the reason why Tsunade became the default Hokage was because of the rebellion against Orochimaru? This is what the hell? A traitorous ninja can decide who will be the Hokage of Konoha? And from what I hear, if Tsunade is not the Hokage, Orochimaru wants to destroy Konoha? Destroy Konoha? Does Orochimaru have that strength? Hey, no. There seem to be quite a few troops in the secret room of this laboratory. Coupled with Orochimaru's own strength, as well as the few guys who were channeled before, except for the 2 generations of Hokage, they seem to be not bad in strength. Thinking of this, Kushina shook her head subconsciously. She has a relatively simple personality, is not good at it, and does not like these intrigues in Konoha, so she does not want to think about these things anymore. Oh, by the way, Orochimaru, why did you say before that Kushina wanted to have a daughter with you? Tsunade's sudden words made Kushina's heart lift into her throat. Afraid that Orochimaru might give an inadvertent answer, Tsunade dismantled the laboratory. Orochimaru, however, told Lulin's story without caring. After listening to Orochimaru's story, Tsunade was not angry, but looked surprised through time and space. the daughter of the future. That's pretty much what it means. If you don't believe it, you can. No. Tsunade interrupted Orochimaru. The Orochimaru I know would not make up such ridiculous things to deceive me. The two have known each other for more than a day or two. Even if Orochimaru wants to make up a lie, it won't be such an outrageous lie. Tsunade knows this very well. You are right. Orochimaru smiled. What do you mean? This is not a big deal, just make your decision, and I don't care about having her too. Tsunade waved her hand casually and said with a relaxed look. Since a woman can accept her man's second woman, the third and fourth woman will not be so resistant. This is a law. But ordinary women can't get past the second woman. Tsunade's awakening today is entirely because Orochimaru and Uchiha Mikoto set this precedent. Tsunade-sama, what are you doing? Hearing Tsunade's words, Kushina couldn't believe her ears. Tsunade, really agreed? And she seems to already know that Orochimaru has another woman? What happened? Sensing Kushina's confusion, Tsunade looked embarrassed. You will understand later. But Orochimaru, you have to make it up to me. Compensate? Orochimaru found a chair and sat down, playing with the taste. What compensation do you want? Isn't it enough for you to be Hokage? This kind of compensation is not what I want. Don't want this kind of compensation? So which one do you want? Could it be the resurrection rope tree? Orochimaru came to his senses, but the body of the rope tree is still in the cultivation stage, and it will take some time to be resurrected. Rope tree? Resurrection? Tsunade and Kushina were stunned again. Tsunade suddenly thought of the rope tree, and Kushina was surprised by the word resurrection. People can be resurrected? Are you kidding? How? You look surprised? Seeing the reactions of the two people, Orochimaru was curious. Don't you know that my research has always been related to life? Of course I know, it's just a matter of resurrection. Tsunade hesitated to speak. Genes, cells, life energy, spiritual energy, human cloning, human transformation. From simple body structure, to later replicating life and creating life. The things Orochimaru studies are indeed related to life. However, after a life has passed away, how can one truly come back to life? Orochimaru smiled. Tsunade, it seems that you still don't believe me yet. Not me. Forget it, come with me, I will take you to have a look, and you will understand. With that said, Orochimaru didn't wait for the two to answer, and stood up and walked towards the innermost part of the laboratory. Tsunade and Kushina looked at each other, and quickly followed without thinking too much. Orochimaru's laboratory is very big. As big as an underground imperial tomb. There are many secret rooms, and each place is guarded by 1 to 2 clones. Orochimaru found one of them, and then ordered the clones to open it. Soon, several glass the experimental cabin appeared in front of the three people. There were 4 experimental cabins in total, 3 of them were empty, and only one was filled with nutrient solution. There was a person soaked in the nutrient solution. This person was shirtless and only wore a white pair of pants. He was wearing shorts and had various tubes inserted all over his body. Tsunade was immediately surprised when she saw this person. Rope tree? Amazing! Orochimaru. Tsunade gently stroked the glass of the experimental cabin. This should be cloned, right? However, even a clone is enough, thank you. Clone? Orochimaru walked slowly to Tsunade. Tsunade, this is not a simple clone. What's the meaning? What's the meaning? Orochimaru smiled before answering this question. Let me ask you a question first. You should know how the clones came about, right? Of course, didn't you tell me that cells from dead people cannot be used for cloning because they have lost their vitality, so cells from living people can only be used for cultivation? Good. Orochimaru nodded. I took a portion of the rope tree's cells a long time ago, and used special scientific methods to ensure its vitality. The purpose is to prevent any eventuality. Indeed, people cultivated through this method can only be regarded as superficial clones. They cannot be regarded as real resurrections. At most, they are clones, at most it can only be regarded as a copy. However, when this technology is combined with the Earth reincarnation developed by the second Hokage, everything becomes different. Reincarnation in dirty soil. The two women were stunned, and at the same time they quickly digested what Orochimaru said in their hearts. Good. Orochimaru continued to explain, clones have no souls. Everything depends on the instructions given by me. However, the reincarnation of the dirty land is just the opposite. There is only a soul and no real body. So combining these two technologies can successfully resurrect. Before Orochimaru finished speaking, Tsunade had already taken over his words. At the same time, she was also frightened by her own guess. Is the person dead? It doesn't matter, just use cloning technology to create a brand new body? The soul will enter Pure Land? It doesn't matter. Just reincarnate and summon back the dirty land. Cheat, is that a lie? In theory, it is true. Orochimaru raised his lips. Mature cloning technology is enough to cultivate countless young and energetic bodies. As long as you use the reincarnation of the dirty soil to summon the soul of the deceased to the living world, and then combine the two, you can achieve resurrection. Repeatedly, can get eternal life. It is the power of the combination of ninjutsu and science and technology. This is simply, it's incredible. Tsunade was surprised, and then suddenly thought of something. But how can the soul reincarnated from the dirty soil be perfectly combined with the clone? Is this very difficult? The difficulty is indeed not low, but for me, it is very easy. If you want to obtain immortality, Orochimaru still has many ways. The reincarnation of the corpse, the curse seal of the sky, or Kagaya's genes. Want to resurrect someone? Orochimaru also has many methods. Let's not talk about other methods, let's talk about some of the more familiar ones. One is the reincarnation of filthy soil. However, this technique cannot be regarded as a true resurrection, and the resurrected person must be controlled by the caster. Therefore, at most it can be regarded as a mediumship technique that temporarily recalls the soul to the present world, but it cannot be regarded as a resurrection technique. The other one is the forbidden technique of Kyande's mother-in-law from the Kingdom of Wind, who has been reincarnated. But this technique has many limitations. Not only is the forbidden technique of the Kingdom of Wind difficult to obtain, but it also requires a life in exchange for a life, and most importantly, it requires the body of the deceased who died not long ago. Therefore, Orochimaru cannot be obtained, nor can it be used on the rope tree buried in the loess. The last one is the natural technique of reincarnation that comes with the reincarnation eye. This technique is a more powerful resurrection technique. It can not only resurrect multiple people, but also heal groups. The original Nagato once used it to resurrect all the ninjas who died in Konoha, and Uchiha Madara used it to resurrect himself. All can prove the power of this technique's resurrection ability. But this technique still has many limitations. First, people who have been dead for too long cannot be resurrected. Nagato did not resurrect Yahiko in the original novel, and Obito did not resurrect Lin as proof. As for why Uchiha Madara was able to resurrect after being dead for so long? That's entirely because these eyes are his own. Secondly, using this technique still requires paying the price of life. Although Nagato and Obito were at the end of their rope when they used this technique. But at least so far, there is no evidence that people can survive after using this technique. Therefore, if he wanted to resurrect a person without any side effects, Orochimaru felt that his own method was the best. Take the cells of a living person and clone the same body. After the person dies, the person's soul is reincarnated and channeled. Then, using the principle of non-corpse reincarnation, the soul reincarnated from the dirty soil is reincarnated into the clone body. This enables resurrection without side effects. This principle is almost like using the curse seal of heaven to resurrect infinitely. It's just that the curse seal of heaven hosts cells in the body of a living person to ensure the activity of the cells, thereby enabling resurrection at any time. Orochimaru is now cultivating the cells in the experimental cabin, using this method to ensure cell viability. There are some differences between the two methods, but they serve the same purpose. It's just that the original Orochimaru only used this technique on himself. And now Orochimaru can use this technique on other people. After listening to Orochimaru's simple narration, Tsunade and Kushina had no other expressions except surprise. What Orochimaru said was all very professional stuff, and most of them couldn't understand it, especially Kushina, who had no professional knowledge at all. But this does not affect Orochimaru's powerful image in their minds. Combining ninjutsu and science to achieve resurrection and immortality? Isn't this simply unreasonable? Orochimaru, you are incredible. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Orochimaru smiled faintly. This is nothing. The most important thing about this technique is that it can be used on anyone. In other words, as long as I want, anyone can become an immortal existence. Of course, don't be afraid of death just because of this technique. Because this technique also has drawbacks, such as the rejection reaction between the soul and the new body. Even the clone closest to the original body will still have a slight rejection reaction with its own soul, and when the soul and body are fused, a lot of mental power will be consumed. If there is no special way to cultivate the soul, if you die too many times, the soul will eventually disappear due to excessive consumption. In this case, even I can't do anything. Orochimaru talked eloquently, describing the various advantages and disadvantages of this technique. Every time he dies, the soul will weaken a little. If this continues, sooner or later the soul will dry up. But, although this technique is not perfect in Orochimaru's mind, for Tsunade and Kushina, it has already subverted their cognition. You must know that the average lifespan of an ordinary ninja will not exceed 100 years. With this method, no matter how bad it is, you can guarantee that you will live for more than 1,000 years. And he's not afraid of death. Seeing that the two of them were silent, Orochimaru continued, by the way, Tsunade, when will you return to Konoha? Bright, early tomorrow morning. Tsunade still hasn't recovered yet. Then tonight. Of course I'm yours tonight. Hearing this, Orochimaru's mouth curved. Is that so? That, Kushina. Want to go together? Well? Together? What together? Kushina didn't react at all. Seeing Kushina's cute look, Orochimaru sighed helplessly. Forget it, you should still take care of my son. With that said, without waiting for Kushina to react, Orochimaru hugged Tsunade, and then disappeared with Tsunade. When Orochimaru left, Kushina finally realized what Orochimaru said. What is it? His face suddenly turned red to the root of his neck. A few days later, Daiming Mansion of the Country of Fire. Sitting around a long conference table were several big guys from the Country of Fire. Daimyo, advisor, top management of Konoha. The daimyo of the Land of Fire is an old man in his 40s or 50s, but he looks like a geisha. He is sitting at the front with a fan. A row of 5 people sat on the left, the third Hokage, and 3 advisors from Konoha. In the row on the right are 4 of the daimyo's advisors, as well as an secret service captain protecting this meeting. At this time, they all looked solemn because they were about to have a meeting to decide on the next generation Hokage. The daimyo sitting in the first place slowly shook his fan and said calmly, "It's such a pity. The third generation did a pretty good job." Danzo heard this and glanced at the daimyo coldly. If we really trace the root cause, it is precisely because the third generation's ideas are too naive that the Fire Country has been pushed to this point. The Hokage we need now is someone who can lead changes in the village and implement the ninja code. We need such talents. Oh? Is there a suitable candidate? The daimyo asked subconsciously. Hearing this, Danzo couldn't help but grit his teeth. Originally, the person he secretly supported was Orochimaru, but Orochimaru's situation is well known. As soon as Orochimaru rebelled against the village, there was no candidate in Konoha who met his appetite and who was also qualified to succeed Hokage. And in this case, it was impossible for him to say that he would be the Hokage. So, the third Hokage paid no attention to what Danzo was thinking, and just said calmly, "I recommend Tsunade, one of the three ninjas." "What? Tsunade?" Danzo was stunned. Danzo was thinking quickly about what Sarutobi meant by recommending Tsunade. Why is Tsunade the Hokage? According to the third generation's character, shouldn't it be Jiraiya or Namikaze Minato? Even if it doesn't work, it should be Hatake Sakumo, right? Why was it Tsunade's turn? Reincarnation in dirty soil? Orochimaru? Danzo suddenly thought of something. That's it. After just thinking for a moment, Danzo already understood the whole story. The art of reincarnation is very complicated for other people, but for people like the second Hokage and Orochimaru who are engaged in research, it is very simple. So, Danzo is very convinced that the only ninja who can use this technique at present, except for the dead second Hokage, is Orochimaru. He had been wondering before, why the ninja reincarnated from the dirty land would appear on the battlefield, and even the first Hokage and the second Hokage had appeared. In this regard, he was sure that it was Orochimaru, but he couldn't think of the reason why Orochimaru came back to help Konoha. So he had to bury this doubt in his heart. At this time, he heard that the third generation recommended Tsunade. As a careerist, he immediately understood the truth. Orochimaru, this guy really made a good move. Conference room. When the daimyo heard Tsunade, he immediately knew who it was. Tsunade? Is it the disciple from the third generation? Yes. Oh? When the daimyo and his advisors heard this, they suddenly realized, and everyone showed expressions of appreciation. Although she is a female streamer, the title of medical master is not given for nothing. She is also one of the three ninjas, and she has a lot of experience in the war. An important position. He was originally a rare talent. Now with the recommendation of the previous Hokage, the position of Hokage seems to have come to fruition. The daimyo glanced around. What do you think? Mito Kaden and Koharu, who supported the third Hokage to some extent, nodded without hesitation. With the two of them taking the lead, of course the others agreed, and the daimyo certainly had no objections. And the group this time, Zhang was surprisingly supportive. Half a month after the daimyo meeting, the succession ceremony of the Hokage of Konoha village officially began. Under the Hokage building, there was a dense crowd of people. Ninjas from all families are present. Abarame, Hinata, Inyazuka, Uchiha, Inakacho and so on. Above the Hokage building, 4 senior executives of Konoha stood, accompanied by Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato. Tsunade wears her God of War robe, well, Ida Euro trademark that green robe with the word gamble on it. She put on this coat and a hat with the word fire on her head. Looking at the dark crowd in the Hokage building, she let out a sigh of relief. What a surprise! Tsunade glanced at the people behind her from the corner of her eyes. So many people are here, but they asked me to be the Hokage, Orochimaru. Tsunade. Give it to you. The third Hokage said with a solemn expression. Even though he didn't want Tsunade to be Hokage, at this moment he had to show the magnanimity that a previous Hokage should have. Hearing this, Tsunade nodded cautiously, then turned around and walked slowly towards the building walk to the edge. He glanced at the ninjas of Konoha again, took off his Hokage hat, and said loudly. From today on, I am the one who governs Konoha village, the 4th Hokage. Tsunade's voice was loud enough that most of the ninjas below the Hokage building could hear it. After saying this, everyone in Konoha immediately cheered. Long live Hokage-sama! Long live Hokage-sama! Long live! Just a simple action of picking off a bamboo hat and a short sentence made thousands of ninjas in Konoha wave their arms excitedly and cheer non-stop. This is the cohesion of Hokage. They did not do it because Tsunade is a woman, just despise her. Because in Konoha, Tsunade's prestige, strength, and qualifications are enough to crush all ninjas. Among these Konoha ninjas, the only ones who can barely compare with her in these three aspects are Jiraiya and Hotaki. Sakumo. Others simply can't match it. Hinata can't do it, Uchiha Fugaku can't do it, even the new star of the ninja world, Namikaze Minato, still can't do it. She wants to be Hokage, and no one can stop her. What an exciting moment! Jiraiya, who was standing behind with his hands folded, saw this scene and couldn't help but murmur to himself, if Orochimaru is here, this position should belong to him, right? When Tsunade succeeded to the throne, there was a square boulder on the top of a mountain 2 kilometers away from Konoha. 2 people were sitting on the boulder. In front of the 2 of them, there was a wooden square table with 2 small screens placed on it. And the lively scene of Tsunade's succession was playing on the display screen. Looking at the lively Konoha village in the picture, Kushina was really confused. Orochimaru-sama, since we are already here, why don't we go back? Go back? I am a traitor now, how can I go back? But with the strength of the adults, it's better not to go back and cause trouble to Tsunade. Orochimaru interrupted Kushina at this time, when you succeed as Hokage, you have a lot of things to do. I will be of no use except causing trouble to her when I go back. But Tsunade-sama has just taken over, and it's exactly when she needs your help. You're right, she does need some help. Looking at the scene that the fly was exploring at this time, Orochimaru raised his lips. Naruto, in addition to inheriting the direct ANBU from the previous Hokage, must also have his own confidants or assistants. Otherwise, he will be busy. Original Wave. The close confidant of the Feng Shui sect is Kakashi, while the close confidant of Tsunade is Shizuan. But now due to his intervention, Tsunade has succeeded the 4th Hokage, and Shizuan does not have a particularly close relationship with Tsunade. Therefore, Tsunade is now in a situation where no one can help. And if you want to completely control Konoha, there are still many things that need to be dealt with. For example, Danzo outside the Hokage's influence, and the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha. Whoosh! While thinking, a vigorous figure suddenly appeared in the clearing on the top of the mountain. Who? Kushina was still thinking about the meaning of Orochimaru's words, but she quickly turned her head when she heard the voice. A ninja wearing a short-sleeved uniform, carrying a ninja sword on his back, and wearing a Konoha forehead protector appeared in front of the 2 of them. After reaching the top of the mountain, he knelt down directly towards Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru. Beautiful, Mikoto. Sir, you said that the Uchiha clan has conflicts with the village, so why did you let Mikoto do this job? I'll explain this to you later. Orochimaru said calmly, ignoring her after finishing speaking, and looked at the screen in front of him again. On the screen, the scene of the masked white-haired Kakashi standing alone in the corner was playing. With the help of Orochimaru, Tsunade successfully became the 4th Hokage. The Hokage rock behind the Hokage building has also begun to enter the carving stage. Although most ninjas are a little confused about the sudden resignation of the 3rd Hokage, for ordinary ninjas, as long as their lives are not affected too much, it really doesn't matter who is the leader. 3 days later, the Uchiha clan's clan. Seeing Tsunade coming to visit their family just after becoming Hokage, the Uchiha clan members were obviously a little surprised. Lord Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku said respectfully. Uchiha Fugaku is the current clan leader of Uchiha, and he is also a peace-loving person. When facing the Hokage, he naturally maintains the due respect. Tsunade nodded, surrounded by several ANBU, and carefully looked at Uchiha Fugaku in front of him. I'm here to find Mikoto, you can do your own thing. yes. Uchiha Fugaku was a little strange, but he didn't think much about it. After all, in Konoha village, the Hokage can find whoever he wants, and it's not his turn to take care of it. But although the news was not spread deliberately, it spread quickly. The entire Uchiha clan. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha is a secret that every adult ninja in Uchiha knows. So they are all curious about what Tsunade is doing in Uchiha? Could it be that she is here to investigate their Uchiha? The situation of the clan, so that we can take the opportunity to suppress them? But when they heard that Tsunade came to see Uchiha Mikoto, everyone was surprised. In Uchiha Mikoto's house, Uchiha Akira, sitting in the living room drinking tea made by his wife, quietly thinking about some problems. He is Uchiha Mikoto's father, and he is currently in his 50s. He was honored not to die in battle, and he was honored to become one of the major advisors of the Uchiha clan. However, he seemed to have a good life, but he always had a regret in his heart. That was why Mikoto was asked to win over Orochimaru. This decision, which seemed extremely correct at the time, seemed so stupid because of Orochimaru's defection. What made him even more angry was that his daughter was unwilling to get married after meeting Orochimaru. This was something he simply couldn't understand at the time. However, in the two subsequent conversations with Mikoto, he noticed something unusual, but he couldn't believe his own judgment. How could my own daughter do such a thing? This is simply damaging to Uchiha's reputation. However, although he was angry about this matter, he had no choice but to keep it in his stomach because of the concept that family scandals should not be made public. Only. Boom, boom, boom. Who, come in. Akira, is Mikoto at home? Is there a problem? Lord Hokage is here and he wants to see her. Varied, what? Uchiha Akira was confused. Who is Tsunade? Not only one of the Sunin, but also the current Hokage. Of course, these are not important. The most important thing is that she is Orochimaru's wife. Now Orochimaru's wife, instead of summoning them in the Hokage's office, you came to the door in person? Could it be that she found out about Mikoto and Orochimaru and was preparing to take revenge? Don't blame him for thinking so, because no one would have thought of the relationship between Mikoto and Tsunade. It would be so special. With an uneasy mood, Uchiha Akira met Tsunade. After a conversation, he was even more surprised. Let Mikoto become Hokage-sama's assistant. Great, any questions? Without, no. Uchiha Akira's voice was trembling. You know, what does it mean to be a Hokage assistant? Although this is just a job that looks like a secretary, this position is extremely important. And it's very powerful. In Konoha, he is second only to the Hokage and advisors. Now, it was handed over to him, Uchiha? Uchiha Akira was a little panicked, and until Tsunade left, he still didn't feel relieved. Let Mikoto become Tsunade's assistant, then open a new course in the ninja school, and finally find an opportunity to change jobs for the Uchiha clan. The conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha will be resolved to a great extent. Relief. In the wilderness, two figures walked forward slowly. Orochimaru patiently explained some tricks to Kushina. After listening to Orochimaru's story, Kushina was confused. Mikoto will become Tsunade-sama's assistant, which will make Uchiha people feel valued by the village. I can understand this. Why is there a new course in ninja school? Ideological education must start from childhood. Orochimaru said calmly, let the younger generations of Konoha know the Uchiha clan's past achievements, so that Uchiha can better integrate into civilian ninjas, or make it easier for civilian ninjas to accept Uchiha clan members. This has a fundamental effect on resolving the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha. What about changing jobs? The power of the Konoha security department is not small, right? Wouldn't it be nice to give this job to an Uchiha? The power is indeed not small, but this job is very offending, and you have to deal with prison inmates all year round. This will make it easier for them with some problems in their bloodline to become extreme. Therefore, changing jobs is also imperative. Good, amazing. After listening to Orochimaru's explanation, Kushina said with admiration, "Sir, you are really amazing." Orochimaru raised his lips. "It's nothing serious. I'm just talking on paper. What's the best way to do it? And how to get the Uchiha clan to cooperate with the reform? Tsunade has to solve it herself." "That's awesome too. Hey, by the way, sir, where are we going now?" "Go meet someone." "Meet someone? Who?" Orochimaru didn't answer, because the person they wanted to see had already appeared not far from them. "The Nine Tails Jinhyuriki is indeed in your hands, Orochimaru." Hearing this voice and seeing several old men from Anbu behind her, Kushina was stunned. "Group, Danzo-sama? The outside of Xiang must be settled inside first." This is a sentence that is deeply remembered by Orochimaru. If you want to control a village as large as Konoha, you must first resolve the conflicts within the village. Tsunade already has Hokage qualifications, so ordinary problems can't trouble her. But there are still two problems that she can't solve by herself. One is Danzo, who is independent from the Hokage regime. Another one is the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha. The conflict between Uchiha and Konoha has been around for a long time. It is a grudge passed down from the time of Ashura and Indra. But judging from Orochimaru's memories and his contact with the Uchiha clan when he was in Konoha village, this race will not launch a coup unless it is forced to do so. Just as Uchiha Madara said to Senju Hashirama when he was defeated. The Uchiha clan has long since lost the courage to rebel. The reason why the Uchiha clan in the original book staged a coup was because they were forced to do nothing. The formation of conflicts, the suspicion of Konoha's higher UPS, and the forced separation of clan members by Konoha's higher UPS. All the reasons combined together led to the coup of the Uchiha clan. And it was only in the 8th year after the night of the Kyuubi intensified these contradictions that the intention for a coup began to take shape. Therefore, it is very simple for Orochimaru to resolve the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha. Before the conflict between the two parties intensifies, give them a certain amount of trust and power, so that their tribesmen can get the respect they deserve in the village, and at the same time, integrate them better into the civilian ninja. Make the unfair treatment they received before become fair. Life has become better than before, and they have enjoyed the power and honor they deserve. Who would think about a coup? Orochimaru believes that although this method is not enough to completely resolve the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha, it can definitely significantly reduce the possibility of conflict between the two parties. As time is extended indefinitely, it will become easier and easier to resolve future conflicts. After telling Tsunade the solution, Orochimaru stopped asking anything else and directly chose to help her solve the second problem. Danzo. An existence that is completely opposite to the third-generation philosophy. After Danzo received Orochimaru's contact signal, he came without a second thought. Because he also wanted to see Orochimaru. Kushina was surprised to see Danzo. She used to be innocent, but she couldn't digest the sudden exposure to so many confidential events. But what Orochimaru cares about is the meaning of Danzo's words. Haha. It seems that Danzo-sama and the third are really incompatible. He didn't even tell you that the nine-tailed Jinhyuriki is in my hands. Hey, stop talking sarcastically. Danzo said coldly, you know as much about Konoha's situation as I do. Tell me, why are you looking for me? Orochimaru didn't speak. Danzo seemed to understand what Orochimaru meant, and quickly found an excuse to send his subordinates away. Get out of here. Orochimaru-sama, I'll wait for you in front. Kushina also found an excuse to leave very sensibly. Seeing everyone leaving, Orochimaru turned his eyes to Danzo. Danzo-sama, don't you have nothing to say to me? Orochimaru didn't answer and asked. Didn't Danzo want to say something to Orochimaru? Of course not. Not only did he have something to say, but he also had many questions to ask. But Orochimaru, regardless of his strength or his identity as a traitor, also it has long been out of his control. He didn't know where to start when they suddenly met. Of course. After a while, Danzo let out a long breath. Phew, Orochimaru, I didn't expect that the position of Hokage would fall into your hands in this way. It really surprised me. It's just a Hokage, what's so surprising? Orochimaru smiled playfully. If you can't even do this most basic thing, what's the point of being ideal? What do you think? Danzo-sama. Cut. The water in Konoha is very deep, and all parties have their own factions. When a new Hokage takes over and wants to take power quickly, the best solution is to eradicate dissidents. All those veterans who had great achievements and relied on their elders to betray the master were dealt with one by one, so that the Hokage's order became the only one. Those who obey will prosper and those who go against will perish. No one dares to do anything behind his back. It's just that this method is too cruel and can easily cause dissatisfaction from other families, plus Tsunade doesn't have her own team. So even if Orochimaru wants to do this, he still needs to deal with it appropriately. Shimura Danzo, a man who likes to do things behind the Hokage's back. Ever since the third Hokage came to power, he has developed the habit of going his own way. It seems that any subsequent generation of Hokage will not be able to catch his eye. However, he has a great weakness, and that is ambition. He wanted to be Hokage and lead Konoha to dominate the ninja world. Therefore, the combination of the two situations made Orochimaru not choose to use force, but instead talked a lot with Danzo. The general meaning is that although he is no longer in Konoha, he and Tsunade still maintain a husband and wife relationship. As someone who has a close relationship with Tsunade, he does not want to see Tsunade being blocked by Danzo in the process of governing Konoha, nor does he want Danzo to make any small moves for the position of Hokage. It's best to stay safe and be your own advisor. Although there was a hint of threat in his words, Orochimaru gave him a condition of exchange, that is, he promised to give Danzo a chance to show off his ambitions at the right time. Faced with Orochimaru's reminder, what could Danzo say? He is just a consultant to the top management of Konoha. Even Sarutobi can't do it. What can he do against Orochimaru? Moreover, to be a Hokage, one must not only be strong, but also be honest and upright. Orochimaru was the one who took over the position of Hokage from Sarutobi openly. And there is no harm in him agreeing to Orochimaru. Therefore, facing Orochimaru's soft and hard tactics, he did not hesitate much. Lord Orochimaru, when can I return to Konoha? After saying goodbye to Danzo, Kushina once again kept up with Orochimaru. Wait until my daughter is born. Well. Kushina blushed when she heard this. After Tsunade agreed to the two of them, she and Orochimaru had sex once. But it was only once, not one night. She could feel that Orochimaru was not satisfied with that incident, but what could she do? It was a new car. How could a new car be as smooth to drive as Tsunade's favorite car? Kushina, don't move. Orochimaru suddenly spoke, and Kushina couldn't help but froze, before she could react. Whoosh! A long needle with a silver thread suddenly flew out of the woods on the side and went straight to Kushina's heart. The sudden attack made Kushina, who had lived in Konoha for a long time and had little battlefield experience, instantly confused. But who is Orochimaru? One of the three ninja who is powerful and experienced on the battlefield. Although he is not in a state of awareness at all times, he is always vigilant on the battlefield. The sense of smell for dangerous smells is simply not comparable to that of ordinary ninjas. The moment the long needle appeared, he had already reached out and grabbed Kushina's arm, pulled Kushina behind him, and while avoiding the enemy's long needle, he mobilized his chakra. Buzz! When the long needle arrived in front of Orochimaru, the huge magnetic force exploded instantly. Call out! Under the influence of the magnetic force, the long needle deviated significantly from its original trajectory. It's just that the back of the long needle is controlled by a silver thread. Although it is separated from the attack route due to magnetism, it can return to the attacker's hands in time. Snapped. Chongzhen returned to defense, and several figures jumped out from the woods ahead. They are all different in height, short, fat and thin, and their weapons are also very different. The only thing that is the same is probably their forehead protectors. That's the mark of water. What an amazing guy! How can he dodge my attack in this situation? Holding a long needle, the masked ninja said playfully. This ninja has long yellow spiky hair, a Kirigakure Anbu mask on his face, fluffy bandages around his neck, and slender limbs. The meaning of his words, although it was admiration, but there was ridicule in the tone. Ridicule? Yes, they have the capital. Because with their strength, if 7 people go together, even a shadow-level powerhouse will probably have to kneel down and call daddy. Seeing these 7 people coming out, Orochimaru was also a little surprised. He had met a few people once before in a small town not far from the laboratory in the southeast. However, at that time, he had no personal losses, so he didn't chase him at the first time. I didn't expect to meet him again now. I have to say that it's a bit like enemies. But Orochimaru is still a little strange in his heart. Shouldn't these 7 guys be killed in this war? Is it right for Matt to open the 8-door dungeon and kick a few to death? Why did he hit a lot of them? You are, damn it! Seeing a few people, Kushina thought of the scene when she met the 7 people before. She was frightened and angry for a moment, and subconsciously reached out to touch the kunai on her waist. However, she had been with Orochimaru for so long, and she didn't even have simple protective gear. Where could she find ninja gear? The 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure village? Ha ha ha. After a brief accident, Orochimaru raised the corners of his mouth habitually. Yes, they are the elite ninjas of Kirigakure village, the 7 ninja swordsmen. Exploding knife, flying droplets, Wolai Jinpachi. Long knife, stitches, chestnut pellets and skewers. Blunt knife. Cut in pocket, cut through grass and wild bait. Thunder knife. Teeth, black hoe thunder teeth. Big sword, same Heta, watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost. As well as the first owner of the decapitating sword, Jozo Heibo, and the unnamed Kirigakure ninja who uses the double sword Terra. What great material! After killing them and controlling them in his own hands, he can just supplement the cutting-edge combat power of his dirty earth army. This is what Orochimaru was thinking at this time. Of course, even though Orochimaru thought so, he still subconsciously protected Kushina behind him with his hands. In any case, this girl had sex with him once, and she didn't have a weapon yet. Once a fight breaks out, if she is not protected, it will not be a good thing if she enters tailed beast mode and cannot tell the difference between friend and foe. It's just that others didn't care about his move, but Kushina was a little surprised. Because in her heart, Orochimaru was not the kind of man who would please women. He won't say caring words, nor will he deliberately make girls happy, nor will he buy any gifts for his own woman. At this time, Orochimaru's subconscious actions made Kushina, who had originally compromised for her daughter, feel a little touched in her heart. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Loquat Jicha, who was standing at the front, was a little surprised. Oh, I didn't expect these 2 guys without forehead protectors to actually know our names. It seems we are celebrities too, right? Just in time, my knife has a chip. I need to make it suck some blood to regenerate the iron. Damn it, Lord Orochimaru, what should I do? Kushina hesitated to speak. In this case, she had no role at all? Unless you transform into a tailed beast, but if you transform into a tailed beast. Orochimaru smiled casually, and his hoarse voice sounded faintly. It's okay, no one can hurt you as long as I'm here. Well. Kushina was stunned. What's going on with this overwhelming sense of security? Kushina was stunned for a moment, and was about to say something, but was suddenly overtaken by the other person. Ha ha ha, another arrogant guy. Does he mean that he can easily handle the 7 of us? Humph, I don't know whether to live or die. Hey, wait a minute, that woman seemed to have called this guy Orochimaru just now. Hearing Loquat Jozo's reminder, the people who were about to cut Orochimaru into pieces suddenly stopped. Orochimaru? Couldn't it be Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas? As soon as these words came out, the 7 people tightened their weapons at the same time. After a brief surprise, 1 or 2 of them all showed excited and cruel smiles. Hey, you'll know after you try it. Take the move. Just do it. Muuri Jinpachi took the lead and rushed towards Orochimaru with the explosive sword. In the ninja world, the name of a ninja is a deterrent to ordinary ninjas. The louder the name, the more intimidating it is. The higher. But for those capable ninjas, apart from stimulating their desire to challenge, it is really of no use. Because Wenwu is the first and Wu Wu is the second. Everyone is a genius, and there is no fight between them. Before, who was willing to say that he was worse than others? So, fight, no explanation. Seeing Muuri Jinpachi rushing over, Orochimaru, although his hands were forming seals, but he did not move. Kushina saw Orochimaru did not move, stood behind Orochimaru, she stood still subconsciously. Because of her previous words, she had developed an inexplicable trust in Orochimaru. If Orochimaru didn't let her move, she didn't have to move. Even if you are Orochimaru, you will die. While thinking, Muuri Jinpachi had already jumped up high, clenched the explosive sword in his hand with both hands, and slashed towards Orochimaru mercilessly. He believed that as long as he was hit by him, with the unique effect of the explosive sword, with explosive power, an elephant can be easily killed by an explosion. Not to mention Orochimaru? However, facing Muuri Jinpachi's attack, Orochimaru, who had just finished forming the seal, did not panic at all. When the attack was about to reach him, he raised his right hand casually. 1. Boom! Suddenly, a coffin bursts out of the ground. Not only did he block Muuri Jinpachi's attack, but he also blocked his sight. Click! The knife struck the coffin, making a muffled sound. Muuri Jinpachi was afraid of being deceived and had no time to explode, so he quickly kicked the coffin board and used his strength to pull out the explosive knife and fly away quickly. Whoosh! The long knife and stitches appeared in time, passed over Muuri Jinpachi and the coffin, and wanted to stab Orochimaru from the side. 2. Boom! Another coffin rose up to block the suture knife. The suture knife's penetrating power was not weak and it penetrated directly into the coffin lid. This is... The wild bateman ran 2 steps quickly, preparing to move to the other side and cut off Orochimaru's escape. But before the attack even started, Orochimaru raised his left hand. Boom! 3. The third coffin appeared directly in front of him. Tonko Yebaman quickly stopped and quickly retreated away from the sudden appearance of the coffin. Whoosh whoosh! When the other 4 people saw this scene, they immediately formed a formation to move the 2-3 coffins surrounded. These coffins! Seeing these coffins, the 7 Kirigakure people all became alert. As the cutting-edge combat force of Kirigakure village, they naturally received some information. Although it was not long ago, they did not know this information very clearly, but they had heard some of it. Only. Orochimaru smiled strangely. 3 should be enough. Bang! Kurumi Kushimaru pulled hard on the silver thread in his hand. Under the force, the knife that penetrated the coffin board opened the coffin lid. Immediately afterwards, an old man with dark skin and strong muscles appeared in the sight of several people. Oh no! Something is not good. As soon as they finished speaking, before they could make any move, all the coffin boards disappeared, and 2 other figures appeared shortly after. Damn it, Orochimaru. Didn't you expect that after my death I would become a tool to fight for others? Hey, that's really unpleasant. Orochimaru? How is this going? Could it be that I too? 3 people came out and one of them said something. The third Kazekage and the second Tsuchikage were used to it, but the third Raikage seemed a little confused. Orochimaru had no intention of explaining. He waved his right hand lightly and the space fluctuated. 3 kunao with talismans were accurately shot on the back of the 3 people's heads. The kunao quickly integrated into the heads of the 3 of them. The talisman's kunao can obliterate their consciousness and emotions, turning them into real killing machines. Stop talking nonsense and kill these 7 people. Orochimaru issued his order lightly. The originally black eyes of the 3 people turned into deep black. Boom! Just after Orochimaru's order ended, the chakra of the 3 shadow-level powerhouses exploded instantly. Without thinking, they headed directly towards 7 people launched an attack. One stood behind and used magnetic escape, one flew into the sky and used dust escape, and one was wrapped in chakra and fought in close combat. Orochimaru, on the other hand, took Kushina and used Flying Thunder God to jump to the distance to watch the show. Sir, didn't you promise the 2 Hokages? Kushina hesitated to speak, because she remembered that the second Hokage warned Orochimaru not to use this technique. Orochimaru smiled faintly. When did I promise? Besides, this technique is so convenient, wouldn't it be a waste if not used? The best thing about the psychic technique is that it can save the physical strength and chakra of the caster. You have such a useful psychic technique like the earth reincarnation but don't use it. Orochimaru is not stupid. What's more, in the face of these, you need to be useless, an enemy that can only be solved with hands and feet. Orochimaru is too lazy to do it himself. Hearing Orochimaru's sophistry, Kushina was speechless, and when she thought about it, it seemed that this was indeed the case. The second Hokage originally told Orochimaru not to use it when using this technique. Orochimaru only said that this is a special situation and did not personally promise not to use it again. So, this cannot be regarded as breaking one's word? Buzz. Boom. Thinking time. The second generation Tsuchikage is extremely powerful. The dust escape smashed into the ground, and the uneven ground was instantly flattened. Everything in the place where it was hit turned into air. Damn it, what kind of power is this? This guy's technique is so terrifying. Is that the second Tsuchikage? Careful. Bah! The third generation Raikage with thunder and lightning all over his body appeared in front of Lo Kuat Zhuzang, and the 4-fingered palm knife stabbed directly into Lo Kuat Zhuzang's face. Hell stabbed, 4 piercing hands. Lo Kuat Zhuzang looked horrified. Even if he was the elite ninja, facing the extremely fast speed of the third Raikage, only had time to hold the decapitating sword in front of him to block it. Click! The decapitating sword seemed unable to withstand the force and was forcibly stabbed in 2. Wow! Lo Kuat Zhuzang screamed and flew backwards. A hole was opened in his shoulder by this blow. How powerful is the strongest spear? Back then, 4 fingers almost killed Susanoo in Orochimaru's second form. It was stabbed through. Under the power of this powerful thrust, the material of the beheading sword could not completely resist it. Asshole, go to hell! The blunt knife like an axe took advantage of the gap between Lo Kuat Zhuzang to be hit and slashed at the third generation Raikage's back. However, the defensive power of the thunder release armor was too strong, and even the sharpness of the blunt knife only cut half of the way in. But fortunately, the blunt knife Kabutorai is composed of an axe and a hammer. It is said to be able to break through all defenses. A simple axe cannot cut in, so it is enough to make up for it with a hammer. Unfortunately, the third Raikage is a Raikage after all. How could it be possible to give him a chance to strike second? His Thunder Dungeon armor is not known for its speed, but apart from the Flying Thunder God and the 8-door dungeon, how many people can compete with the third generation Raikage in speed? Maybe, but definitely not including Tonko Yebaman. The moment he took out the hammer, the third-generation Raikage grabbed both of his wrists like lightning and held him straight. He lifted him up, and then cooperated with Lei Dun to smash him to the ground. Thunder bombs. Taking a sudden turn into nirvana, like a thunderous blow. Boom! Thunder and lightning overflowed, a deep pit was directly smashed into the ground, and the surrounding rocks were shattered into slag. Wow! A large amount of blood spurted out from Tonko Yebai's mouth. This blow shattered his bones, and his internal organs were also impacted by the broken bones. It seemed that he would not survive. Magnetic release. Sand iron was buried. Countless black sand iron take the opportunity to wrap him up and squeeze him. Suddenly, boom! Blood splatters. The man who used grass and bait in the wild is dead. 3 shadows vs 7 people. The two sides don't seem to be on the same level. Just a meeting, causing one of the 7 people to die and another to be seriously injured? Others, don't even have much reaction time? Seeing this scene, the remaining 5 people already wanted to quit. But if a ninja turns its back to the enemy, it will only die faster. Therefore, before the second wave of attacks from the 3 shadows came, the pufferfish ghost saw that the situation was not good and found an opportunity to kick Black Hole Leia. Hey, I'm sorry, Leia. Pufferfish ghost, you bastard. Seeing this dramatic scene, Kushina was stunned. It seems that you didn't expect this kind of thing to happen in front of you? Orochimaru couldn't help but curl up his lips. On the battlefield, you can really see all kinds of life. In order to survive on the battlefield, you betray your companions? This is not the first time Orochimaru has seen this kind of thing, but it is still a bit surprising when it appears to the 7 ninja swordsmen. Explosive sword ninja technique, fatal reincarnation. Long death. Sword ninja technique, earth spider seam. At the same time as the watermelon puffer demon kicked out the Black Ho Thunder Fang, Muri Jinpachi and Kurisha Kushimaru also used their own ninjutsu. At this moment, they already knew that the 3 spirits channeled by Orochimaru people are truly cage level in strength. It is impossible to deal with them, so the purpose of using their ninjutsu is not to kill the enemy, but to protect themselves. However, among the remaining 5 people, except for the pufferfish ghost, if they can barely block one person, how can they resist the others one-on-one? Their ninjutsu can't even break through the defense of the third Raikage. Not to mention that the pufferfish is ready to run away now. Puff! The third Raikage stabbed Black Hole Leia's heart with 3 fingers, almost at the same time. Boom boom boom! Countless explosions instantly flooded the entire open space. The second-generation Tsuchikage flew in the air, relying on his own perception ability to aim the dust release in his hand at the ground. The third Kazekage also condensed the sand iron into the sky and used the sand iron boundary method. For a moment, the sky was dark and the ground was filled with flying sand and rocks. Thump thump thump! A large number of birds suddenly flew out of the jungle. 3 figures moving forward quickly stopped immediately. Kai, wait! What's wrong, Xianjian? Look at the sky. Hearing this, Metkai raised his head and said, "It looks like there's someone fighting in the front. Go and have a look." Be careful everyone. The 3 of them looked at each other and quickly ran towards the fighting site. However, the current fighting situation was unknown. When approaching the fighting site, they carefully slowed down. There was nothing abnormal about the surrounding environment for the time being, but with the ninjas' alertness, they were sure that the front was extremely dangerous. Soon, a large open space appeared in the sight of the 3 of them. This is good, amazing. What is going on here? Seeing the scene in front of them, the 3 of them were stunned. A large open space appeared in the woods, which was very abnormal in the first place, plus the cracked ground and the smell of gunpowder in the air. It is difficult to imagine the scale of what happened here. Battle? Hey, Kai, look at these bodies. What happened? Aren't these people the 7 people of Kirigakure village? Mate Kai couldn't help but swallowed. Okay, so strong. A battle of this level is what they need to look up to now. Suddenly, Metkai's eyes lit up. Hey, look at these weapons on the ground. Metkai, Shiranui Genma, Ebisu? What a strange fate. On the top of the mountain, Orochimaru looked at the previous battlefield with a monocular and said calmly. The battle ended before the 3 arrived, and was forcibly ended by Orochimaru. Unfortunately, 2 runs were lost. However, seeing these 3 people appearing in the open space, Orochimaru finally got a rough idea based on his memories. They were supposed to be the ones who came to this position and met the 7 ninja swordsmen, but they didn't expect that they came before them. Orochimaru smiled, turned, and left. Let's go, Kushina. Where to go? Go back and create humans. Ah? Kushina was stunned for a moment, then her face turned red. But me. Kushina didn't finish her words, but Orochimaru seemed to know what she was going to say. It doesn't matter, my skills are not good, I can teach you. This kind of thing is not born to anyone. Yes, yes. Kushina was coaxed and taken to a nearby town by Orochimaru. At the same time, in Tien's Higuo, 2 figures in black robes walked slowly forward. One of the 2 has a black and white yin and yang face, and a pitcher plant growing on his head. The other person was wearing a vortex mask. Their pace was slow, but the path they walked was able to cleverly avoid the clone guards of Tien country. The 2 of them were walking and chatting. Zetsu, are you sure this village belongs to Orochimaru? The voice of the man in the vortex mask was hoarse and deep. It's absolutely true, Obito. Baiju said confidently. Unbelievable. There was surprise in Obito's eyes behind the mask. I really didn't expect that he actually established his own village outside so early in the morning. What's wrong? Obito? From your tone, it sounds like you are very afraid of this Orochimaru. You've never been in Konoha village, so you don't know. Obito explained. In Konoha, Orochimaru is a legend. Yet? Baiju was surprised. You actually said that. Can you tell me more about the situation? This is a long story. Obito narrowed his eyes. But you should know the name of one of the 3 ninjas, Orochimaru, right? Know a thing or 2. In fact, his most powerful thing is not his combat ability, but his scientific research ability. Uchiha Obito said cautiously. His scientific research ability is simply outrageous. Not only can he create a resilience similar to the cells of the first Hokage, he can also help the Uchiha clan awaken the Sharingan without sacrificing their loved ones. No way. There's nothing I can't do. These are my personal experiences, and I even doubt it. Uchiha Obito paused here. I even doubt that he can help people awaken the kaleidoscope. Varied, what? Awakening kaleidoscope. Hearing Obito's words, Zetsu was really surprised this time. Awakening the Mangekyo without sacrificing his loved ones? How is it possible? At this moment, whether it is White Zetsu or Black Zetsu, it is very incredible. Because in the ninja world, no one knows better than Black Zetsu what kind of existence the kaleidoscope is. The power of the divine fruit left in the blood is not enough, so how can he awaken the kaleidoscope? Are you kidding? But there is no need for Obito to say such things to deceive him. Obito frowned. Frowning, he recalled everything in his mind when he was in Konoha village. He often saw Uchiha Mikoto of the Uchiha clan coming in and out of Orochimaru's house. He didn't pay attention at the time, thinking it was a normal phenomenon, until he came here during the war. He saw Uchiha Mikoto's kaleidoscope. Uchiha Mikoto is the only pair of kaleidoscopes I have seen with my own eyes so far. Obito said solemnly. As for the specific situation, we only need to investigate in detail and we will understand. But now, let's recruit Nagato first. Uchiha Obito was successfully tricked by Uchiha Madara and began to recruit Nagato. It's just that recruiting Nagato is not an easy task. Because now Nagato is living happily in Orochimaru's Sound Ninja Village, and he has already controlled most of the Rinnegan's power. Regardless of strength or character, it is very difficult for Obito. However, Obito has his own way. The other side. The Land of Fire, Konoha Village. Tsunade became Hokage, and her assistant became Uchiha Mikoto. Well, Senju and Uchiha, a very strange combination. However, other Konoha executives were somewhat dissatisfied with Tsunade's decision to make Mikoto her assistant. Because they didn't believe in Uchiha from the beginning to the end, let alone let Uchiha enter the core of Konoha. But with Orochimaru's reminder, Danzo would not stop him, and Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't say much because Tsunade was promoted by him. The two giants didn't say a word, and Koharu and Mito Kadenyan, who had gone to bed, naturally had no choice but to keep silent. They felt that if they could even do this kind of thing if everyone interferes, it would be too broad. Besides, Tsunade had promised them that this was all for the sake of the village. So they naturally had no reason to intervene. Hokage's office. Even after becoming Hokage, Tsunade still likes to wear her casual clothes. At this time, she was putting her hands on her desk, thinking about the issues she wanted to change. In Konoha Village, civilian ninjas don't have to worry about it, because they only need to be given a stable life and enough commissions for completing tasks. But these families still have to find ways to protect their interests. Mikoto, do you have any special reaction from your tribe when I ask you to be my assistant? Not yet, Tsunade-sama. That's good. Tsunade nodded. You should pay attention at ordinary times and report to me any situation at any time. Okay, all right. Tsunade paused after saying this, then smiled. By the way, Mikoto, do you know why I asked you to be my assistant? Why let her be an assistant? Hearing this, Uchiha Mikoto was stunned. After thinking for a moment, he tentatively said that, is it because of Lord Orochimaru? Tsunade smiled. Yes, but you are only half right. That's half of it. Boom, boom, boom. A knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Come in. An ANBU gently pushed the door open and entered. Tsunade-sama, Kai's three-person team is back. Kai. Tsunade was stunned, and then she smiled bitterly. The sons of Mat Dai, who was at the same time as her, were already Chunin and could go to the battlefield, but she and Orochimaru were not. Didn't they go to escort the supplies? Why are you back so early? This, not sure. Forget it, let them in. Yes. As Tsunade's order was issued, Metkai and the other three quickly entered the Hokage's office. This is what you are. Looking at the three people who came in, Tsunade couldn't help but be surprised. Bang! The three of Metkai threw several special weapons on the office floor. Lord Hokage! We picked this up on the way. Metkai reported the situation they encountered truthfully. An exaggerated battle venue, and corpses everywhere? After listening to these stories, Uchiha Mikoto was surprised. 7 ninja swordsmen? 5 died? Did you bring back their weapons? That's pretty much it. Tsunade-sama, this. Looking at the 5 special weapons on the ground, Uchiha Mikoto was so surprised that she was speechless. The 2-knife flat place, the long knife and needle, the exploding knife, the dull knife and the thunder knife. Fang, are all now owned by Konoha? What's the situation? What? Have you met Orochimaru? Not only were 5 people sacrificed, but the weapons were not recovered in time. Hearing the situation reported by the escaped puffer fish, the 3rd generation of Mizukage was almost angry to death. Kirigakure village follows the route of elite soldiers. The 7 ninja swordsmen in Kirigakure village can be said to be the most cutting edge except for Mizukage. Combat strength. Now, 5 of them were killed by the opponent alone? And the weapons that Kirigakure village is proud of have not had time to recover? Yes, Mizuki-sama, that guy's technique is really too great, Zigwashan Pufferfish Ghost truthfully reported the situation at that time. Although the enemies were all cage level, his strength was not bad either. Coupled with timely evacuation and the presence of Samehada, he was basically uninjured. But what surprised him was that Zhang Loquat, who was the first to be injured, actually ran back. This seems very powerful. It is said that after he was struck by the Rakige's blow, he was knocked flying into the woods. Taking advantage of the cover of the woods, he fled the scene directly. I have to say that this is a wise and decisive choice. After hearing the detailed process, the third Mizukage was stunned. Could this be the technique and the intelligence that defeated the Kumo ninja? Not only can it channel the shadows of the other three villages, but can it also allow them to retain their previous strength? What the hell kind of ninjutsu is this? Although due to Orochimaru's reputation in the ninja world, normal people would think that the seven should not provoke Orochimaru, but the third Mizukage knew the character of the seven very well. If we meet on the battlefield and don't fight, it will still be 7 people? Just this time. Damn it, did you fail? The third Mizukage was a little unwilling. Originally, the 4 major ninja villages besieged Konoha, which was a perfect opportunity, but now in the entire Fire Country, only the ninjas from their Kirigakure village are still active. And now the top combat power is still controlled by Orochimaru. Killed 5? What a heavy loss! Hey? Wait! Was this technique used by Orochimaru? Thinking of this, the third Mizukage was stunned. Didn't Orochimaru defect? Why would he help Konoha fight? This war? Is the defection just a cover? Thinking of this, the third generation Mizukage seemed to understand something. Someone come! Exist! Send the order, the whole army retreats. Complete, the entire army retreats. The ninja who was responsible for delivering the order was a little confused. But after being stunned for a moment, he still passed the order obediently. He was just a ninja who was delivering the order, how could he dare to figure out Mizukage's thoughts? With the third Mizukage's order, the Third Ninja World War basically came to an end. Although there are still frictions at the borders of various countries, large-scale wars no longer exist. The Kumo ninja was repulsed by Orochimaru, the Sand ninja was persuaded to retreat by the 2 Hokages, and the Iwa ninja was forcibly repelled by Konoha. As for Kirigakure, there are various reasons. But one thing that is certain is that Orochimaru played a decisive role in this war. Lord Orochimaru, these people are the famous name of a small country. Small, the famous name of a small country? Why did the third Mizukage of Kirigakure village retreat so decisively? Because after the defeat of other villages, they could not defeat Konoha head-on, and the base camp was far away at sea, making their supplies slower than other villages. Therefore, Orochimaru killed 5 of the 7 people, which was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, leaving them somewhat powerless and had no choice but to retreat. As a result, the 3 great ninja wars ended in an anticlimactic manner. Orochimaru himself did not expect that solving the 7 people would have such a big impact on the battle situation. Because the life and death of the 7 people was not important to him at all. He just did it casually at that time. If you can kill, kill, if you can't kill, forget it. Otherwise, with his strength and the cooperation of the 3 shadows, not to mention the 7 people, even the 18 people would not be able to escape. As for the weapons dropped by the 7, Orochimaru was even less interested. Because his strength no longer needs weapons to help improve, so, consider it a gift to Tsunade. After getting rid of the 7 people, Orochimaru took Kushina back to the Sound Ninja village. Just looking at these people in the experimental cabin in front of her, Kushina couldn't believe her eyes. Are they really famous in a small country? These people are not as well proportioned as other clones created by Orochimaru, nor do they look similar like other clones. Instead, they are all different in height, short, fat, and thin. Some have unshaven beards and thin bodies, and some have plump bodies. But they look a little old. Judging from their body shape, they don't look like ninjas at all, more like ordinary people. After hearing Kushina's words, Orochimaru shrugged. Of course, do I still need to lie to you? How come? Kushina was stunned. She had been with Orochimaru for a long time, and of course she knew a lot of Orochimaru's research projects, such as human cloning. But why did he copy the name? Not to mention that Kushina was a ninja, even if an ordinary person knew this information, he would probably guess some of Orochimaru's intentions. Lord Orochimaru, are you preparing to rule those small countries? Orochimaru seemed to have no intention of hiding it. First, use the people I created to replace the big names of those small countries. Varied, what? Hearing this, Kushina could no longer speak. Because Orochimaru's current behavior was already in conflict with her ideals. Uzumaki Kushina had witnessed the destruction of her village, so she desperately longed for peace in her heart. In Konoha, she felt peace and tranquility, and did not want her peaceful life to be broken. At the same time, like Tsunade, she hoped that other countries could be like Konoha without war. But what Orochimaru is doing now? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Seeing Kushina not speaking, Orochimaru asked casually. No. Kushina didn't dare to say yes, because she knew that only Tsunade had the qualifications to ask and stop what Orochimaru wanted to do. After the war, all countries entered the stage of self-cultivation and recuperation. Those who should get married, those who have just given birth to children have children. Konoha also began to undergo comprehensive reorganization under Tsunade's rule. While various countries were recuperating, Orochimaru was also beginning his own plan to rule small countries. His plan is also very simple, which is to set an instruction in the clone's mind to be loyal to himself, and then implant the memory of the original daimyo into the clone's mind. In this way, a clone with the same appearance and the same memory as the daimyo was born. Unlike the original daimyo, this person will completely obey Orochimaru's orders. This feeling is similar to the Crimson Sand Scorpion's puppetry technique of controlling people with spells. The controlled person behaves as usual, and will only reveal his identity when he meets his master. However, Orochimaru's method is more advanced than the Red Sand Scorpion's puppet technique. Because not only will the puppet technique be discovered, but after it is used once, it will be difficult to use it a second time. As for Orochimaru, he is more concealed and can have unlimited contact with these daimyo. Think about it, a person with the same memory and appearance as the daimyo, and even the same living habits, replaced the daimyo in everything, but became someone else's puppet. Then is it far away that this country will be completely controlled by others? It is enough to formulate some plans for governance based on the country's national conditions. Of course, Orochimaru didn't just change his name and that's it. He also passed on some of the planting techniques and breeding techniques he knew to these famous names, so that the people in their countries would not have to worry about food and clothing. In this way, if the daimyo gains popular support, it will be more beneficial to his rule. As for why Orochimaru didn't directly put obedience orders into the minds of the original daimyo to control them? This seems to require no explanation. Because humans are creatures with emotions, setting up this kind of obedience command requires 100% cooperation from the original owner. Otherwise, problems may easily occur during the implantation process. Even if using illusions can increase the success rate, it will not exceed 50% and is a waste of time. Therefore, replacing the original name with a cloned name is the fastest and safest way. Konoha, January 48. Orochimaru has taken Kushina, 20 clone guards and these famous names to 2 countries. Changing a name is difficult for others. Just how to read the memory and transfer these memories to the clone's brain in a short time is something that ordinary people will never be able to do. But for Orochimaru, it was not as difficult as imagined. A person who can play with people's souls and master many high technologies at the same time wants to convert people's memories? Is it difficult? No. He could sneak into the daimyo's room quietly and completely replace the daimyo before other ninjas could react. Guest room in Damingfu, the country of grass. Orochimaru is sitting on the sofa. Kushina, who has long red hair, has her back facing Orochimaru. She just lifted up her miniskirt and sat directly on Orochimaru. One of the black knee-high socks fell to the ground, and the other fell halfway. But Orochimaru didn't care about these details at all, because Kushina kept twisting her waist, which made him feel extremely happy. Kushina, are you becoming more and more skilled? Big, Lord Orochimaru, ah. As Kushina's cheers of joy rang out, Orochimaru's battle also ended. Hey, HOH, sir, I may not be able to follow you in the future. Why? I seem to have it. Pregnant. Then you are still coming? Orochimaru was a little annoyed. Don't you know the first 3 months are the most important? Kushina has a special relationship with Orochimaru, so Orochimaru takes her with him wherever he goes. At the same time, because the two of them had a plan to be together, it was natural for Kushina to fall into the trap. Anyone with just a little bit of common sense knows that the first 3 months of pregnancy are very important. If you are not careful, the fetus will be affected. But Kushina didn't know if it was because she was very confident in her own physique, so she didn't pay special attention to this. After hearing Orochimaru's words, Kushina turned around and hooked Orochimaru's neck. Of course I know, just to satisfy you, sir, I don't have to be like this. Orochimaru smiled evilly and picked her chin. You can do whatever you want with other things, but not this kind of thing. Don't come before the baby is born. Well, I get it. Okay, you go take a shower, we'll leave here tomorrow morning. Good, all right. Kushina hesitated, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't say it. She had to get down from Orochimaru, tidied up and walked towards the bathroom. Seeing Kushina's hesitant expression, Orochimaru was a little worried. I was puzzled, but I didn't think too much about it. Anyway, this girl has been successfully trained by me, and she is also pregnant with my own child. She will not do anything detrimental to her own interests, whether it is physical or psychological. Therefore, Orochimaru stopped caring about anything else and began to think about what happened during this period. As long as he changed the name of a country, he could come to the Daiming mansion openly. He had already arrived in the country of grass. The third country. After reading the memories of so many daimyo, Orochimaru had to lament the difference in fate. Even if they are the same daimyo, not everyone has real power. For daimyo without real power, Orochimaru needs stay a little longer, help quell the rebellious party, eradicate dissidents, etc. Although it is a bit troublesome, with Orochimaru's current strength, he can complete all of this without disturbing other people's attention. While Orochimaru traveled around the world, Jiraiya also embarked on his own journey to find the son of prophecy. But can the child of prophecy still be found? Jiraiya didn't know either. But no matter what, he feels this is his mission. But at this time, Tsunade, as the Hokage, received a special letter. She was completely surprised when she saw the words in the letter. Mikoto, Mikoto! Tsunade shouted. Click! Not long after, Uchiha Mikoto pushed the door open and entered. What's wrong? Tsunade-sama. I can't leave now. You go to Kawakuni to intercept Orochimaru on my behalf. Remember, you must intercept him. After intercepting him, tell him. Tsunade said her order again. Uchiha Mikoto was surprised after hearing this. Shall I go by myself? Ah, this is a confidential mission. With your current strength, there should be no problem, right? This, Tsunade-sama, this is not a matter of strength. Uchiha Mikoto was a little embarrassed in front of Lord Orochimaru. I can't speak at all. There is no other way, just treat it as a task and complete it. Yes. On the other side, the Sound Ninja Village, the secret laboratory. This place is heavily guarded by clones. Countless clones were busy, patrolling. In a dark corner of the laboratory, the space suddenly fluctuated. Buzz! A black figure wearing a vortex mask appeared at the location of the fluctuations in space. Looking at the rows of experimental cabins in front of him, Uchiha Obito was completely surprised. What is it? Experimental cabin, human clones, semi-finished human clones, high-tech instruments? This is incredible. If you find an intruder, kill him. A cold voice suddenly sounded. As soon as he finished speaking. Whoosh! Countless hostile eyes looked at the location where Obito appeared. Whoosh! The nearest clone took the lead in attacking Obito. However, Obito's pupil power is insubstantial. It can still last for 5 minutes. The moment the clone came into contact with Obito, the whole person penetrated from his body. You are so alert, can you detect my presence like this? Obito was a little surprised, but before he had time to think about it, 3 more figures flashed behind him. Without saying a word, he picked up the kunai and stabbed it. With the ability to become hollow, he once again easily avoided the clone's attack. It's really difficult, forget it, come back next time. Obito didn't want to fight such a meaningless battle, so he quickly used his ability to sink into the ground. The clones lost their target and began to search everywhere, but Obito was already several miles away. Nepenthes was already there, waiting for him here. What's up, Obito? Plans have changed. Obito said in a low voice. What happened? There is a laboratory inside, it should be Orochimaru's. Obito told what he saw. They have been coming to the Sound Ninja Village for a long time, even before Orochimaru came back earlier. Their original plan was to contact Nagato first, and then find an opportunity to secretly create some conflicts. As long as Yahiko is killed in the process of creating conflicts, Nagato can naturally be used by them. However, they still underestimated the power of Orochimaru's Sound Ninja Village. Even though Obito and Zetsu could use their special abilities to contact Nagato without being discovered by others, they were unable to create conditions that were enough to kill Yahiko and darken Nagato. The daimyo of Ta no Kuni? He doesn't have the strength and courage of Sanshou Hanzo, and he doesn't even dare to speak loudly in front of Konoha, let alone deal with the Oto Ninja Village secretly. Frost Country? Without a ninja village, we can't beat him. The country of Taki? Orochimaru snatched the tailed beast, and he couldn't even protect himself. The kingdom of Lin? They were also frightened by Orochimaru, and it was simply impossible for them to use troops against Tien's Higuo. The land of thunder? It's possible. It's just that the 3rd generation of Raikage died in battle, which greatly damaged the country of thunder. It is difficult to provoke conflict between the two parties. And even if the conflict between the two parties is barely provoked, it will take a long time to complete this plan. As for Obito himself, he does have the ability to kill Yahiko secretly. However, if they want Nagato to be used by them, they must first contact Nagato. In this case, if Yahiko died in the heavily defended Oto Ninja Village, Nagato would definitely doubt him, and it would be a total loss outweighing the gain. Therefore, they discussed it and decided to start from another aspect. So they found Orochimaru's experimental base. Huh? You said there are people similar to me inside. Yes, not only is it mass-produced, but its combat effectiveness seems to be stronger than yours. Why did Obito check the source of the troops of Orochimaru Otonin village? In fact, the reason is very simple. Because these ninjas not only had unknown origins, but also caused a lot of trouble for his plan. In order to solve the problem fundamentally, they started investigating directly. With the power of him and Baiju, whether it is through perception, surveillance, or controlling ordinary villagers around them to understand intelligence. As long as you know the location of the Sound Ninja village, it is not easy to find this laboratory. Originally, both the original Orochimaru and the current Orochimaru were very cautious in doing things. Even if he has the ability to gather information, it is extremely difficult to find his laboratory. But now, Orochimaru doesn't care about the laboratory in Sound Ninja village. Because the output of the laboratory there is very small, but the military strength has already formed a large scale, even if it is destroyed, Orochimaru will not feel sad. What's more, from the moment he brought Nagato back more than 10 years ago, he had expected that his Oto Ninja village would be exposed to Baizetsu's eyes. Is he panicking? No panic at all. He knows what's going to happen in the future and has developed so many scientific research results. If so, is he still afraid of Zetsu and the dead Uchiha Madara? It would be better to just die. A few miles away from the laboratory, both Black and White were stunned after listening to Uchiha Obito's story. Orochimaru is building private soldiers? And it's mass production? Stronger than yourself? What are you doing? It's incredible, Orochimaru's ability. Ju came back to his senses. It's even more exaggerated than what you described. It's indeed a bit unexpected. Uchiha Obito also calmed down. I didn't expect that the power he showed in Konoha turned out to be just the tip of the glacier. Where is Orochimaru now? Bye. Ju said gently. My clone is following him, but Orochimaru's ability is a bit strange. I don't dare to get too close. I only know the approximate location. That's enough, let's go and meet this legendary Sunin. I see. Zetsu slowly sank into the ground, and Obito also released a vortex energy from the pupils of the whirlpool mask. Soon the two of them disappeared. In the early morning, the sunshine shines gently on everything through the faint shock, which is very pleasing to the eye. In the kingdom of Sichuan, in the jungle less than 10 kilometers away from Daming Mansion, 3 figures stood face to face. Orochimaru, who was dressed in casual clothes, looked calm, while the other two had their heads lowered. Especially the girl with red hair, who buried her head lower. Did Tsunade send you here? Looking at the well-dressed black-haired girl opposite, Orochimaru said calmly. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Mikoto Shiha didn't deny it. After hearing this, Orochimaru's lips curved up. According to common sense, she shouldn't know that I'm here. Do you agree? Kushina. Hug, sorry, Orochimaru-sama. Kushina said with some panic. I'm because. Why are you saying sorry? Orochimaru playfully stretched out his hand, gently placed it on Kushina's face, then slowly raised her chin and whispered, if there is anything in the future, just say no. Why go to all this trouble? Kushina didn't come back to her senses. Don't Orochimaru blame himself for informing? Seeing Kushina's expression, Orochimaru put down his hand and waved it casually. Forget it, I'm too lazy to hold you responsible. Just say it directly, is it inconvenient for you to tell me? Really, you are so shy when you applaud me. Orochimaru's muttering made Kushina blush. She had been with Orochimaru for so long, and she knew the meaning of the word applause. So shyness was inevitable. But when Uchiha Mikoto heard this, she felt a little bit jealous. Taste. Although she had already guessed their relationship when she saw them before, this feeling was a little unpleasant. But she didn't have time to think too much. Okay, my lord, I'll keep it short. Mikoto told Orochimaru exactly what Tsunade said. That's the thing. Tsunade-sama asked me to stop your current behavior, because your current behavior has gone against our wishes. We all don't want adults to become people who will do whatever it takes to pursue power. Do you do anything to pursue power? Listening to Mikoto's story and seeing Kushina's embarrassed look, Orochimaru smiled playfully. Haha, let's not talk about the real purpose of what I did, but just to stop it. What are you going to do to stop it? this. Uchiha Mikoto was suddenly speechless. She had thought about this problem before she came. But I never thought of a suitable solution. Take your body. Orochimaru appeared beside her at some point, and whispered into her ear. After hearing this, Mikoto was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized, if you need me, sir, I can. Okay Mikoto. Orochimaru interrupted her with a smile. I'm just kidding you. But since you all care about this issue, I will tell you about it. As he said that, Orochimaru walked towards a huge stone on the roadside. The two followed closely. After the three of them sat down, Orochimaru continued. First of all, my purpose in doing this is not for power, but to quell the war. To quell the war. Good. Orochimaru nodded, and then explained his idea. The general meaning is to replace the names of these countries with his own people, thereby reducing the war between countries. As time goes by, there are more of his own people, you can directly merge and eliminate war. After the merger, there will be no so-called border friction and no so-called war. Just establish law enforcement agencies to maintain public order. This is the benefit of unification. It is also Orochimaru. It was planned early on. To disintegrate the enemy from within, not only can he rule them, but also be able to kill them without any bloodshed. Although this method is useless for big countries, it is very useful for dealing with small countries that do not have ninja villages or have small ninja villages. Effective. Can, but the famous names of those small countries. This is a necessary sacrifice. Orochimaru interrupted Mikoto and continued to explain. Sacrificing a daimyo in exchange for the peace of the entire country is a very good deal. Sorry for interrupting the chat. A low voice suddenly sounded. Then the space fluctuated, and a figure wearing a vortex mask appeared in front of the three of them. Let me introduce myself, my name is Madara Uchiha. Although Obito's space ninjutsu is not as fast as Flying Thunder God in battle, the speed on the road is worse than Flying Thunder God because it does not require marking. So, he came quickly. Seeing the sudden appearance, Uchiha Mikoto was startled. She reacted quickly and quickly drew her sword and dodged to Orochimaru's side. Kushina also looked wary. When they heard each other say that she was Uchiha Madara, Kushina was a little confused, but Mikoto frowned. Uchiha, Spot. Dare you call yourself Madara Uchiha? Is he a criminal or an idiot? Uchiha Obito ignored the two women, but looked directly at Orochimaru and said, Orochimaru. During World War II, he became one of the three ninjas after defeating Sanshou Hanzo of Omegakure village. Later, because the technology he mastered was too threatening, he was betrayed by Konoha senior officials to other villages on the pretext of protecting the village. Finally, he was forced to betray Konoha village. Don't you think it's a pity that you, who have made so many contributions to Konoha, chose to rebel against the village because of something like this? Hearing Obito's words, Orochimaru had not yet reacted, but Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina were already dumbfounded. Because this matter is highly confidential in Konoha, except for a few specific people, how could anyone else know? This is the first time they have heard the real reason why Orochimaru betrayed the village. It turns out that it was not Orochimaru who betrayed the village, but the village betrayed Orochimaru? Is the investigation very clear? Compared with the tension of the two women, Orochimaru was extremely relaxed. Ha ha ha, this kind of thing is really a pity. However, what I am more concerned about is that you, who calls himself Uchiha Madara, have investigated me so clearly. What is your purpose? Or do you just want to show your strength? Samsara I. Uchiha. Obito said directly. Providing correct guidance to those with the Samsara I has been the mission of our organization since ancient times. And you, I don't know if it's unintentional or intentional. More than 10 years ago, Nagato, the owner of the Samsara I, was brought to your own village. The big countries are bathing in the sunshine, but the small countries can only live in the shadow of the big countries and are dying. Nagato is responsible for changing the destiny of the ninja world, and he should not become Orochimaru's own experiment. So, you want me to hand over Nagato? Good. Orochimaru raised his lips. Isn't this too naive? It's you who are innocent. Uchiha Obito said in a deep voice. Orochimaru, war is everywhere, where there is light there is darkness, and where there are winners there are losers. As long as there is a concept of winner, there will be the same loser, and war will only breed hatred. Only we can create a world where there are only winners, only peace, and only love, and with Nagato's help, we can find a way to create it. So, to reduce suffering in the world, our organization needs your cooperation. Yet? Orochimaru said playfully, what you said is really righteous. However, you shouldn't go to Nagato for this kind of thing, right? What's the use of looking for me? The eye of reincarnation is not on me. And, why should I believe you? Are you thinking too much? Is that so? It seems that you have forgotten the pain caused by the war? Orochimaru. Obito's voice was low. If you are unwilling to cooperate, then I wonder if the location of your Sound Ninja village will be known to other major ninja villages. Let them come. Orochimaru waved his hand casually and interrupted Obito. I really want to see if my small village can withstand the siege of the 4 major ninja villages, just like Konoha in this war. Same. Full of confidence. Of course, strong power always gives people confidence. Orochimaru still maintained a playful smile. Just like you were just the tail end of the Uchiha clan back then, but now you dare to stand in front of me and talk to me like this. Isn't it also the confidence brought by strong power? Varied, what? The pupil exposed by Uchiha Obito couldn't help but shrink. Do you need me to be more clear? Orochimaru waved his hand nonchalantly. Okay, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense to you, Mikoto, Kushina, let's go. After saying this, Orochimaru didn't wait for the 3 people to react, and took the lead in the direction of the Daiming mansion in the kingdom of Kawa. The masked man was Uchiha Obito, and Orochimaru knew it very well. What was Uchiha Obito's plan? Orochimaru was more clear. Bring peace to the world? What nonsense! Thank God for not destroying the world. Seeing Orochimaru leave, Mikoto and Kushina reacted, put away their weapons and followed them quickly. Only Obito, who stayed in place, was filled with joy. It was a shock. He didn't care about being rejected, nor did he care about Orochimaru's arrogant words. What he cared about was Uchiha's crane back then. Does he know that he is? How can it be? Uchiha Obito couldn't believe his own judgment. He originally thought that he was the person behind the scenes and no one would know his identity. So he came to Orochimaru and acted unscrupulously. He believed that even if he could not achieve his goal during this trip, he could still get some useful information from Orochimaru. But he didn't expect that he didn't get much information this time, but Orochimaru was surprised. How could Orochimaru know that he was Obito? Isn't this unscientific? By the time Uchiha Obito came to his senses, Orochimaru and the 2 girls had already walked away. At this time, Ju's head slowly popped up from the ground. What a troublesome guy! Looking at Orochimaru's leaving figure, Zetsu murmured to himself. Not only does he have strong scientific research capabilities, but he also has special sensory abilities. Orochimaru's words clearly indicate that he knows something, but even Zetsu doesn't. I know what method Orochimaru used to know Obito's identity. Is there such a person in this world? The scarlet pupils behind Uchiha Obito's mask also narrowed. Perhaps, getting the support of Orochimaru is better than simply go recruit Nagato, the effect will be better. That being said, Orochimaru's vigilance is not comparable to that of ordinary ninjas. He will join us. Obito was surprised when Orochimaru discovered his identity. Because he couldn't figure out how Orochimaru could figure out his identity? But he won't give up like this. Because Nagato is a key link in the entire Eye of the Moon plan. If you don't get Orochimaru, if you want to implement this plan, you have to extend the time infinitely. Therefore, without affecting other plans, he could only put wooing Orochimaru first. Orochimaru can't control that much about this. Because for him now, completing his plan is the most important thing. Lord Orochimaru, do you think that person just now is from our Uchiha clan? Uchiha Mikoto and Kushina have not come back to their senses yet. They don't know why that person suddenly appeared in front of them, but they were surprised by the conversation between the two just now. The reason why Orochimaru rebelled against the village, and the identity of the masked man. Of course, didn't you see his Sharingan? I did see it, but he said he was Uchiha Madara, and sir, you, Uchiha Mikoto was a little confused. A man calls himself Madara Uchiha, but Orochimaru says he is the last person in the world? So who is this person? Orochimaru smiled. I will tell you this slowly later. You should first report the situation on my side to Tsunade. Ah, this, how do I say this? Just tell the truth. Orochimaru didn't care. After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something. By the way, you don't have to go back. Kushina is pregnant, and you are here just in time, please help take care of her. Ha, pregnant, pregnant? Uchiha Mikoto was stunned. This, what's the situation? A few days later, the Hokage's office in Konoha village. After receiving the news from Uchiha Mikoto using Ninja Eagle, Tsunade was completely surprised. Rule a small country? Is it to quell the war? The message made Orochimaru's ideas and methods very clear. Change the name, reduce the war, and complete the unification. What a bold plan! For this, Tsunade can't say anything. Because this matter is morally, it is wrong to say that the daimyo is a life after all, and he is innocent. According to Orochimaru's method, use a cloned daimyo to replace the original daimyo? Then the original daimyo can only be killed. But in terms of long-term interests, this approach it is indeed very helpful for world peace. Because after all the small countries have been ruled, only the conflicts between the big countries need to be resolved, which is enough to bring peace to the entire ninja world. Damn it, this guy! Tsunade gritted her silver teeth. Faced with Orochimaru's decision, can she stop it? No. So I can only express my dissatisfaction with Orochimaru verbally. At the same time, Kirigakure village in the country of water. The middle-aged third Mizukage, like the third Hokage, was forced to abdicate due to poor decision-making. The fourth Mizukage was succeeded by Gojo Yagura, an elite jounin from Kirigakure village. The Kage of the Water country's succession method is different from that of other villages. Ordinary ninja villages either vote in elections or are designated by acting in advance. But for the position of Mizukage in Kirigakure village, who has the strongest fighting ability and who is qualified for the position of Kage? Originally, in Kirigakure village, apart from the third Mizukage, the most powerful combatant was not Yagura, but the Watermelon Mountain Fugu Oni. You know, how strong is the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost? Kito Suijutsu once said that he was the most terrifying Samehada user in Kirigakure village. The weirdo Inakazaki and Kisame are all his subordinates. But that's it. Once this position of shadow is vacant, it will cause competition among many forces. In terms of combat power, the pufferfish demon may be the strongest, but in terms of various conspiracies and tricks, I'm afraid he won't be anyone else's opponent. Therefore, in the end, the fourth Mizukage Yagura stood out in the competition between all parties. The ninja world is developing steadily according to the process of history, and time is passing day by day. Konoha 48 July, Orphanage. After 6 months of tossing and turning, Orochimaru changed the names of all the small countries to the west of Tien country except the country of Rain. He even built a secret small laboratory in each famous mansion. This laboratory does not conduct experiments or research. There are only 8 health cabins for clones to rest and replenish energy. Because it took him half a year to create the clone of the daimyo. If ninjas from other countries were killed for no apparent reason, it would be more than worth the gain. So he provided 8 clones as guards for each daimyo. A group of 4 took turns protecting the daimyo. Of course, these clones used as guards were all transferred from the orphanage. After all, when he traveled, he only brought 20 guards with him. If he didn't transfer them from here, it wouldn't be enough. And now, there are 2 reasons why he came to the orphanage of the country of fire. One is that the change of famous names here has ended. Another thing is that the child is about to be born. Well, yes, kid. Kushina's will be born within 2 months. The most important thing is that about 2 months after joining Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Mikoto's belly was also enlarged by him. This is a very embarrassing thing. She originally thought of letting Uchiha Mikoto take care of Kushina, but she didn't expect that an accident happened one long lonely night. In addition, these 2 women are not on good terms with him and cannot return to Konoha. Therefore, he could only find a place nearby for 2 women to raise their babies. Lord Orochimaru, they are. Looking at the 2 women with big bellies in front of him, Nanoya was completely confused. Same as you. Orochimaru said casually. Ha! What? Hearing this, the other 2 women were even more confused. Could it be that the director of the orphanage is also? Oh my god! Orochimaru didn't bother to explain this. At this time, the best way was to let them communicate on their own. Anyway, if there are 2, there will be 3, and if there are 3, there will be 4. Everyone is equal, so don't dislike anyone. What Orochimaru himself has to do is to take defensive measures to give birth to a child to avoid the tragedy of the Nine Tails Night in his memory. Orochimaru found a suitable location near the orphanage and built a wooden house for 3 people to live in temporarily. The usual defense work here involves clones. No, an excellent medical ninja, can complete childbirth and delivery, and with Orochimaru's own protection, there will definitely be no problem. However, for safety reasons, Orochimaru felt that he needed to resolve the safety hazard of Uchiha Obito before Kushina gave birth to a child. There are some bugs in this kid's ability. Even if a barrier is set up, he can still pass through unimpeded. Thinking of this, Orochimaru squatted directly on the ground. Buzz! Light green eyeshadow pops up. Huge natural energy poured into the earth crazily with his fingertips, and Orochimaru's unique perception ability spread in all directions instantly. 5 kilometers away. Orochimaru raised his lips. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru's figure disappeared from the place. Because Baiju's body can be integrated with the earth, his tracking ability and perception ability are extremely powerful. However, he never got close to Orochimaru, and he could only use clones to follow Orochimaru. Therefore, he cannot copy Orochimaru's chakra, nor can he use super long-range perception on Orochimaru. In order to ensure smooth tracking, he had no choice but to dispatch a few clones to follow Orochimaru 24 hours a day. At this time, the closest clone to Orochimaru was only 5 kilometers away. 5 kilometers is a quite safe distance, because the average ninja's perception ability is only a few hundred meters, and the perception ability of 1 kilometer is already outstanding. The distance of 5 kilometers can be imagined. But he didn't know that Orochimaru had immortal skills and had a unique ability to sense wood escape cells. Staying underground, he was concentrating on sensing Orochimaru's location, but suddenly found that Orochimaru's chakra disappeared. What happened? Baiju was stunned for a moment. Disappeared suddenly. Is he using the Flying Thunder God technique to hurry up? Baizetsu was a little doubtful. It was no secret that Orochimaru could fly the Thunder God, and he naturally knew it. But it was already nighttime, where would Orochimaru go with the Flying Thunder God at this time? Thinking of this, he hesitated for a moment and prepared to concentrate again. Power to determine Orochimaru's position. Suddenly. Earth release. Earth release. Boom. The earth was suddenly injected with a large amount of chakra and was forcibly divided. The clone of Baizetsu was immediately exposed to Orochimaru's sight. This guy. When he saw Orochimaru using earth release ninjutsu, he was completely confused. It's too late to react. Latent shadow snake hand. Hiss. Countless snakes crawled out of Orochimaru's sleeves and rushed toward him at extremely fast speeds. Baiju is only a perception type, not a speed type. Faced with Orochimaru's sudden attack, how could he escape? Bang bang! Countless flower pythons entangled him. Orochimaru exerted a strong force. Baizetsu couldn't control his body movements and was forcibly pulled in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru pinched his neck and said with an evil smile, "You have been following me for several months and it's been hard work. Is that guy the one who sent you here?" When Orochimaru pinched his neck, Baiju was still shocked and said, "It turns out that this guy sent you here. So you discovered me a long time ago? Your perception ability is really good. Stop talking nonsense about compliments and go ask Obito to see me," Orochimaru said casually. After saying that, he put down his own snake, picked up his snake, and released Baizetsu. After hearing Orochimaru's words and feeling Orochimaru's actions, Baizetsu's whole body moved again. Confused. Do you really know who he is? Of course, don't you want Nagato's help? Orochimaru's mouth curved up. "I'll give you a chance." Baiju's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. After a moment, he grinned. "Orochimaru, you are really an interesting guy." Yet, Orochimaru was too lazy to pay attention to him, and slowly turned and left. "Forget it, I won't talk nonsense to you. Let me know when you arrive, but remember, don't let others discover your presence." "Learn." Baiju agreed, smiled, and sank into the ground and disappeared. Unite? Every time he thought of this word, Orochimaru couldn't help but think of Sage of Six Paths and Kagaya Otsutsuki. Because during Kagaya's period, there were not so many countries in the ninja world, and the entire ninja world belonged to Kagaya Otsutsuki. Everyone respects and worships Kagaya Otsutsuki, the goddess of the moon. Although Kagaya uses 100 people to worship the sacred tree every year, there is no war in this world. In addition to normal birth, aging, illness and death, few people will die due to war. However, the Six Paths Immortal, who is mentally retarded, insists on criticizing his mother from the highest point of morality, thinking that it is immoral to do so. Not only did he seal his mother, but he also pulled out the 10 tails and distributed chakra to others. Euphemistically called the founding of the ninja sect. This move seemed to be for justice, but in fact it laid the absolute root of the dispute in the ninja world. Power makes people get lost. Ordinary people have acquired a power that does not belong to humans, such as chakra. It is natural to expand. So after the death of the Six Paths sage, Indra and Asura started a fateful battle. The ninja sect also fell apart due to different ideas, and wars began to break out in various countries. The result is that the number of people who die every year due to wars is not just the hundreds of people who worship the sacred tree. I'm afraid there are more than 1,000 people. Therefore, although Orochimaru uses the chakra transmitted by the Six Paths sage, he actually looks down on the two brothers, the Six Paths sage, and does not like the way the first Hokage handles things. Troubled times must be ended with absolute power. Kindness and morality? That's something you should have in peacetime. Lord Orochimaru, where have you been so late? As soon as he returned to the cabin, he was greeted by Uchiha Mikoto with a big belly. Seeing Uchiha Mikoto with a big belly, Orochimaru felt strange. Because he had never thought that he would have his own child in this world. "I didn't go anywhere, I just went out to get some fresh air," Orochimaru said casually. There were some things that he still didn't want them to know. After hearing Orochimaru's words, Uchiha Mikoto put her hands on his shoulders and gently kneaded them for him. "Sorry, sir, I was supposed to take care of Kushina during this period, but I didn't expect." Fine. Orochimaru smiled and took Uchiha Mikoto into his arms. You have worked hard during this period, so you should rest more if you have nothing to do. Well? Sir, do you want it tonight? Without Mikoto finishing her words, Orochimaru understood what she meant. You are pregnant, why are you still here? I can use this. Mikoto shyly pointed to her mouth. Well, this is the result of training. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru smiled. Forget it, just using your mouth can't solve my problem now. Only those who have countless wives know that using your mouth is only effective for new drivers. For experienced drivers, it can only have a certain seasoning effect. If you want to drive normally, you have to enter the cab. Rather than not doing it, no less, it is better to put an end to this behavior from the beginning. After sending Uchiha Mikoto away, Orochimaru calmed down. Lying in his room, thinking about some possible problems. Kaguya and Uchiha Madara, he can use his own advantages to control the time of his resurrection. But the Otsutsuki tribesmen who may appear on the earth in the future cannot use any conspiracy and can only use absolute power to fight against them. According to the things he has changed so far, it is impossible for Sasuke, the savior, to exist. Then he can only rely on himself? Well, at least he must master the power of 6 paths. Thinking of this, Orochimaru's golden pupils turned into scarlet. He turned his gaze to I found the bottle that sealed Nanao in another space. The power of 6 paths actually means having the same power as the immortals of 6 paths. For example, by concentrating each tailed beast into one's own body, one can possess the power of the 6 paths. Another point is that he has inherited the direct lineage of the 6 paths and has this potential in his body. As far as the current situation is concerned, these two are the main ways to obtain the power of 6 paths. When you have the power of the 6 paths, you can first control the Tao Jade and the Yin and Yang escape technique. The black rod like the one used by Nagato is created through this escape technique. In terms of shape and perfection, the Dao-seeking Jade is more perfect than the black stick made by Yin Yang escape technique. It can block the opponent's chakra, and can also transform into various forms to attack or defend. Naruto in the original book once used the Seeking Jade to directly take over Sasuke's Susan attack. Of course, people without the power of 6 paths cannot touch this black substance, otherwise they will be blocked and unable to move freely. How strong are the blocking abilities of Dayu and Black Stick? Anyway, the first Hokage cannot break free at this level. So having said all that, what exactly is the power of 6 paths? In fact, as I said just now, the power of 6 paths does not refer to the power of the 6-path immortals, but the same power as the 6-path immortals. According to Orochimaru's research, this is actually the power displayed after the yin-yang escape technique reaches a certain level. The two forces of yin and yang are divided into several levels. The first is the most common yin and yang chakra attribute. For example, the shadow of the Nara clan belongs to yin, and the doubling technique of the Akimichi clan belongs to yang. This level of yin and yang chakra can only release some special ninjutsu, and there is still a huge gap between it and the yin and yang escape technique that creates life. The second, more advanced one is the combination of the two forces of yin and yang. For example, Hashirama's cells and Uchiha's Sharingan. The combination of these two powers, although it is not yet upgraded to the yin-yang escape technique that creates life, the power of yin-yang escape technique has been greatly improved. Just like Uchiha Obito now. A boy of 14 or 15 years old, if it weren't for Orochimaru's intervention, he would have gone to duel with his teacher Namikaze Minato. The third type is more advanced, the combination of Indra and Ajura Chakra. The combination of these two powers not only greatly increases the power, but also awakens the unique Samsara Eye of the 6-path sage. Having the Samsara Eye is equivalent to gaining the power of the 6 paths and being able to use the real yin-yang escape technique. Such as summoning heretic golems, controlling tailed beasts, using black rods, etc. It's just that this level of 6-path power is still not perfect enough. The truly perfect power of the six paths is the combination of the power of Indra and Asura. After awakening the samsara I, the 10 tails is absorbed into the body and becomes the 10 tails Jinhyuriki. Only in this way can we obtain the true power of the six paths. Of course, the power of the six paths like that of Naruto and Sasuke in the original work was given by the six paths sage in a dream after directly separating yin and yang. This is not included in the calculation. The topic is a bit far-fetched. Anyway, after saying so much, I just wanted to say it. Orochimaru now has the body of a sage and is also fused with the samsara I. If he wants to have the true power of six paths, he can only absorb the tailed beast, but for him now, absorbing the tailed beast has disadvantages. Because once he becomes a Jinchuriki, his own life is closely linked to that of the tailed beasts. When something goes wrong with the tailed beast, Orochimaru's life will also be threatened. Although Orochimaru has now mastered the technology of immortality, he will still be severely damaged in the face of this situation. Therefore, after watching Nanao think for a moment, he gave up this plan for the time being. The power of six paths? It's really a bit troublesome. Orochimaru murmured to himself. What is the most obvious sign of possessing the power of six paths? The answer is, seek the path jade. A black sphere that combines attack, defense, assistance, and treatment. Seeking Deo Jade. Thinking of this, Orochimaru seemed to have realized something, and he quickly sat up and stretched out his right hand. The Kaihu Deo Jade does not belong to yin-yang escape technique, it is made by its own strength. I remember that it seems to have 7 perfect chakra attributes. The product of fusion? Fire, water, wind, earth, thunder, yin, and yang. The 7 attributes of chakra are slowly condensed in Orochimaru's right hand. A few days later, on the top of a mountain a few kilometers away from the orphanage, 3 figures stood facing each other. On one side were Obito and Zetsu wearing black robes. On one side was Orochimaru in casual clothes. Looking at Orochimaru who was calm across from him, Obito felt extremely strange in his heart. Once his identity is revealed by the other party, he loses his sense of mystery. Having lost his sense of mystery, how could he, at the age of 15, show off in front of Orochimaru, a long-famous Sunin? This feeling is very unpleasant for him. Orochimaru, how did you recognize me? Now that his identity has been revealed and there is no one else around, Obito's voice has returned to the childish tone it should have. When Orochimaru revealed his identity, he once thought of directly dealing with Orochimaru to avoid future troubles. But he knew, he didn't have much confidence in dealing with Orochimaru with his own strength, and Orochimaru had no intention of leaking the secret, so he decided to observe for a while before talking. But today... Obito. Orochimaru habitually raised the corners of his mouth. Actually, it's not difficult to recognize you, but before answering this question, can you answer my 2 questions? You say. First question, how did you become like this? Orochimaru smiled with amusement. In my memory, your Uchiha Obito's character should not be like this. I don't want to answer this question. Obito said without hesitation. This is a painful past, how could he tell Orochimaru? Seeing Obito's performance, Orochimaru already had the answer in his heart. Okay, second question, what is your real purpose? Don't tell me anything about world peace. You hide your identities and behave so weirdly. I don't believe your ideals are so lofty. Build an organization, capture tailed beasts, and use them to conquer the world. Uchiha Obito answered this question without much hesitation. Because before he came, he had already thought that Orochimaru would ask these questions. That's it. Hearing this, Orochimaru couldn't help but nodded. Oh, I reluctantly accept this answer. I will answer your question below. You asked me why I recognized you? Do you ever remember that your blood was drawn once when you were a child? As a child? Uchiha Obito was stunned, and then quickly remembered that his blood was indeed drawn once by the Uchiha clan leader when he was a child. But what does this have to do with his identity? Orochimaru didn't care so much and opened it directly he discovered his own deception mode. It probably means that he has done research on the extracted blood, and Obito's power is quite special, which is somewhat different from other Uchiha people. Therefore, he paid special attention to it when doing research. When he met Obito before, Orochimaru noticed the familiar aura on Obito's body, so he guessed Obito's identity. This was a lie. A lie that even Orochimaru himself almost believed. In Konoha, what was the relationship between Uchiha Obito and Orochimaru? Answer: no relationship at all. Uchiha Obito never even came into contact with Orochimaru. The only direct contact was with Kakashi and Lin on a mission. The time he was frightened by Orochimaru. Therefore, his understanding of Orochimaru was limited to the legend of Konoha and the investigation during this period. Therefore, when Orochimaru told this reason, Uchiha Obito, who did not understand science, did not reasons for disbelief. That's pretty much it. Do you have anything else to ask? Orochimaru spread his hands and said very casually. Based on the two questions just now, he has determined that the situation of Obito and Zetsu is similar to his memory, at least not much has changed. Therefore, he is completely confident that he can take control. I see. Although he was surprised that the blood test was for Orochimaru, it didn't make Obito confused. I don't have any other questions. I just want to know why you called me here this time. Reason? No particular reason, I just thought maybe we could work together. Cooperate? Good. Orochimaru said lightly. That guy next to you who is amazing seems to have pretty good intelligence capabilities. I asked Nagato to help you and provide you with some technical support, and you only need to be responsible for getting the information I want for me. That is it. Obito and Zetsu seemed a little unconvinced. This deal, for them, had no pressure at all. Orochimaru shrugged. Of course, not affecting the other party's plan is also one of the conditions for cooperation. I am in control of those small countries now, so I will not affect your formation of forces to capture the tailed beasts. When you act, don't affect my plans or harm the interests. What do you think? Is that all? No problem. Uchiha Obito agreed after hesitating too much. Because for them, there is no loss in this kind of thing. When the tailed beast is captured, won't they have the final say on the outcome of this world? And Orochimaru, after hearing Obito, agreed and involuntarily raised the corners of his lips. That, happy cooperation. Now, it should be foolproof, right? Seeing the two people disappear in front of him, Orochimaru moved his neck, then turned and left. Why did he want to cooperate with Obito? That's because he knew that after the end of the three wars, the entire ninja world was basically steady development. Apart from his own big boss, the ones who need the most attention are Obito and Zetsu, followed by the rest of the Otsutsuki family. Although Orochimaru can completely nip Obito and Zetsu's plans in the cradle. But he, after careful consideration, it seems that I will get more benefits from cooperating with them. Not only will I have a good talent like Obito to use, but I will also have Zetsu's intelligence network. Of course, the most important thing is, because of Uchiha Madara and White Zetsus, the plan allowed Obito to witness the death of his beloved woman Nohara Rin at the hands of his good friend Kakashi. So that he despaired of the entire ninja world and began to degenerate. He wanted to destroy himself Konoha village, which once dreamed of becoming Hokage, because only by destroying it can Obito truly let go of everything and start his own path of revenge. The second is to pass on his anger to the fourth generation Hokage, Namikaze Minato, because he is Minato didn't appear in time so Lin died, so Obito also wanted Minato to taste the feeling of losing his lover. But now, the Hokage of Konoha village is Orochimaru's wife, and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is also pregnant with Orochimaru. Child. Orochimaru naturally cannot ignore all this. So with this cooperative relationship, he can take the initiative in many things, and by the way, he can also solve these worries for Tsunade. It can be said that killing two birds with one stone. No, Kushina and Mikoto, I'm sorry to bother you during this time. At night, in the orphanage guest room, Orochimaru said calmly while looking at the girl with glasses opposite him, sitting on the sofa. Of the three women, two are pregnant, and she is the only one who can be useful now. I have no problem taking care of them, but you said that Kushina is the Kyuubi Jinhyuriki, and the Kyuubi seal will loosen during childbirth. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do about it. Nonaiu adjusted her glasses and said with an embarrassed look. She is just a medical ninja. Even if she has magnetic release, she is still a monk halfway. And she usually has to take care of so many children. In terms of combat power, there is no way she can compare with the three generations. A true cage level like Kazekage? Not to mention Kyuubi breaking the seal and going on a rampage, asking her to suppress Kyuubi. It's okay. There are still about 2 months until delivery. I will try my best to come back. Even if I can't make it back, I will notify Tsunade to come over. Don't worry about this. Well, then I'm fine. Nonaiu nodded slightly, then suddenly thought of something, and immediately looked apologetic that, I'm so sorry, Orochimaru-sama. Hearing this, Orochimaru was stunned. Why are you apologizing? I can't be like them, for you. Nanoyu hesitated and seemed a little embarrassed to speak. Without having to finish her words, Orochimaru already understood what she meant. Hey? That's it. It doesn't matter, I didn't ask you to give birth to a child for me. Your wish is to adopt more war orphans. Once you have children, it will inevitably affect your Xingxing. I understand this. Thank you for your understanding. Nanoyu said this respectfully, and without waiting for Orochimaru's reaction, he walked up to Orochimaru and slowly squatted down. She naturally and skillfully undressed Orochimaru and felt the changes in her body. Orochimaru smiled evilly. He, Nanoyu, I like the way you look now. No matter which world he is in, there are only a few pursuits for a man. Money, power, and women. In a world like the ninja world, where people die at every turn, there may be another pursuit called power. But after having all this, a person will still become confused. The same is true for Orochimaru now. All my dreams have come true, as if I have suddenly lost my life goals. I'm a little bored and don't even know what to do. In this case, it is absolutely necessary to find something interesting to do. Apart from finding the strength to deal with the Otsutsuki clan that may appear in the future, women may be his only pleasure now. Do you know why there were so many foolish emperors among ancient emperors? Because looking at these graceful women, completely defenseless in front of me, they can play however they want. It is difficult for anyone to be able to control them. This feeling will satisfy a man's unique control bath to the greatest extent. Therefore, looking at Nono who is so sensible, Orochimaru has to give a thumbs up to his training skills. Half a month later, Tien's Higuo. This is where Orochimaru Oto Ninja Village is located. There are now nearly 4,000 clones in this village. 4,000 people, just the health cabin for the clones to rest and replenish energy, is a very large scale. But fortunately, Orochimaru is not short of money, and these things can also be built underground. So for now, except for the shortage of medicinal materials for making nutrient solution, there are no other big problems. Well, to talk about the problem, maybe they killed the ninjas of Yun Ninja Village before the Third War. However, after that conflict, due to the Kumo ninjas' heavy losses on the battlefield and the death of the Third Raikage, after the war they didn't even bother to trouble the Sound Ninja Village. Although this was not my first time here, it was still hard to imagine that such a brutal ninja war had not affected Orochimaru's village. On the top of the mountain in the distance, Obito Uchiha, who was wearing black robes, looked at the situation in Tien country and said in a low voice. The cruelty of the three wars is not comparable to the first two wars. All the small countries among the 5 major countries, almost all of them have been devastated to varying degrees, except for the country where Orochimaru is located and the country of Iron, which is also neutral. However, the country of Iron is not on the attack routes of various countries, coupled with the terrain, and we were able to escape due to the weather. The kingdom of Tien was at the crossroads of the war and was not affected. This is a bit outrageous. Obito, do you really want to cooperate with Orochimaru? Hakuzetsu's gentle voice also sounded. He didn't care about the situation in Orochimaru's village, but was concerned about the cooperation between the two parties. Because although Baizetsu was an assistant on the surface, he actually had his own plans. Orochimaru was not only powerful, and it's clear that he has an agenda. It's not an exaggeration to say that cooperating with Orochimaru is to seek skin from a tiger. After hearing Baizetsu's words, Obito said cooperating with him is the fastest way, isn't it? He has his plans, and we also have our own ideas. Since he doesn't care what we do, there's nothing wrong with using each other. That's right. Hey, Obito, look at that little girl by the river. Baizetsu's gentle voice was full of surprise. Obito followed the sound and saw a little girl with light blue hair by the river at the foot of the mountain in the distance, releasing her ninjutsu. The ninjutsu she released, not a basic 5 attribute ninjutsu, but a bright red crystal. Is there a limit to blood inheritance? Obito narrowed his eyes. The people in Orochimaru's village seem to be very interesting. I've kept you waiting for so long. A hoarse voice suddenly came from behind the two of them, interrupting their conversation. Obito and Baizetsu turned around subconsciously. Not too long. Come with me. Orochimaru shrugged. After landing, he didn't waste any time. He led the two of them directly towards the laboratory of Oto Ninja Village. As he walked, he described the contents of this operation. In order to express my sincerity in cooperation, I will take you to visit my laboratory. My village has very few wars due to some special reasons. After Nagato and the others came here, they never felt the cruelty of war again. Therefore, although Nagato now has mastered part of the power of the Samsara Eye, his character is no longer suitable for cooperation with you. Obito said slowly. In other words, do we still need to let him feel the pain caused by the war? That's pretty much what it means. So why come to the laboratory first? Obito asked doubtfully. At this time, shouldn't he train Nagato first? Orochimaru raised his lips because I suddenly remembered that there is a technique that seems to have been completed, and I thought you might be interested, so I brought you here first. Technique? What technique? You'll know when you get there. Orochimaru smiled mysteriously. There is no doubt that Orochimaru's deliberately officious words successfully aroused the curiosity of Obito and Zetsu. Because now Orochimaru already knows Obito's true identity and purpose. Therefore, it is very clear that ordinary techniques are difficult to interest the two of them. But he still said this now, which proves that this technique may be really not simple. With such doubts, the three of them used their own special abilities to quickly arrive at the laboratory. You guys should have investigated this place, right? Orochimaru didn't even look back. Obito didn't deny it. I came once. Orochimaru nodded slightly, and without any nonsense, he led the two of them in slowly. This time, thanks to Orochimaru leading the way, these clones did not attack them again. Seeing this scene, Obito and Zetsu were a little curious about the clones. What is the essence of it? But now they obviously have no time to consider this, because the experimental environment here is really very different from the equipment outside. Although Obito did come here once, when he saw these high-tech equipment, he was still a little confused. Incredible! Orochimaru didn't care what the two of them thought. He communicated with the two clones. The two nodded and walked towards a secret room in the laboratory. Soon, a man was taken away from the secret room by the two. Come out! Seeing this person, Obito can no longer remain calm. This is... What's wrong, Obito? Baizetsu was a little confused. After a brief surprise, Uchiha Obito took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down Tsunade's brother Naoki. Isn't he dead? Because Naoki didn't want to live in the shadow of his sister, he kept a low profile in Konoha and only wanted to gain the recognition of Konoha ninjas through his own efforts. Therefore, there may be many people who know him in Konoha, but there are definitely not many people who know that he is Tsunade's younger brother. The reason Obito knew about the rope tree was because of his teacher's teacher, Jiraiya. When Naoki died in the battle at the Sand Ninja defense line, Obito followed Namikaze Minato on a mission at the IWA Ninja defense line. At this time, Jiraiya was also on the line of defense. Therefore, Obito not only knew that Naoki was Tsunade's younger brother, but also knew that Naoki had died in the battle. But now, how could those who died in the battle? No, this person's eyes don't seem to be as sharp as a normal person's. What exactly is going on? Rope Tree is indeed dead. He is not Rope Tree, he is just a clone of Rope Tree. And it's still the kind without memory and thinking. Obito was confused, but Orochimaru didn't care, and roughly explained the meaning of cloning. Clone. After listening to the story, Obito finally understood what kind of existence these guys around him were. So they were all made using technology? Good. Orochimaru said calmly. The cloned rope tree body should have been in the laboratory of the Land of Fire. However, Orochimaru had already said hello to me in Konoha, and after the clone body was cultivated, he was transferred here. Come to the laboratory. When Orochimaru changed his name, the clone of Nojeki had been completed. And he was also planning to use this clone to do something. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Obito narrowed his eyes. Are you bringing us here just to show us this cloning technology? It is indeed a very powerful technology. Although Obito is very young now, his IQ has improved a lot since he turned black. Therefore, he naturally knows the power of this technology. With cloning technology, if you give him a little more time, his military strength will surpass that of Baizetsu. None of it is a problem. No. Orochimaru raised his lips. This technology has existed a long time ago. What I want to show you is another one. With that said, Orochimaru didn't wait for the two of them to react, and came to the hall of the laboratory with the clone of the rope tree. He started to form seals with his hands directly. Psychic. The reincarnation of the dirty earth. Boom. A coffin suddenly broke out of the ground. Look. Upon seeing the coffin, Obito and Zetsu were stunned at the same time. It's you? What am I? Ju immediately said, the reincarnation of the dirty land, the person who helped Konoha win this war. I should have thought of it earlier. Obito also came to his senses. Before the three wars were completely over, Tsunade inherited the position of Hokage. With the importance of this technique to the war, and the relationship between Orochimaru and Tsunade, it seems that there is no one except Orochimaru. Maybe someone else? It's not too late to know now. Hearing Baizetsu's words, Orochimaru shrugged indifferently. Because he never thought about hiding his power in front of Obito and Zetsu. You know, what is the reincarnation of the dirty land? It's a person who you know, and you don't any technique to break the method. Even if the caster himself is killed, this technique cannot be solved. Not to mention the difficulty of solving Orochimaru himself. Therefore, Orochimaru does not care at all about showing his ability in front of these two people. While thinking, the coffin that was channeled slowly disappeared. There were obvious cracks on the face, and the rope tree with closed eyes appeared in the sight of the three people. The rope tree slowly opened his dark eyes. This is, what happened? Old, teacher? Seeing Orochimaru, Naoki was obviously stunned. Orochimaru nodded. Rose tree, how does it feel to be resurrected? Complex, resurrection? Naoki covered his forehead and said with some pain, yes, teacher, I remember, didn't I die in an ambush by the Suna ninja? How come? After you died, your sister was very sad, so I used some means to revive you. Orochimaru lied lightly. Deceiving people and lying are already extremely skilled instincts for Orochimaru now. Whether these words are true or false, people can't tell the situation at all. Really resurrected? Naisha was a little confused, raised his hand and looked at it, but, I feel as if I don't belong to this world, as if, it seems like I will leave this world at any time. Don't worry, the resurrection ceremony is not completed yet. Orochimaru said, flipping his wrist. As the space fluctuated, 2 scrolls appeared in his hands. The scrolls were not big, but not small either. They were probably similar to the scrolls used by Kankuro in the original work to install Sanshou fish. Orochimaru untied the rope that tied the scrolls, squatted down and threw it on the ground. The 2 scrolls immediately rolled out and were spread out. There were special black runes in the middle of the 2 scrolls, and the runes were densely covered with the entire scroll. There is a word written in the middle of each article, one is life and the other is death. Looking at this scene, Naoki was curious about what Orochimaru was going to do, but at this moment he saw his own clone. Exactly the same as myself, what exactly is this? He didn't have time to think too much, because he had already seen the clone walking to the middle of the scroll with the word written on it and lying down. Immediately afterwards, Orochimaru formed a seal, and the runes emitted a burst of light, which quickly spread in all directions. The runes on the scroll all crawled onto the clone's body. Only by cutting off the connection between your soul and the Pure Land can you continue to live in this world. Orochimaru's hoarse voice sounded faintly. Nasaki, go to the other side and lie down like him. This. Naishu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay, teacher. Although he felt that since a person is dead, he should no longer live in this world. But Orochimaru is his brother-in-law and teacher after all. He had to obey Orochimaru's orders. So in the horrified eyes of Obito and Zetsu, the rope tree that had been reincarnated by the dirt lay on the side with the word death. Soon, Orochimaru put his hands together, and then black runes climbed up the bodies of the 2 rope trees. And after the runes on the 2 rope trees spread out, they were still connected. Can this spell help soul transfer? Orochimaru, this guy. At this time, I was absolutely horrified and inexplicable, and I no longer knew what words to use to describe my current mood. Orochimaru is using a soul transferring technique to help the rope tree resurrect? This, how can it be? Transfer soul, resurrection? Seeing this scene, neither White Zetsu nor Black Zetsu could believe their eyes. In his memory, even the reincarnation eye of the 6 paths immortal, if you want to use the resurrection technique, you need to pay a certain price and some specific conditions. But Orochimaru can help others resurrect so easily. Are you kidding me? Thinking of this, Zetsu subconsciously looked at Obito Uchiha beside him. Because he knew that if Orochimaru's resurrection technique was successful, Obito's belief in helping to resurrect Uchiha Madara might be shaken. After all, if the rope tree can be resurrected, it is possible to resurrect Nohara Rin. This is foreseeable by everyone. What if Nohara Rin was resurrected like this? Then Obito will go on strike directly. Once Obito goes on strike, what use will he and Uchiha Madara have been planning for so long? Uchiha Obito seemed to have thought of this as well. The eye in the whirlpool mask was staring at the clone of Nezuki, for fear of missing something. The hall of the laboratory is also very spacious. Orochimaru squatted in the middle and raised his hands with 2 fingers together. The 2 bodies were lying in the middle of the technique, and their bodies were emitting a very special green light at the same time. Everyone can feel the huge vitality contained in this green light. As Orochimaru's technique unfolded, the soul reincarnated from the dirt gradually merged into the clone's body. Immediately after the reincarnation of the dirty soil, the rope tree began to collapse, revealing the sacrifice with a strange face inside. And the green light surrounding the clone's body has not disappeared yet, and it seems to be stabilizing the soul? The scroll representing death is blank at this time, but the scroll representing life is still exerting force. At this time, no one said anything, for fear of disturbing the progress of Orochimaru's technique. After a while, the green light dissipated, and the black runes on rope tree also disappeared. Orochimaru let go of his sealed hands and let out a sigh of relief. Hey, the resurrection is finally successful. Was the resurrection really successful? Obito frowned. His eyes never left the clone from the beginning to the end. Even if it was the sacrifice of the reincarnated body next to him, he didn't take it seriously. Feel the restoration of vitality and the stability of the soul. Heiju's hoarse voice rarely appeared once. It should be a success. As if to confirm Heiju's words, after the green light dissipated, now Shu slowly opened his eyes. This feeling, unbelievable, teacher, Naoshu subconsciously sat up and clenched his familiar fists with a look of disbelief on his face. He could feel his body of flesh and blood, and he could also feel that his strength was not much different from when he was alive. In other words, is he really resurrected? You need to get familiar with your new body first. Orochimaru smiled and said, I'll talk to them first. Is teacher. Although Naoki has not come back to his senses, he still responded respectfully to Orochimaru's words. Outside the laboratory, there is an open space at the foot of the mountain. Orochimaru looked at the two people in black robes in front of him with a smile of the art of resurrection. Apart from me, very few people in the entire ninja world can master such a life-changing art. Breathtaking indeed. Unimaginable power. Obito and Zetsu each praised. Although they were eager to know the principle of this resurrection technique, their reason told them that they must not ask at this time. Orochimaru smiled with deep meaning in his eyes. Is this technique useful to you? If it is useful, please remember to say it. Of course. Now, let's discuss the details of our cooperation first. Orochimaru quickly changed the topic without waiting for the two to answer. Although he was originally just an ordinary person, he grew up in the intrigues of Konoha since he was a child. Therefore, he has to understand people's hearts better than ordinary ninjas. For this reason, he knew what was enough. Why did he want to resurrect the rope tree in front of Obito and Zetsu? Because he knew that the situation of the two people was not much different from his own memory, and he wanted to plant a heart in the hearts of Obito and Zetsu. Seed. A seed of mutual distrust. They saw that they could resurrect people from the dead. Absolutely would worry about helping Obito resurrect Nohara Rin, and thus no longer fully trust Obito, but at the same time he hoped that he could help him resurrect Uchiha Madara. Obito is also afraid that he can resurrect Uchiha Madara, so he remains wary of Absolute, and at the same time hopes that he can help him resurrect Nohara Rin. This is a very strange relationship. With this relationship, Orochimaru can completely take the initiative in the cooperation. He believes that as long as he handles it well, he can even let Zetsu and Obito work for him sincerely. That's why he did it. This is indeed the case. Orochimaru. The other abilities of Obito and Zetsu may only have some auxiliary effects. At most, they can complete their plans faster. But this real resurrection ability can directly help them fulfill their wishes. Resurrection of Uchiha Madara or Nohara Rin can be resurrected. Faced with this possibility, it is impossible to say that they are not moved. But it is impossible for them to ask Orochimaru in front of each other if they can help them resurrect Madara or Rin. After all, this question there were a lot of things involved. In addition, Orochimaru changed the subject in time, leaving them no chance to ask. Therefore, they could only find opportunities to ask Orochimaru again in the future. Night, Secret Laboratory. After agreeing on some cooperation details, Obito and Zetsu left Tien Country. And Orochimaru also told Naoki about some of the current situation. My sister is now Hokage. Here Shenchu was a little surprised by the news. Because Naruto was once his dream, but he didn't expect that he would die in the end, and Tsunade, a female streamer, would become Hokage? Good. Orochimaru nodded slightly. It's a pity that you can't see her for the time being, you should know what I mean. Well, I understand, teacher. Naoki nodded cautiously. He was already a jounin who could stand alone during his lifetime, and he understood the reason after just a little thought. He was already dead in the hearts of other Konoha ninjas, so after his resurrection he would not. It's time to go back to Konoha. Otherwise it will cause panic. Just understand, just stay here with me for the time being. I will arrange for you to meet after a while. Okay, teacher. Come on, I'll take you back to the village. Good. Early the next morning, the mayor's office of Sound Ninja Village. Orochimaru cut through the mess quickly and quickly dealt with the problems he needed to deal with. Sitting at his desk, looking at the three adult Yahikos in front of him, he spoke calmly. Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, do you have any more questions? Just go to the Land of Rain and start an organization that advocates for peace? No problem, we'll take care of it. Underscore. In the hearts of Yahiko and the others, Orochimaru is their reborn parent. Saved them from the flames of war, fed them, clothed them. Let them grow up in the relatively safe Sound Ninja Village. The image of Orochimaru is in their hearts just like the original Sanshou Ayu Hanzo is in their hearts, so tall and majestic. So Orochimaru asked them to go to Omegakure village to establish an organization, and they agreed without much hesitation. Of course, Orochimaru did not directly issue tasks to a few people, but first popularized the meaning of the existence of Sound Ninja Village to a few people. Tell them that the Sound Ninja Village is a symbol of peace and has already reached alliances with Konoha and surrounding small countries. In addition to the other four major countries, there are only a few small countries including Yuyan Village who still refuse to accept the hard and soft policies. In this case, they were asked to go to Yuran village in their own name to establish an organization and advocate peace. Naturally, they readily agreed. Hearing Yahiko's confident words, Orochimaru nodded slightly. Having confidence is a good thing, but Oto Ninja Village is a special existence after all, and you must enter as your own identity this time. In other words, your actions this time represent you personally, not the Sound Ninja Village. Do you understand? Well, we get it. Yahiko is a passionate young man and a pacifist. They always feel that they should make some contribution to the village as they repay their kindness. Now that they finally have this opportunity, they naturally have to show it. In Oto Ninja Village, although there are not many, there are many practical combat opportunities, but they have learned a lot from Jiraiya since they were young. He believes that he can do it. Well, when you're ready, pack your things and let's go. Yes. Yahiko and the others left respectfully. Orochimaru stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the office, quietly watching the leaving figures of the others, and murmured to himself. In this way, Yuyan village will basically be fine. Changing daimyo can only affect small countries. Why? Because in countries with slightly stronger military power, the daimyo will be protected by powerful ninjas. For example, the 12 guardian ninjas of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Although Orochimaru's current strength can suppress them, but if you want to get close to the daimyo, it is inevitable to be discovered. After all, the people who protect the daimyo in these countries are elite ninjas with strong perception and combat effectiveness. What Orochimaru is good at has never been the ability to infiltrate. Once after being discovered, what's the point of changing the name? There is no point except killing them all. Therefore, if Orochimaru wants to control a country with a slightly stronger military power, he needs to find another way. Let Yahiko and the three go to Omegakure village. Not only can he cooperate with Obito, but he can also control the Rain country. It can be said that he kills two birds with one stone. The next days will be simple. The three of Yahiko went to Omegakure village, and Obito and Zetsu went to Kirigakure village. Orochimaru was completely free. Of course, he did not forget the issue of Kushina's child being born. After explaining some things to Shenshu, he was ready to go back. Lord Orochimaru. Hello, Orochimaru-sama. Hello, sir. Walking on the streets of Sound Ninja Village, countless people greeted Orochimaru respectfully, and Orochimaru nodded in response. Now the atmosphere in Sound Ninja Village is very harmonious. More and more people are coming here, and the village even has been expanded twice. It feels like it is prospering. Of course, there are also many unfamiliar faces in the village. Arriving at the entrance of the village, looking at Kana and Nashu who came to see them off, Orochimaru said calmly. Channa, you have worked hard these years. I will leave everything to Nashu in the future. You can help me from the side. Yes, my lord. Kana said respectfully. She is just an ordinary person with a whirlpool physique. She was rescued by Orochimaru and has been in charge of the Sound Ninja Village ever since. Fortunately, she is also a person who knows how to repay kindness, and she did not get some power expands or breeds ambition. She only has admiration and gratitude for Orochimaru. Therefore, she didn't have any dissatisfaction when Orochimaru asked her to hand over the work to Naoki. And Naoki himself didn't actually know what the Sound Ninja Village was like. Existence, let alone cloning and laboratories. However, during the few days he stayed here, Orochimaru explained the situation to him. Although he was surprised by these things, he was also somewhat resistant to the need for human sacrifices for reincarnation in the dirty land. But once he heard that the sacrifices were death row prisoners from other countries, the guilt in his heart gradually disappeared. Lord Orochimaru. A little girl's voice suddenly sounded, calling out to Orochimaru who was about to leave. Orochimaru turned his head and saw a girl with light blue hair running towards the entrance of the village. Honglien, what's wrong? Big, Orochimaru-sama, Gurren wishes you a safe journey. Gurren ran out of breath, but still mustered up the courage. After hearing this, Orochimaru smiled and rubbed Gurren's head, then slowly turned around and left. Gurren is the crystal release blood successor. The owner is currently only 9 years old. It was discovered by Orochimaru 2 years ago near the battlefield of Kumo Ninja in Konoha. Seeing Gurren's appearance, Orochimaru had to sigh with emotion about the various benefits brought by power. In the world, children are more precocious. Therefore, if they are still simple in character, once they are saved by someone, they will remember the person who saved them. Just like Orochimaru now. He has saved many people with his powerful power. Orphans in the war, feed them and clothe them. These orphans regard him as an idol, as a belief, and become his die-hard fans, willing to work for him. Therefore, it is good to save more orphans. When used at least, there is no need to worry about their loyalty. At the end of September of Konoha 48, Orochimaru rushed back to the orphanage on time. In early October, Kushina gave birth. This time, there was no worry about Obito. Orochimaru was the first the child was born successfully. And as expected, it was a girl. Uzumaki Kushina named her Uzumaki Rage according to her memory. This is a very strange fate. If the two of them had not gone to Lulin together, Kushina it is impossible to be with Orochimaru, let alone know this name. But there are many things, there is no if. As for why the surname is Uzumaki? Because in this world, the distinction between high and low is more obvious. Orochimaru is a civilian ninja without a surname. If he didn't have to, he would not let his child follow him without a surname. This was also the reason why he said that the girl should be named Uzumaki when he was in Lulin. Looking at Kushina who was lying on the bed a little weak, Orochimaru raised his lips. Kushina, thank you for your hard work, let me help you strengthen the seal first. If Orochimaru wants to get the Kyuubi, he needs to break Kushina's seal. However, the seal of the Kyuubi is very strong and difficult to break in a short time. Only during childbirth does the seal loosen. Just like when Uchiha Obito unlocked Kushina's seal in the original novel, he took action only when he saw Kushina giving birth. But in fact, Kushina has been following Orochimaru for so long. With Orochimaru's current knowledge of sealing techniques, it is very easy to break the seal. At most, it will only waste some more time. The reason why he didn't solve it directly was because he hadn't found a way to extend the Jinchuriki's life other than resurrection. And it's not yet the time of necessity, so there's no need for him to pull away from Kyuubi at this time. Orochimaru, you don't have to take me so seriously. With you here, can I still hurt people? Kyuubi's voice was transmitted into Orochimaru's mind through Orochimaru's hand that touched the seal. Orochimaru raised his lips. Kyuubi, do you think I am an innocent guy? What's the meaning? Not only do you hate ninjas, but you also demagogue people. These words are okay for you to say to Kushina, but to me? I can only say that you chose the wrong opponent. Asshole. Feeling the Kyuubi struggling inside Kushina's body, Orochimaru smiled playfully, and the hand attached to Kushina's abdomen began to exert force. Although Kyuubi can still talk to Orochimaru normally, the resentment it has accumulated over the years will always be there. Orochimaru can be sure that as long as the seal is released, it will 100% go berserk regardless of whether he is present or not. Anyway, because of Kushina, I can only suppress it, but I can't kill it. Therefore, Kyuubi is confident and Orochimaru will not give it any chance. Kushina, how do you feel? After the seal was strengthened, Orochimaru said softly. It's much better than when I gave birth. Kushina looks a little weak, but she's much better than the howling ghosts and howls she had when she gave birth to the baby. Ah, that's good. Orochimaru nodded, looked at the newborn baby next to him, and suddenly a strange feeling came to his heart. Unexpectedly, his first child in this world was not born to Tsunade? Tisk, tisk, this feeling is so strange. The country of fire, Konoha village. Because there are no attacks from the nine-tailed knight, the village is now peaceful. The ninjas in the village quickly got married and had children, infusing Konoha village with fresh blood. Why were so many children born in Konoha's 48th year? That's because the Third Ninja War officially ended in 47 years. Konoha, which suffered heavy losses, needed ninjas to reproduce quickly to replenish the population. Therefore, this year, Konoha's population grew rapidly. Without the Knight of the Kyuubi, Bo did not die, and he did give birth to a son named Naruto. It's just that this Naruto, although he has the same appearance as in his memory, is no longer a member of the Uzumaki clan, nor is he a nine-tailed Jinchuriki. Because his mother was not Uzumaki Kushina, but a civilian Jounin. Obito, who originally wanted to destroy Konoha, temporarily gave up this idea because of his cooperation with Orochimaru. And because of Orochimaru's resurrection ability, his idea of taking revenge on Namikaze Minato was loosened a lot. So instead of going to Konoha, Obito went to investigate Kirigakure village. In this regard, Orochimaru did not stop him, because the cooperation regulations between the two parties stated very clearly that as long as the interests of the other party were not harmed, one could not easily interfere in the other party's affairs. So taking too much care is not a good thing. At the end of Konoha 48, the child Uchiha Mikoto was carrying was also born. Very strange, also a girl. And with Orochimaru's consent, her last name is Uchiha. Named Uchiha Rei. Well, it was chosen by Uchiha Mikoto, one character less than Raizuki. But Orochimaru doesn't care, as long as it's his own biological child, it doesn't matter what his name is. The course of history was completely disrupted by Orochimaru, but one thing became surprisingly similar under Orochimaru's control. In the 49th year of Konoha, after the Yahiko trio entered Omegakure village, they founded the Akatsuki organization. Because they advocated peace, they developed rapidly. After a year, it has formed a certain scale. In the 50th year of Konoha, the number of people in the Akatsuki organization has reached several hundred. However, although the establishment of the Akatsuki organization took so many years, what I remember still happened. Sanshou Hanzo of Yuyan village was blinded by power. After being provoked, he captured Konan and prepared to take the opportunity to get rid of the Akatsuki organization. But this time, the person who instigated the relationship between them was not Danzo, but Obito and Zetsu, who came from Kirigakure village. They killed Hanzo's bodyguard Kanzo and asked Baiju to pretend to be Kanzo to slander Hanzo. Sanshou Hanzo was afraid that his status would be threatened, so he decided to take action against the Akatsuki organization. On this day, Sanshou Hanzo gathered a large number of people and surrounded the Akatsuki organization. There were 700 or 800 people on Sanshou Hanzo's side, much more than I remembered, but there were less than 100 people on the Akatsuki organization's side. Who will win this battle? Looking at the Akatsuki organization surrounded by Sanshou Hanzo in the distance, Obito, who was wearing a black robe, said calmly. There were two people standing next to him, one Zetsu and the other Orochimaru. Orochimaru was also wearing a black robe at this time. Listen. When it came to Obito, he raised his lips. It's hard to say. If they don't kill people ruthlessly, they may be destroyed. But as long as you have the consciousness to kill, with Nagato's current strength, there should be no problem. There are not many wars in Oto Ninja Village, so although the three Yahikos are adults, they don't have much actual combat experience. At the same time, they are very kind in their hearts and cannot bear to kill other ninjas. So this time, not only Orochimaru, one of the plans to take control of Yuyan village is also a test for the three of them. Why? Why are you attacking us? Looking at the captured Konan above, Yahiko roared at Sanyo Hanzo. He didn't understand why Sanyo Hanzo, who was famous in the ninja world, captured their companions and gathered them together to encircle and suppress them. A rain ninja came out and replaced Sanshou Hanzo and said, the organization you established has affected the balance of the Kingdom of Rain. On behalf of Hanzo-sama, I order you to disband your current organization immediately. Affect the balance of the Kingdom of Rain? Disband. Good. Sanshou Hanzo was condescending and threw a kunao in front of Yahiko with his backhand. The Kingdom of Rain does not need the existence of other organizations except the Rain Hidden Village, so, that red-haired guy over there, kill your leader. Varied, what? Yahiko was stunned. Nagato's lavender Rinnegan shrank involuntarily. Sanshou Hanzo crossed his hands and said calmly, if you want to get rid of an organization, the best way is to get rid of their leader, so in order to ensure the complete disbandment of your organization, and at the same time, in order to save the lives of this girl and your subordinates, it is up to you to do it yourself. As long as you die, I promise to leave the lives of others behind. Sanshou Hanzo is the leader of Yuyan village. He is also a demigod in the ninja world. However, since he was defeated by the Sunin in World War II, his reputation has plummeted. Although this was the only defeat, it was this defeat that almost drove him to autism. A demigod who has enjoyed the highest honor suddenly becomes a loser that no one cares about? The difference can be imagined. Fortunately, Yuyan village is the largest ninja village outside the 5 major countries. He still had his own mission to protect the village, and with a strong psychological will, he regained his composure. But I never expected that an organization advocating peace would appear in the country that I rule. Although this organization is growing rapidly, it is inconsistent with its appearance. Not only threatened his position, but also killed his men? This is something he absolutely cannot tolerate. Looking at the leader of the Akatsuki organization under the rock layer, Sanshou Hanzo felt confident. But he never imagined that he would be plotted by Orochimaru again. Below, there is an open space. Faced with his threat, the red-haired man did not pick up the kunao, but stopped Yahiko behind him, and then raised his hand to him. Sanshou Hanzo narrowed his eyes, and a bad feeling suddenly arose in his heart. All things are attracted by heaven. Buzz. A powerful attraction suddenly came from Nagato's hand. The target is not Sanshou Hanzo, but Konan, whose hands are bound. Oops! Sanshou Ayu Hanzo's expression changed, and he quickly shouted, "Stop him!" As soon as the words fell, Konan had been sucked by Nagato. Almost at the same time, countless kunai rushed towards Konan in the air. Water escape, water wall. Yahiko's ninjutsu followed in time. A thick wall of water stood between Konan and the rain ninja, blocking these kunai. Nagato took the opportunity to catch Konan, who was attracted back by the Vientiane sky. "Nagato, be careful! Ninjutsu! Like 1,000 rain and dew." Several special umbrellas flew into the sky, and countless steel needles were as dense as bullets, speeding towards Nagato. Nagato raised his hand, and invisible energy enveloped several people in an instant. Ding ding ding! The densely packed Qianben seemed to have hit a wall, and they were all bounced away by this energy. "This guy! What happened?" Sanshou Ayu Hanzo saw Nagato's unique power, and then noticed his reincarnation eye. "So you are the real leader of the Akatsuki organization?" Hanzo's pupil shrank, and then he waved his hand towards his subordinates. "Don't let them run away." At Sanshou Ayu Hanzo's order, countless rain ninjas swarmed forward. They were divided into two groups. One group dealt with Yahiko's team, while the other group stopped the Akatsuki reinforcements. Now that things have come to an end, in one step, Yama Hanzo can no longer show mercy to Yahiko and the others. Hateful! Yahiko cursed secretly, and he seemed to be trying to reason with Hanzo. "We are just for peace, and we have never thought about affecting your interests. Why do you want to kill us all?" It's a pity that Hanzo didn't give him this chance at all. Moreover, Yahiko, who has the potential to be a leader, already knows the answers to these questions. But he is a little reluctant. Because Sanshou Ayu Hanzo is relatively positive in his heart. He does not want to kill the rain ninjas. But he thinks so, rain the ninjas would not think like this. In their minds, the Akatsuki organization was an organization with evil intentions. As the battle progressed, people from the Akatsuki organization began to die. Seeing this scene, Yahiko finally realized that they were in conflict with Sanshou Hanzo. Irreconcilable. The Akatsuki organization threatens Sanshou Hanzo's status. Sanshou Hanzo really wants to kill them all. Yahiko. After untying the rope, Konan leaned behind Yahiko. Nagato also took the opportunity to dodge over and used his samsara eye to help the two of them defend themselves. "Yahiko, decide." The heavy rain pounded on Yahiko's face, causing him to suffer. He clenched his fists and struggled in his heart. To kill or not to kill? It all depends on his one thought. People who are too kind will only be abandoned by this era. Orochimaru's hoarse voice sounded faintly. "I'm leaving now, I'll leave this to you." After saying this, he turned around and left without waiting for Obito and Zetsu to react. However, he couldn't get far. Psychic technique. Boom! A loud bang resounded through the sky. The ground also trembled. Orochimaru, he smiled, and then slowly disappeared into the pouring rain. In the center of the battlefield between Yuyin village and Akatsuki organization, countless huge psychic beasts appeared one after another. After they appeared, they did not pause much at all, and were directly on the battlefield. Rampage. Giant centipede, lobster, rhinoceros, Yatagarasu. Each one is an extremely powerful being. Not only are there psychic beasts, but one or two rockets will occasionally fly out of the field and hit the crowd of rain ninjas. Seeing this at this scene, Obito narrowed his eyes. Is this the power of the Samsara Eye? Originally, when the Samsara Eye truly awakened, Yahiko died and Nagato summoned the heretic demon to fight. But now, the power of Nagato's Rinnegan was activated in advance by Orochimaru. Although the activated power is not complete, after so many years, Nagato has basically been able to master the reincarnation eye technique. In this case, there is no need for a heretic golem. How strong is a Nagato who doesn't have black rods stuck in his back? Perhaps only the current Sanshou Ayu Hanzo can give the answer. Some people may ask here, why did Nagato fight with 6 corpses in the original work? Is 6 corpses stronger? Of course not. Not only are the 6 corpses not as powerful as the main body in combat, they are also much weaker. In the original work, Nagato's legs were blown away, and his body was too weak to fight because he was filled with black rods. So we can only control the corpse. Moreover, because the 6 corpses could withstand limited power and the power of the Samsara Eye was too strong, he had to divide the power of the Samsara Eye into 6 parts and give them to these 6 corpses respectively. In other words, Nagato's strongest state is not when he is controlling 6 corpses, but when he is intact now. With Orochimaru's departure, the battle in the field quickly came to an end. Sanshou Ayu Hanzo used his teleportation technique to run away, and the remaining rain ninjas also quickly retreated, and the psychic beast also turned into white smoke and disappeared. Only the remnants of the Akatsuki organization looked at Nagato with surprise on their faces. They have been together for 2 years. I originally thought that the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Yahiko, was the strongest, but I didn't expect this Nagato. Good, so strong. Who? A shout suddenly sounded, followed by a fluctuation in the space, and the figures of Obito and Zetsu appeared in front of everyone. Nagato took a step forward, his lavender corrugated eyes staring at the 2 people in front of him. Who are you? Nagato, find a place and have a chat. In the land of rain, in a pavilion in a certain forest. 5 people stood here, facing each other. You said, Lord Orochimaru asked you to come. There is no doubt that Obito has not been in contact with Nagato before, so Nagato doesn't know them yet. But it doesn't matter, because Obito is just here to convey orders for Orochimaru. The 3 Yahikos are now Orochimaru's subordinates. So there is nothing wrong with Obito saying that he came to convey Orochimaru's order. They were a little confused when Obito could call them by name. Once they heard that Orochimaru asked them to come, Yahiko and the other 3 were confused. Because they had never done it before. I've never seen these 2 people. Yes, you will understand after looking at this. Obito's deep voice sounded faintly, and as he spoke, he handed over a secret letter. Yahiko took the secret letter and couldn't help but believe it because it did have the unique contact mark of Oto Ninja Village on it. The content of the letter was very simple, that is, let them replace Sanshou Hanzo's position. After this battle, the conflict between them and Sanshou Hanzo has become irreconcilable. No matter whether Yahiko chooses to withdraw from Omegakure village next, or continues to stay to promote their concept of peace, the people of the Akatsuki organization are being squeezed out and even hunted down by Sanshou Hanzo. The only way to solve this problem is to replace them. Is it better to withdraw from Omegakure village and let the former subordinates of the Akatsuki organization fend for themselves, or to stay and solve the problem? Hanzo replaced him. This was a very serious question. And the choice of this question was once again given to Yahiko by Orochimaru. Looking at the secret message in his hand, Yahiko was silent. After a while, he slowly spoke. Did Orochimaru-sama have known that this situation would happen? Although they trust Orochimaru very much and regard Orochimaru as their idol, if Orochimaru really knew that this situation would happen, they would still feel a little uncomfortable. No. Obito will naturally not dismantle Orochimaru, because he is also involved. Today's situation is just one of many possible situations. In other words, the road is all made by you. Is that so? Yahiko took a deep breath. Hey, I understand, let's go, Nagato, Konan. From the moment Yahiko decided to let Nagato fight back, he had no other choice. Stay? No matter what they stay for, the battle between Yuyin village and the Akatsuki organization is inevitable. Leaving Yuyin village? The hundreds of Akatsuki members who followed them were all going to be killed by Sanshou Hanzo. Therefore, for the sake of the lives of other people in the Akatsuki organization, and also to complete the mission given by Orochimaru. It has become inevitable to solve the problem of Sanchou fish Hanzo. And with their current Akatsuki organization, as long as they kill Hanzo, it is too easy to replace him. So a few days later, under Obito's guidance, he saw a figure with 6 orange hairs at his residence in Sancho Aim Hidden Village. They had different abilities and strong fighting prowess, and they easily broke into his mansion. In other words, the real Akatsuki is officially established from this moment on. But unlike the memory, Nagato was not disabled and Yahiko was not dead. After the 3 of them killed Sancho Hanzo with the support of the Akatsuki organization, they truly governed the Rain country with the concept of peace. Yahiko has become the leader of Omegakure village on the surface, Konan has become the guardian angel of Omegakure village, and Nagato has become Yahiko's shadow. It's a pity that because of Yahiko's survival, Nagato was not completely blackened, so Hanzo's family members were not killed. So the weeds are cut without removing the roots, and they grow again when the spring breeze blows. After Hanzo's family and remnants launched a coup, causing more casualties, Yahiko realized how naive his previous persistence was. War breeds only hatred. They won't show mercy to you just because you let them off the hook. Therefore, after some guidance from Obito, they finally made up their mind to carry out a large-scale purge of Hanzo's family members and old subordinates. Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. The technique attached to Nagato's Rinnegan. With this technique, it is too easy to find Hanzo's remnants. In this way, the Kingdom of Rain is completely controlled by the Akatsuki organization of Yahiko and 3 others. It took a year. A year later, they began to use the technology provided by Orochimaru to vigorously develop the Rain Ninja Village. Konoha Village, the home of the Senju clan. Tsunade, who was drinking alone, was stunned when she saw a little snake breaking into her house. She knew that this snake was passed down by Orochimaru. The little snake spit out a small scroll in front of her, and then disappeared into the corner of the room. She quickly picked up the scroll. After a while, Tsunade calmly dispersed the ANBU around the house. She took a deep breath and calmed down her mood. Then, a black shadow appeared in front of her. She rushed forward without any scruples. Husband! He, it's really troublesome to want to see you now, my Hokage-sama. Orochimaru hugged Tsunade and smiled lightly. What nonsense are you talking about? Come on, sit down and drink with me, I'm bored all alone. Orochimaru was not polite and sat down opposite Tsunade. Why are you alone? Isn't Mikoto here? Orochimaru was curious. After giving birth to her daughter and finishing her confinement, Uchiha Mikoto took her daughter back to Konoha. Although Orochimaru wanted her to live in the Sound Ninja Village, considering that Tsunade still needed help, Orochimaru asked her to return to Konoha. With Tsunade, the Hokage, it is not easy to arrange a suitable identity for this daughter to live in Konoha. Listen, after Orochimaru's words, Tsunade waved her hand casually. She, of course, has to go back to accompany your daughter in the evening. Really, you and their daughter are 3 years old, when will you consider me? With that said, Tsunade poured a glass of wine for Orochimaru. Yes, another 3 years have passed? Orochimaru also sighed. But, didn't you say that you are Hokage and are very busy and have no time to have children? Right, then I can find time to resign. Tsuna's sign language was amazing, but Orochimaru was used to it. It seemed that he had heard it more than once. Resign? It's not the time yet. Not in time? What the hell are you waiting for? Tsunade was a little curious. By the way, what are you doing back to Konoha this time? Not just to follow me. I was just about to tell you. Orochimaru picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Maybe I will start a war soon. Please prepare here. I need your cooperation. Varied, what? Start a war? From the cooperation with Obito, to the birth of his 2 daughters, and now Orochimaru appears in Tsunade's house, another 3 years have passed without realizing it. In the past 3 years, Orochimaru has been very busy while changing the names of other small countries while consolidating the political power of those previous small countries. Of course, every time he passed through the Land of Fire, he would sneak into Konoha to see Tsunade. Well, it's nothing special, just a simple meeting, spending the night, and feeling what it's like to be a Hokage. But this time, you say you want to start a war? Tsunade couldn't believe her ears. Konoha is a peace-loving village, and she is also a pacifist. How could she take the initiative to attack other countries? Orochimaru said calmly, that's pretty much what it means. Are you kidding me? Tsunade came back to her senses. Let's not mention that the interior of Konoha village has just stabilized. We are just talking about launching a war. War is accompanied by death. Orochimaru, we have been together for so long, you should know me very well. I can listen to you on other things, but starting a war is something like this, I cannot do it. Tsunade said a lot, but she just disagreed with Orochimaru's proposal to launch a war. Just kidding. Konoha's losses in the 3 wars were immeasurable. Even after so many years of rest and recuperation, it has not yet recovered its strength. How could she agree to Orochimaru's request? Don't worry. Orochimaru smiled. I didn't say it was now. Besides, I didn't start the war for the sake of aggression. Not for aggression. Tsunade was a little confused. Orochimaru nodded and continued to explain. Do you still remember, when you were a child, you asked me how to end this era, and my answer to you? As a child? Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then shook her head, saying that she had forgotten. Because at that time, she just asked casually, and Orochimaru also answered casually. And after decades, she still remembered that there was a ghost. Orochimaru didn't mind and recounted the situation at that time. I remembered it, and it seemed that there was such a thing. I remember your answer at the time was unite. Orochimaru smiled. Only through unification can the era of war truly end. Now in the entire ninja world, except for the neutral Iron Kingdom and a few countries with slightly better strength, more than 70% of the small countries have their names changed to my people. Your village, plus my village, plus the fighting power of these small countries, there is no problem in swallowing up 2 big countries in a short time. But, war involves many sacrifices. Tsunade, as a Hokage, has to take a longer view. Orochimaru interrupted Tsunade. The peace you see now is only peace on the surface. When the other 4 major countries calm down, war will definitely break out again, and more people will die by then. You are a medical ninja. Long-term pain is worse than short-term pain. You don't need me to teach you, right? But... Tsunade hesitated, wanting to say something to refute Orochimaru, but she opened her mouth but nothing came out. Because Orochimaru was right, the war to unify the ninja world would certainly be bloody. But the benefits of unification are also foreseeable. It's just that Tsunade can't pass her level. Alright. Orochimaru stood up, walked to Tsunade and put his hand on her shoulder. There is no rush in this matter. You can think about it slowly. I will take a bath first. With that said, Orochimaru walked straight towards the bathroom at Tsunade's house as if he were walking into his own home. Tsunade's bathroom uses a shower water heater. Well, it's a product of the times. Orochimaru casually threw his robe to the side and started washing it as if no one was watching. Wow! The hot water washed over his well-proportioned body, instantly making him feel much better. Orochimaru, if I don't promise you, I can't stop you from doing this, right? Tsunade's voice suddenly appeared at the bathroom door. Her tone seemed very helpless. She knew Orochimaru very well. Knowing this matter, Orochimaru must have been planning for a long time. Now he has to shoot with an arrow on the string, even if it is there is absolutely no way she, Tsunade, can stop her. Good. Orochimaru didn't look back and let the hot water hit his body even without your help, I am more than 70% sure to complete this plan. It's just that more people will die. Will more people die? Of course, if you definitely want to join. Orochimaru finally turned his head and looked at Tsunade at the door. I should be able to keep the number of deaths to a minimum. After all, the more people die, the more security risks there will be in the future. I am not a murderer and will not do meaningless killings. Is that so? Orochimaru shrugged. Want to wash together? Want? Orochimaru was speechless. I'm just kidding you. I'm not kidding. The steam quickly filled the entire bathroom. The hot water flowed down their faces and soaked into Tsunade's clothes. A few days later, in the country of Taki, in the jungle, there are two figures walking side by side, wearing black windbreakers embroidered with red clouds. You can see from their exposed heads that one of them has orange hair, wavy lavender eyes, the other has a yin and yang face, and a bunch of pitcher plants on his head. Pain and Zetsu. Ju, are you sure he is in this position? Pain spoke calmly. Hearing Pain's words, the gentle voice also sounded. Of course, the Kakuto of Taki country and the Red Sand Scorpion of Wind country can investigate the specific information and locations of these two people. It wasted a lot of my time. His name is Kakuzu? Yes, he is a ninja who likes to accept black market bounty missions in exchange for money. He is very strong. Is he as strong as Orochimaru-sama? Baiju's brain was a little down. Pen, this joke is not funny at all. Haha, okay, you'd better tell me what's going on with the Red Sand Scorpion. Hee, I know what you are worried about. Don't worry, Zionin is very capable of restraining Scorpion. There is no problem in defeating Scorpion. Yet. Pen nodded when he heard this. That's good. While the two were talking, they had already reached a valley with dense woods. Looking at the fierce battle in the woods below, Pain couldn't help but raise his lips. In the woods, corpses lay scattered on the ground. Kunao and hands the swords were scattered all over the ground, and the smoke and dust caused by the detonating charms and smoke bombs made the surrounding air hazy. After a long time, the smoke slowly dissipated in the woods. One person had 4 ANBU masks on his back. A masked ninja whose body looked like it was stitched together with needlework appeared in their sight. Immortal Ninja, Kakuzu. The country of Taki, the jungle. Kakuzu pinched the neck of a Takigakuer ninja with a calm expression. Hey, is that the only level? It seems like I can't change a lot of money. After saying that, he pinched the other person's neck with a slight force and directly broke the person's neck. At this moment, he suddenly became vigilant and quickly threw the ninja corpse aside like garbage, and then he flew back and jumped to the big tree behind him. However, as soon as he stepped onto the branch, a yin-yang face with pitcher plants suddenly appeared from the big tree, startling him. Kakuzu reacted quickly and used it again. The two jumped to the open space on the side, looking at the two people who suddenly appeared just now with wary faces. It was a complete mess. Ju's voice remained gentle. Looking at the two men in black trench coats slowly walking towards him, he frowned and said with an unhappy look on his face, "Who are you?" Pen and Ju didn't answer, they just walked slowly and stood not far in front of him. Immortal Ninja Kakuzu? I'm here to invite you to join Xiao. Pen's voice was calm, as if he was telling a very ordinary thing. Don? Kakuzu frowned. Seeing Kakuzu's doubts, he explained gently, it is an organization established to create true peace. Oh. Hearing this, Kakuzu smiled contemptuously, and his disdain could be seen from his exposed eyes. Any kind of organization will do, it has nothing to do with me anyway, I am only interested in money now. It doesn't matter if you are interested or not, just join. Pen looked relaxed, but it made Kakuzu feel uncomfortable all over. Hey, what an unpleasant wording. It seems that you are also an overestimating and stupid guy. After saying this, he tightened his right arm, and his seemingly sewn right hand suddenly burst out with circles of black threads. The black threads swayed in the wind, like a living thing. Although you don't look very valuable, you have pissed me off. Kakuzu shouted angrily at Pain. As an old monster who existed during the time of the first Hokage, he has never been so despised. Do you want to fight me? Facing Kakuzu's anger, Pain remained calm. It's just what I want. After saying this, Pain took 2 more steps forward. If I win, you will join Xiao, bring it on. You guy. Kakuzu's eyes were slightly stern, and he looked at Pain with a solemn expression. In that case, take the move. As soon as he finished speaking, Kakuzu's fist left his body and flew directly towards Pain with circles of black silk thread. Passed. Pain didn't even move, he just slowly raised his right hand, and his lavender ripple-shaped eyes flashed with light. Shinra Tianzheng. Pain is conquering Kakuzu, while Konan is conquering the Red Sand Scorpion. Everything seems logical, but when you think about it carefully, it's different. The biggest difference is that the subordinates wear orochimaru, which is completely incredible. But if you think about it carefully, there seems to be nothing wrong with it. Orochimaru was 21 years old when he adopted Yato during World War II. The 3 of them, Yahiko, were only 3 or 4 years old at that time. It is not an exaggeration to say that Orochimaru was life-saving and nurturing to them. Growing up in the Sound Ninja village, they indeed regard Orochimaru as their idol and belief in their hearts. As long as Orochimaru doesn't let them go to massacre the village or something, they usually won't hesitate too much. On the other side, the Kingdom of Wind. The sun is scorching here and the sky is full of wind and sand. The Red Sand Scorpion is the genius puppet master of the Kingdom of Wind. With one secret skill and hundreds of maneuvers, you can conquer a country. He was supposed to assassinate the 3rd Kazekage before the 3rd war and then rebel against the village. It's a pity that Orochimaru killed the 3rd Kazekage during World War II. Therefore, his reason for rebelling against the village became much simpler. He just dug up the grave of the 3rd Kazekage and ran out of Kazekage village. A man wanders around the Kingdom of Wind, looking for materials suitable for making puppets. Now, his body is still made of flesh and blood, and he doesn't know how to escape from water and fire. Zionen's pieces of paper can get into the puppet and make his puppet lose its combat effectiveness. Therefore, his current ability is completely restrained by Zionen's paper transformation technique. Looking at the 3rd generation Kazekage puppet lying on the ground with pieces of paper covering its body, Zionen said coldly, "Again, say it again, we need your power. For the defeated me, it seems that I have no choice. You can take me wherever you want." Xiao. Nan showed a rare smile. "What's surprising is that you are actually a sensible person." The Red Sand Scorpion took a long breath and looked at the pieces of paper still flying in the air, with a look of confusion in his eyes. "Actually, I just want to meet the other members of Akatsuki. Maybe they can use your technique too. I feel artistic inspiration that I have never felt before. It bothers me that you have such expectations, but since you have chosen to join us, so be it." 1 month later, west of the Fire Country, there was an orphanage. There is a wooden house in the mountain forest, and there is an open space in front of the wooden house. There are chairs and tables for resting in the open space. Orochimaru was sitting on a chair at this time, drinking hot tea and listening to White Zetsu's clone reporting on the situation of the Akatsuki organization. "Kakuzu, Red Sand Scorpion, Loquat Jozo." Yes, the 3 of them are now gathered together. Baiju raised his head from the ground and gently described the current progress. "Are there just these 3 people?" Orochimaru frowned. He knew that although the Akatsuki organization had changed many people in the early stage, 10 people were finally confirmed. And these 10 people did not include Obito. In other words, these 3 people, plus there are 6 of them, including Zetsu, Nagato, and Konan. 7 including himself? Who are the other 3? Uchiha Itachi? How old he seems to be now? Deidara? This kid seems to be younger than Uchiha Itachi is still young. Kuni Hiden? Haven't found it yet. So, Where's the weirdo Kisame? Kisame in Okazaki is now working for Fuku Oni. Baiju explained, we can't find a suitable opportunity yet. Is that so? Orochimaru nodded. Forget it then, let them get used to it first, and then you can go directly to investigate the specific locations of the other tailed beasts. No. Baiju's clone nodded and slowly sank into the ground. Why is the Xia organization looking for 10 people? Because the heretic golem has 10 fingers, 10 people can use the phantom dragon to seal away the tailed beast as quickly as possible. 2 people missing is actually just a little slower. Therefore, Orochimaru doesn't really care about the number of people. It's funny to say that when he first came to this world, Orochimaru might not have thought that the 3 Nagatos would become his subordinates. Nor did he expect that he, who was supposed to be a member of the Akatsuki organization, would actually become one of the founders behind the Akatsuki organization. But fate always catches people off guard. Tomorrow or the accident, no one knows which will come first. As for why Orochimaru knew about the tailed beasts and asked White Zetsu to investigate, that's because Orochimaru only knows a general idea and doesn't know the specific information about the tailed beast. So he didn't say anything, he just left these matters to Baiju. Anyway, this guy is very fast in investigating information. Originally, when the Akatsuki organization was during Pain's period, secretly it is just a mercenary organization. They participate in the wars of various countries at cheap employment prices, thereby driving discord among various countries and weakening their national strength. But now, because of Orochimaru's early development, the Akatsuki organization skipped this stage directly. They only need to firmly control the Rain country, and then they can directly enter the stage of capturing the tailed beasts. Nagato is now working for Orochimaru, so he has no safety risks. But Obito needs tailed beasts, and White Zetsu also needs tailed beasts. In this regard, Orochimaru did not panic. Not to mention that he has mastered the secrets of the 2 of them, just saying that Nanao is always in his hands gives him absolute initiative. Dad, come and make it up to me. A milky voice interrupted Orochimaru's thoughts. Orochimaru looked up and saw a 3-year-old little girl jumping over from a distance. Behind her, there was also the red-haired Kushina is a mother. Looking at this scene, Orochimaru couldn't help but curl up his lips. If you don't have to worry about Otsutsuki attacking the earth, this kind of life would be pretty good, right? Ninjas are earthlings, and Otsutsuki is an alien. Without the 2 saviors, Naruto and Sasuke, Orochimaru needs to deal with them on his own. Of course, thinking about it, Orochimaru will not live with this kind of thing. How confusing, after all, this is a matter for the future. On the other side, Uchiha Obito did not harm Konoha village because of Orochimaru. But Kirigakure village could not escape his grasp. He controlled the 4th Mizukage and implemented very cruel policies. Not only did the previous examination system of killing students after graduation be restored, but the 4th generation Mizukage was also asked to kill the culprit, the 3rd generation Mizukage. Many people in the village have been forced into misery by this cruel politics. Either be killed or defect. Loquat Zhozang defected because of it. Think about the status of the 7 ninja swordsmen in Kirigakure village. How could they defect if they were not forced to do so? From this, you can imagine how terrifying the Blood Mist village was when the 4th Mizukage ruled Kirigakure village. But Uchiha Obito doesn't care about this. Anyway, his purpose is just to vent his anger on the residual village. He just wanted them to feel the pain of losing their loved ones because of the war. So after doing all this, he directly issued an attack order to Konoha. Even if the people in Kirigakure village were distracted and had no intention of joining the fight, he didn't care at all. Konoha, on the other hand, was baffled by such an attack from Kirigakure village, but was still forced to fight. Therefore, the east side of the Fire Country once again became a battlefield between the 2 countries. Orochimaru-sama, where are we going? In the woods to the east, a little boy following Orochimaru couldn't help but ask. The boy was about 12 or 13 years old, with silver hair and a pair of myopic glasses. Kabuto Yakushi, a man who was changed by Orochimaru, one of the boss of destiny. Test your cultivation results. Orochimaru said calmly, in order to better protect your companions, you need to be separated from them for a period of time starting from today. Come on, Kabuto, let me see how far Nanoyu has trained you. Do you want me to fight with the adults? Yakushi Kabuto was stunned. He is now 12 years old and grew up in an orphanage. Nanoyu was his most respected orphanage director. After living together for such a long time, he naturally sees that Nanoyu the unclear relationship with Orochimaru. Although now he doesn't understand why Nanoyu is with Orochimaru. But when he heard about Orochimaru's help to his dean and the orphanage, he was very interested in Orochimaru. Maru also has a lot of respect. So now that he heard that he was going to fight Orochimaru, he had to ask carefully. No. Orochimaru suddenly stopped, raised the corners of his mouth, pulled out a kunao and threw it towards the bushes nearby. Whoosh! The kunao, with its cold light, plunged into the grass next to it. Your opponents are them. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, 6 or 7 Kirigakure village ninjas jumped out of the grass like frightened birds. Damn it, have you been discovered? This guy. Be careful, this guy seems to be Orochimaru. The Kirigakure ninjas were discovered and seemed to know the identity of Orochimaru. 1 or 2 of them held their own ninja swords and were extremely vigilant. When Yakushi Kabuto saw so many enemies suddenly jumping out, he was also startled and hurriedly he drew out the kunao and made a defensive posture. Now, like Yahiko and the others, he has good strength, but lacks actual combat experience. And he is younger, so it will be more difficult to deal with it. But Orochimaru now needs a lot of talents. Kabuto Yakushi is also a powerful assistant, so Orochimaru had to give him special training on the way to Kirigakure village. Oh! When he heard the other party calling his name, Orochimaru was a little surprised. Can even a little girl recognize me at a glance? Real, is it really Orochimaru? How can it be? How come this guy appears here? Hearing Orochimaru's admission, the Kirigakure ninjas were confused. Who is Orochimaru? He was the man who ran away when other ninja villages saw him. He was also the man who killed 5 out of 7 of them in 3 battles. When they met, if he doesn't find a chance to evacuate, he will have no choice but to wait for death. Orochimaru didn't care about anything else, but looked at the little girl wearing the Kirigakure village waterproof suit with great interest. Who are you, Terumi Mei? The Terumi Mei in my memory is the 5th generation Mizukage. Tall, passionate and unrestrained, she is a mature lady type. But now, although she still looks beautiful, at less than 20 years old, she wears the standard Kirigakure ninja attire on the battlefield. And he still wears a forehead protector. She was able to call Orochimaru's name. Orochimaru was surprised, and Orochimaru was able to call her name. She was even more surprised. But obviously, now is not the time to think about this. Because she was thinking about how to retreat. You know, how could Terumi Mei, a female streamer, stand out in such a chaotic Kirigakure village and overthrow the rule of the 4th Mizukage? Just based on 2 blood inheritance limits? This is simply not realistic. Having a bloodline limit means a family with a bloodline limit, and having a family means having power. Therefore, other people in Kirigakure village may only receive orders to abandon the mission when encountering Orochimaru. But she knew Orochimaru's details very well. She is very strong, but she is not on the same level as Orochimaru. Kabuto, go ahead and get familiar with combat as soon as possible. Yes. Yakushi Kabuto nodded and clenched the kunao in his hand. He is only 12 years old now. Even during the war, 12 years old is not very old. Facing 6 or 7 Kirigakure ninjas, and Yu Terumi Mei, who is close to cage level strength, how could he be an opponent? But with Orochimaru by his side, anything is possible. On the other side, the country of fire, Konoha village. Tsunade sat at her desk with her hands crossed and a solemn look on her face. Tsunade didn't care about Kirigakuru's sudden attack on Konoha. What she cares about is that Orochimaru is going to start a war. She had been thinking about this issue since Orochimaru left Konoha. In fact, in her heart, she really wanted to stop Orochimaru. However, she knew that with her own power, she couldn't stop it at all. The current situation, no matter whether she uses soft or hard methods, there is nothing she can do to save her. Click, the door opens. 4 consultants from Konoha walked in from the office door one after another. Tsunade, are you summoning us for something? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked directly after he walked in. Although he was unwilling to abdicate, he had no choice but to join Konoha's advisory group. But fortunately, Tsunade, the Hokage, is also very competent. She has always managed Konoha in an orderly manner. After hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. That's it, there is something I think I should discuss with you. What's up? That is, Orochimaru, let me help him start a war. Varied, what? Hair, start a war? Tsunade's short words made the 4 people present look surprised at the same time. They knew the relationship between Orochimaru and Tsunade very well, but starting a war? What the hell? After a moment, they came back to their senses. Sure enough, what I worried about still happened. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly, and after speaking, he looked at his former companion next to him. Danzo, what role do you play this time? Obviously, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that Danzo was causing trouble. Sarutobi, what do you mean? Danzo suppressed the laughter in his heart and asked Sarutobi Hiruzen with a cold face. I admit that I have been in contact with Orochimaru, and I have also thought about making him my subordinate. But you know what happened back then, and do you think, with Orochimaru's current strength, I can still command him? Really not you. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, and after a while he blew out a smoke ring. Okay, I'll believe you for once, but about this matter, Tsunade, what do you think? I think we should agree to his request. Tsunade hesitated for a moment and then expressed her thoughts. It's just that. Promise. Why? We Konoha have always stood for peace. How could you agree to Orochimaru and take the initiative to provoke a war with neighboring countries? As soon as they finished speaking, Koharu and Mito Kaden stood in their own positions, and one of them said something in surprise. In any case, among the 4 advisors, only Danzo is a fighting sect. The 2 of them he has always supported Sarutobi Hiruzen more than Danzo. So when he heard that Tsunade wanted to help Orochimaru launch a war, he immediately expressed his views. After hearing Tsunade's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen he also tried to persuade him. What they said is right, Tsunade, you should think more about it, and you can't do it because of your relationship with Orochimaru. Consider? What are you considering? Danzo spoke in time to interrupt Sarutobi. You have always emphasized peace, peace. But they don't know that true peace can only be achieved through unification. Sarutobi, don't you understand? After experiencing several failures? Peace gained through blind tolerance is simply deceiving oneself and others. In the past, it was okay when Konoha didn't dare to face several major ninja villages at the same time. Now Konoha has won with 1 against 4. Doesn't this make you determined? Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted. Konoha is 1 against 4, that's because Orochimaru helps. Isn't it the same now? Danzo argued hard. That technique is a forbidden technique and is against human ethics. As long as the war can be won, no matter what the technique is? Besides, do you think other villages will research fewer forbidden arts? Danzo, you. Okay, stop arguing. Looking at the 2 people who were tit for tat because of this kind of thing again, Koharu went to bed and quickly tried to smooth things over. Let's listen to what Tsunade has to say first. After all, Tsunade is the Hokage now, and she must have more information than us. And I believe that as the Hokage, she wouldn't say this out of impulse, right, Tsunade? You are right. Tsunade was helpless this time. Even if I don't agree to assist him, a war will break out, and it won't be a general-scale war. What's the meaning? Sarutobi Hiruzen came back to his senses. Does Orochimaru want to rely on the army reincarnated from the dirty soil to attack the great country ninja village? This is simply impossible, right? Yes, although this technique is very strong, it has obvious weaknesses. People who are too strong cannot control it effectively. Moreover, the deceased not only lacks the strength he had during his lifetime, but is also prone to passive responses. As long as there are enough ceiling classes, there will be no chance of success. Listen to me first. Orochimaru's main army is actually not an army of dirt, but an army of clones. Tsunade took a deep breath. Orochimaru has been cultivating clones, and these clones are very powerful in combat and have now formed a certain scale. Clone? How can it be? How many? I don't know the exact number, but I am certain that after so many years, it should not be less than 20,000. Otherwise he wouldn't be so confident. Varied, what? 20,000? Hearing the number reported by Tsunade, the 4 consultants in the Hokage's office were all stunned. 20,000? What is that concept? You know, in the original 4 ninja wars, the combined ninja army of the 5 major countries was only 80,000. Divided into 5 villages, even if Konoha is the strongest among the 5 ninja villages, it only has a little more than 20,000 at most. But Orochimaru himself actually has an army of 20,000? How can this be? Sarutobi and the others were extremely surprised. After Danzo was surprised, his ambitions expanded rapidly. 20,000, plus Konoha's original more than 20,000 ninjas, the force can definitely crush any large ninja village. Orochimaru, this guy. When did he start studying this? Sarutobi Hiruzen said cautiously. Although he has never seen cloning, he has heard about it at least. Although this technology can indeed replicate troops, it is impossible to create an army of 20,000 in a short time. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's question, Tsunade was not prepared to hide anything, and told everything she knew. Anyway, these were approved by Orochimaru. As Tsunade told, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer knew what to say. Nearly 20 years? And the strength of these people are all at the Jonin level? After listening to Tsunade's story, Sarutobi Hiruzen complained that Tsunade did not tell the matter as soon as possible. But when Orochimaru built the village privately, he was indeed helping those orphans. How could Tsunade tell the truth? After hearing this, most of the senior officials in Konoha were worried. Only Danzo knew that Konoha's opportunity had come. You know, in Konoha, why did Danzo think highly of Orochimaru when he was a child? That's because except for Orochimaru, other powerful people are pacifists. Whether it is other high-level officials of Konoha, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, wait, it's all the same. He doesn't even bother to associate with these people, only Orochimaru is the most suitable for him. Originally, Orochimaru left the village, and he had no hope of becoming the Hokage, but because of Orochimaru's move to help Tsunade, he became the Hokage. He saw hope. Now, if he really has 20,000 troops, then combined with the Dirty Soil army and his own strength, it is enough to destroy any big country. Damn it, is there no way to stop it? Sarutobi Hiruzen has a headache. Fire Country, woods to the east. The 12-year-old Yakushi Kabuto was lying on the ground, breathing heavily. At this time, he was disgraced, with blood on his body, and looked extremely embarrassed. Come and drink it. Orochimaru sighed helplessly and handed him a recovery potion. Thank you, Orochimaru. Kabuto the pharmacist took the potion and drank it. Orochimaru ignored him, stood up and walked slowly towards the Kirigakure ninjas on the opposite side. At this time, all the Kirigakure ninjas except Terumi Mei, they were slightly or seriously injured and had fainted. Countless vines tied them up, and only Terumi Mei remained conscious. But at this time, she was like an injured rabbit, tied up by the vines. Her body was strong and had no resistance. Seeing Orochimaru walking towards her step by step, she closed her eyes in despair. It felt like she was willing to die generously. But after a while, the imaginary there was no pain, but she felt her chin being lifted up by the other party. She opened her eyes unexpectedly, and saw Orochimaru's playful smile. Suddenly, a sense of humiliation filled her heart. Your strength is good, but there is still something lacking. Come on, kill me. Terumi Mei turned her head to the side and seemed to have given up resistance. She was very depressed at this time. Kirigakure village didn't want to fight this war, but they had to listen to Mizuki's orders. So, they brought their companions to show off and launch a symbolic attack. Konoha seemed to know that they had no intention of fighting, so they just defended casually every time as a courtesy. Who knew that she, who had come countless times before without any problems, would now, but this time he met Orochimaru here. Kill you? Orochimaru kept his playful smile. He, it would be meaningless to kill you. Swish, swish. Orochimaru raised his hand, and the vines that tied Terumi Mei retracted to the ground instantly. Terumi Mei was stunned, but before she could react, Orochimaru bowed and hit her belly with a palm. Bang! Fire release. Tian Lao. Suddenly, a burning sensation spread throughout Terumi Mei's body. Her body softened, and she knelt down while holding her lower abdomen. This is, what? Feeling the disappearance of the power in her body, Terumi Mei said incredulously. This is a fire escape confinement technique I learned when I was traveling in the Kingdom of Grass. Orochimaru explained. It can seal the ninja's chakra, and as long as you are too far away from me, the seal will be triggered and you will be burned to death. You, what do you want to do? Terumi Mei has a bad feeling. Orochimaru didn't kill her, but just sealed his chakra? Doesn't that mean that he can only be slaughtered? I want to go to the country of water and send a guide. Do you want me to betray the village's information? Don't even think about it. Terumi Mei's silver teeth clenched. Their Kirigakure village is not very good at intelligence, so they don't know the real reason why Orochimaru rebelled against the village. But they know that in this war, Orochimaru used the dirt reincarnation to help Konoha fight. Win. So in the minds of the Kirigakure ninjas, Orochimaru's defection was just a cover for Konoha, and he was actually a ninja of Konoha. Orochimaru smiled indifferently. I'm not interested in the information about your village. And I am going this time to save your Kirigakure village. Save Kirigakure village? No kidding. Terumi Mei covered her lower abdomen and forced herself to stand up. In Kirigakure village, it's not your turn for an outsider to come to save us. Go and die. As soon as she finished speaking, kunai was already in her hand. Without a second thought, he slashed at Orochimaru. It's a pity that she was originally a ninjutsu-type ninja and was not good at physical skills. Now that her chakra has been sealed, her strength and speed have become that of an ordinary person, and she is even less likely to be Orochimaru's opponent. Orochimaru just turned sideways slightly and grabbed his kunai waving hand. If you attack me again, I will kill all your companions. You. Orochimaru let go of her hand, then took off Terumi Mei's ninja bag and threw it aside casually. If you want to commit suicide, please do so, but I have to remind you that if you die like this, Kirigakure village will really be over. Terumi Mei was originally the future 5th Hokage, and was also an older leftover woman who would go berserk when she heard the word wedding date. But now Terumi Mei is only 18 years old and a young girl in her prime. Therefore, naturally, she will not have the enchanting charm that only mature women have in her memory, nor will she have much desire for marriage. After hearing Orochimaru's words, he looked at the unconscious teammates around him, and Terumi May gritted her silver teeth. There is no doubt that Orochimaru's threats worked. She is not as inhuman as other Kirigakure ninjas, so she doesn't want her teammates to die here. Is it because of this that she has no choice but to follow Orochimaru's advice as her chakra is sealed? It seems that you have figured it out. Seeing the changing expressions of the brown-haired and blue-eyed girl in front of him, Orochimaru curled up his lips. Let's go then, Kabuto. Keep an eye on her. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he ignored the two of them and walked directly towards the Kingdom of Water. And behind him, there were two followers, Kabuto Yakushi and Mei Terumi. The Kingdom of Water is on the vast and boundless sea. Orochimaru has been to other countries, but the terrain of this country is too remote and you have to take a boat, so he has never been there. But there is another country between the Fire Country and the Water Country, called the Bear Country. This time, when Orochimaru and the three passed through the Bear Country, they passed a special place. This is the mouth of a canyon in Bear Country. He has been to Daming Mansion in this country before, but never to this location. This fog. Looking at the green mist in front of him, Orochimaru seemed to have thought of something and subconsciously walked towards the mouth of the canyon. Seeing Orochimaru walking towards the mist without fear, Mei Terumi, who was standing behind her, said nothing and had no intention of following. Because for her now, she wishes Orochimaru was dead. Orochimaru-sama, be careful, this mist is poisonous. Yakushi Kabuto stopped in front of Orochimaru and warned him in time. This is a canyon. The mouth of the canyon is very wide. Ninjas who can't fly can't get through it all. Maybe using the 8-gate dungeon as a running aid, there will be hope to jump over. And inside the canyon it was all a faint green poisonous mist, which looked very poisonous. A natural barrier? After hearing Kabuto Yakushi's reminder, Orochimaru glanced at it casually. The bottom of the canyon was full of bones of various animals. There were even some human ones? It is indeed poisonous. Orochimaru smiled casually, but it doesn't matter, let's go there together. Yes, yes. Yakushi Kabuto did not question Orochimaru's words, but Ming was extremely resistant. No, if you want to die, die on your own, don't drag me along. Such a long distance, and it's still covered in poisonous mist. Is it too dangerous to die? Do you have a choice? Orochimaru was too lazy to pay attention to him. There was a fluctuation in the space, and he ejected a flying thunder god Kunao to the big tree on the other side of the canyon. Without saying anything, he grabbed the two of them and jumped over with the flying thunder god. Terumi Miyado hadn't reacted yet. The three of them had already crossed the canyon and came to the other side of the natural barrier. Stop, who are you? A sudden loud shout attracted the attention of Orochimaru and the other three. Then a man wearing a gas mask appeared in front of the three of them with a crossbow. Terumi May never thought that he could be rescued from the beginning to the end, so seeing this man appear, she didn't even think about asking for help. Seeing the young man holding a crossbow, Orochimaru's hoarse voice sounded faintly. You must be a star ninja, right? Come on, use your ninjutsu and see. Are you here to steal our village's ninjutsu? The young man was horrified, and the crossbow in his hand was even more ready to go. Stealing ninjutsu? Don't say it so harshly. Orochimaru raised his hand, and countless pieces of black sand and iron flew out from the different space. Seeing this scene, the young man could no longer control his tense nerves. Call out! The crossbow arrow in his hand went straight to Orochimaru's face. Phew! The black sand and iron formed a wall. The arrow of the crossbow penetrated into the sand and iron wall and could no longer move forward. Hateful! The young man cursed secretly. Seeing that the crossbow attack was ineffective, he immediately put his hands together and made a strange gesture. Chakra turned into wings and instantly grew from the young man's back. The wonderful method of peacock, bird feathers transform into beasts. Chakra materialized, 1 2 3 4, 4 pairs of wings? Is this the ninjutsu you cultivated by relying on the stars? Orochimaru smiled with interest. The secret technique unique to the Star Ninja Village, the peacock magic. It is also the only ninjutsu of the Star Ninjas. This technique is extremely versatile. 1. Substantiate chakra and transform it into a beast to attack the enemy. Physical attack. 2. Absorb the opponent's chakra. 3. Turn chakra into wings to fly. The attack power of this technique is too weak, Orochimaru does not need it. Absorbing chakra seems to be of some use, just use this ninjutsu to absorb chakra? The effect of a duel with those masters is really not flattering. And with Orochimaru's current level, there is no need. So all Orochimaru wants is the flying ability. Using magnetic escape to fly not only consumes chakra, but also speed and height even if he couldn't lift it up. Orochimaru had long wanted to change his flying ability. This time he happened to pass by and came to take a look. The star cultivated in the Star Ninja Village in his memory seems to be related to the 10 tails. Stop talking nonsense and watch the moves. Peacock magic, bear demon. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man's wings turned into a giant bear and rose up, but before it was released, the substantial chakra on his body had disappeared. Looking carefully, I don't know when, several numbers of people protruded from the soil. A vine tied the young man up. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Who are you? What do you want to do in our Star Ninja Village? The young man looked at the vines that tied his hands and feet, and shouted in horror at Orochimaru. After a series of questions, Orochimaru didn't know how to answer for a while. After scattering the black sand and iron, Orochimaru walked slowly to the young man. In front of others I'll ask your village chief to take me in, but don't try to attack me, otherwise the consequences will be serious. As soon as he finished speaking, the vines gradually loosened, and the young man also took off his gas mask, revealing his vigilant face. The star-shaped forehead protector on his forehead proved his identity as a ninja of the Star Ninja Village. Do you want to meet our Star Shadow? Star Shadow? Film? He, just say so. In the entire ninja world, only the chiefs of ninja villages from the 5 major countries are qualified to be called Kage. Star Ninja Village has a population of several hundred people and only 100 or so ninjas. How dare you call your village leader Star Shadow? This title couldn't help but make Orochimaru feel a little emotional. This feeling is like a certain country in my memory. The territory is much bigger. They also say that they have conquered Asia and have a history of about 6,000 years. This is theirs and that is theirs. It seems that one day the whole world will be the same. They are the same. Shameless. May I have your name? While moving forward, Orochimaru suddenly spoke. Firefly Mars. The young man answered honestly. Obviously, he didn't know Orochimaru, and he didn't know the purpose of Orochimaru coming here, but he knew that the other party was not something he could handle, so he could only take a look before talking. Firefly Mars? Good. Ying Xing said proudly, and seemed to have thought of something after speaking. What was the ability you just used? Control plants. Control plants? Orochimaru didn't answer, but Terumi Mei said, haha, how closed-minded is your country's news? Don't you even know Mudun? Although their Kirigakure village did not receive information about Orochimaru's wood release, during this war, many wood release users appeared in Konoha. In addition, Orochimaru's scientific research talent is well known in the ninja world. Therefore, it is not difficult to guess whether Orochimaru can escape. Would escape? Hataru Mars was obviously stunned, as if he had never heard of this escape technique. Orochimaru didn't bother to pay attention to him, and walked quickly towards the village. Star Ninja Village is different from Konoha Village. Konoha Village has a large territory and is more like a city. And this is really just a village. There are some small houses scattered here and there, and occasionally villagers are cooling off their clothes outside. In addition to the elderly and children, there are about 100 real adult ninjas. The villagers suddenly saw 3 people from other villages appearing in the village. They were curious but also wary. Hotaru Mars returned to the village and quickly ran towards Hashikage's office without Orochimaru trying to stop him. Whoosh whoosh! Almost at the same time, 4 or 5 figures surrounded the 3 Orochimaru who were standing in the open space in the middle of the village. People from other villages, we didn't receive any commission, why are you here uninvited? A middle-aged star ninja looked gloomy. Orochimaru shrugged indifferently. You can say that. What's the purpose? The middle-aged star ninja frowned. It's nothing, I'm just learning from you, I just watched Peacock Magic, and I thought it was pretty good. Facing several star ninjas, Orochimaru's expression was indifferent and his tone was very casual. He said this as if he was a superior coming to inspect the work. Well, this dish is not bad, you can eat it. The waiter can do it. In the evening, I sent her to my room to teach her some work details. But, the Hashinin are not subordinates? After hearing Orochimaru's words, they opened their bird-feathered beasts like angel wings without thinking. Want to steal our star? Court death. The wonderful method of killing a peacock. I was sure it was an enemy, so I just took action without explaining. The substantive chakra turned into a sharp blade and quickly slashed towards Orochimaru. Terumi May subconsciously wanted to hide because the chakra was sealed, but she found that she simply couldn't. There was no place to hide. Because a similarly white materialized chakra trapped her inside. The white chakra was in the shape of a skull, which was also the ability of chakra to materialize. This is... How can it be? It's incredible. Susanoo easily blocked Peacock mystical technique's slashing blow. Orochimaru smiled. I am also a chakra materialized. Do you want to try who is more powerful? As soon as he finished speaking, the skeleton immediately attached its meridians and armor, and even took off the rocket launcher on its back and pointed it at these star ninjas. Orochimaru was easy, but the Susanoo rocket launcher with terrifying chakra, let these star ninjas with wings on their backs not dare to move. Stop! An old man who looked to be 80 or 90 years old, the original work was over 100 years old, walked over quickly under the guidance of Firefly. Seeing Orochimaru's dangerous chakra rocket launcher, the old man couldn't help but frowned. I don't know, why are you coming to our star ninja village? The old man's expression was very solemn. He could see that Orochimaru had no intention of taking action, so he immediately decided to be polite before attacking. Master Xingyiang, this guy covets the star of our village, catch him quickly. Yeah. I knew that other villages had been plotting against our star. Hearing this, Orochimaru had a headache, and even Yakushi Kabuto couldn't help but say, you are really a bunch of frogs in the well. Do you think too highly of your village's ninjutsu? With ninjutsu of your level, not to mention the 5 major countries, even places like the Rain Ninja Village and the Grass Ninja Village would not have any idea about your ninjutsu. Asshole, what did you say? Then your excellency is coming. Old man Xingyiang stopped his subordinate's words and asked with some confusion. Firefly Mars had already reported Orochimaru's situation to him. Have an idea for a peacock trick? But now you say you don't like it, what do you mean? Orochimaru smiled relaxedly. Others don't like it, but I like it. Shameless. Everyone's head was filled with black threads. Seeing the unreasonable logic of the man in front of them, they dared not speak out in anger. Orochimaru continued, it seems like you still don't believe it. Other countries know about your ninjutsu, and they may have some ideas at the time, but if they know that your ninjutsu will become disabled or even die if you practice it to a certain level, do you think they will still be interested? What? How come you are so familiar with the ninjutsu of our village? Who are you? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Really, is this going to be endless? Forget it, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Susanoo dissipated. Bang bang bang. A series of falling sounds were heard, and then countless vines tied up all the fallen star ninjas. Soon, a total of 5 or 6 star ninjas came, and in an instant, only the star ninjas who fell to the ground were left. He killed the old man Hoshikage and Hotaru next to him. The third Hoshikage was now extremely frightened. Orochimaru didn't use the flying thunder god, but the speed was still ridiculously fast. To deal with these Hashinen who studied the peacock magic but ignored the physical skills. Say, I can't react at all. Again, I have no interest in your lives. Take me to see the star you used to practice. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you all. Your Excellency is a guest from afar, so I don't dare to neglect you, otherwise, shall we go have a meal first? The way. The Hoshinen who came from behind took the opportunity to check on their comrades who had been knocked to the ground. They could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw that all of them were only slightly injured and their lives were not in danger. Fortunately, this guy has no murderous intentions. Yes, what was that power just now? It feels better than our ninjutsu. Terrible. The star ninjas seemed to be a little scared. After meeting Orochimaru's Susanoo, they knew that Orochimaru's words were true. Their stars seemed to be nothing to the great powers. Just that power just now, this made all of us feel threatened, not to mention the mysterious power of other villages. In fact, Orochimaru was very measured when he attacked them. After all, he wanted to learn from others, and it would not be good if there was a blood feud. As the same saying goes, he doesn't bother to do meaningless killing. The peacock's wonderful technique is to turn bird feathers into animals. This is a very strange technique. To practice this technique, you need a meteorite star from the Hoshi ninja village. Under the leadership of the third star Shadow, Orochimaru quickly arrived at the deep pit hit by the meteorite. There is a small room in the middle of this pit, which is used by the star ninjas for training. Orochimaru opened the door, and there were 5 or 6 young people inside who were practicing around a stage. In the middle of the stage was the meteor. 2 of the practitioners were girls. Is this a star? Lord Star Shadow, I need some time. Orochimaru looked at Seeing and said lightly. There is no doubt that he wants to study it alone. The old man Seeing was a little speechless, but he still greeted the people inside. Xia Seeing, you guys come out, don't practice during this time. Why? Yes? What's wrong? Lord Star Shadow? Stop asking, get out of here now. The old man Seeing's tone was full of helplessness. If this great god can't be offended, why can't he hide? Orochimaru just dealt with his subordinates in such an understatement. Even if they want to rob them hard, he has no way. Summer Star and several others. He left the room with a curious and questioning face. Orochimaru was not polite. After walking to the table and sitting down, he took out 100,000 taels and threw it to the old man. Please send me your ninjutsu training method, by the way. Seeing took the money and smiled helplessly. This man is an old man. He clearly wants to eat, but he still returns the money. After the old man left, Orochimaru looked at you in front of him and couldn't help but pick it up with his hand. Lord Orochimaru, what is it for? Looking at the meteor in Orochimaru's hand, Kabuto Yakushi asked curiously. He was not curious about Orochimaru's combat power, but he admired Orochimaru's knowledge. He had never been here before, but he knew everything. He had followed along just now. I have heard a lot of information. But the information I got is still a bit one-sided. This is the star they use for practice. It is said to have fallen from the sky 200 years ago. Orochimaru casually recounted some of the information he had collected while traveling around various countries. The star fell from the sky. Not only did it contain part of the Ten Tails chakra, but because it was an extraterrestrial meteorite, the entire star was radioactive. Under the double influence, ordinary ninjas cannot practice at all. If the body cannot bear the forced practice, it may lead to lifelong disability or death. To be honest, the people in this star ninja village are very stubborn. They don't know anything, so they dare to practice around this star? Is the Ten Tails chakra something an ordinary ninja can withstand? Listening to Orochimaru's talk, Terumi May curled her lips and said, "Tch, what he said is true, and the 10 tails. Since I was born, I have known that the strongest tailed beast is your Konoha 9 tails, but I have never heard of such a thing as the 10 tails. What is the 10 tails? Did you make it up yourself?" Feeling the violent chakra coming from the star, Orochimaru smiled slightly. Ignorance is not a shortcoming, but taking one's ignorance as the truth is an idiotic act. Your Kirigakura village is closed to the outside world. Let alone the 10 tails, I'm afraid you haven't even heard of such a thing as the Rinnegan, right? Samsara Eye? The eyes of the legendary immortal of 6 paths? Terumi May was stunned. Isn't this just a legend? Have you heard of it? Haha, is it a legend? It won't take you long to find out. It was too troublesome to explain this kind of thing, and Orochimaru didn't bother to explain it. While the three of them were talking, the third generation Seeing Ying had already sent over the cultivation method. Orochimaru glanced at it casually and understood instantly. Can the nature of chakra in the body be changed by the influence of stars? Kabuto, help me guard it. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. While Orochimaru was studying the star, Tsunade from Konoha village in the country of fire was also ready. After some research by Konoha's top brass, in order to reduce casualties in the shinobi world, they had no choice but to agree to Orochimaru's request. They have signed a peace contract with the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Earth, and there is nothing they can do for the time being. Therefore, we can only maintain a hostile state with the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Water. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the Hokage's office door. Come in. Click. Hiruzen Sarutobi pushed open the door and walked in. Behind him were 2 consultants and a boy. Old man, what's the matter? Tsunade was a little curious. Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly, I will introduce you to someone. You should know him, right? Hearing this, Tsunade looked behind Sarutobi Hiruzen and saw a young man carrying a ninja sword standing behind the three of them. The young man was wearing the black short-sleeved uniform of the Uchiha clan, and his short black hair looked clean. Neat. Especially his eyes, which looked very smart. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's introduction, he subconsciously took a step forward. Tsunade smiled. Of course, Uchiha with the title of Shunshen Shisui, the genius ninja, made great contributions in the last war. What's wrong? Is there any problem? His eye power may be able to help us stop Orochimaru. No. Tsunade became Hokage not long ago and has been busy with other things, so she has not yet understood Shisui's eye power. However, after listening to Hiruzen Sarutobi's introduction to Shisui's ability, she still rejected it immediately. Other gods? But Tsutenjin is the ultimate illusion of the Mangekyo Sharingan that Uchiha Shisui mastered alone. It is undoubtedly the strongest illusion. Its effect is to control others at will without knowing it, and to permanently and completely change people's thoughts and will. Its power it is huge, and each use requires a cooling time of more than 10 years. But is this illusion invincible? This is simply impossible. According to the principle of illusion, the more chakra a ninja has, the longer it takes for the opponent to fall under the illusion. Long. The stronger the mental power, the higher the resistance to genjutsu. Although the genjutsu of Bitenjin is very unique, it can directly change the human brain regardless of the amount of chakra and mental power defense. But Orochimaru has Sennin body and eternal Mangeki. It is absolutely unknown whether this technique will be effective against Orochimaru. Will other gods be useful against strong men like Uchiha Madara or Six Paths Sage? Maybe it will be useful, but the greater possibility is that it will be of no use at all. Because there is a level difference in eye power between the two parties. Even if there is only a slight possibility, Tsunade does not dare to gamble. In case the other gods are ineffective against Orochimaru, or after Orochimaru is attacked, the people around him discover and remove the technique. That would undoubtedly be a devastating disaster for the ninja world. Think about what happened after Orochimaru eliminated the other gods. At that time, it might not be as simple as starting a war. After listening to Tsunade's explanation, the consultant was stunned. Orochimaru-sama's pupil power is one level higher than that of a kaleidoscope? How could a non-Uchiha clansman improve the Sharingan to this level through research? Uchiha Shisui was also obviously a little surprised. Sarutobi. Hiruzen subconsciously looked at the boy next to him. Shisui, are you sure? Hearing the question, Uchiha Shisui came back to his senses. If it is just a kaleidoscope, I am very sure, but if things are really as Tsunade-sama said, maybe I can only be sure after seeing it with my own eyes. Because so far, I have never seen a Sharingan with a stronger pupil power than mine. Is that so? Old man. Tsunade interrupted the discussion of several people. I advise you to give up this idea. Even if other gods are really effective against Orochimaru, it will only be temporary, because his current ability has long exceeded the scope of ordinary ninjas. Tsunade told a few people about Orochimaru's resurrection ability without hesitation. Not only the cells are backed up, but the mental power is also backed up. If Orochimaru dies one day, the other gods will naturally be relieved. The mental power is backed up. Next, the resurrected Orochimaru will naturally no longer be affected by other gods. If it really comes to this time and does something terrible, no one can stop it. Not even her. After listening to Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzenji was confused by the explanation. Immortality? Infinite resurrection? Eternal life? Oh my god! Orochimaru, invincible? Obito, have you found the location of Vulpix? On the other side, there was a dark basement in Kirigakura village in the country of water. Zetsu emerged from the ground and spoke softly. Obito controlled Mizu Cage in Kirigakura village, while Zetsu maintained communication with other people in the Akatsuki organization. It's basically settled. How's it going with you? 2 have been found. Only 2? Obito said in a low voice. It's not bad. Where is Orochimaru now? Orochimaru? Baiju said honestly. He seems to be heading towards Kirigakura village. Because we have a cooperative relationship and need to be contacted at any time, as long as Orochimaru's feet are on the ground, Baizetsu can easily sense his location. Is he coming to Kirigakura village? What are you here for? Have no idea. Baiju shrugged and expressed his helplessness. If there is nothing particularly important, I wouldn't dare to go to him. Is that so? Obito murmured, and after thinking for a moment, he waved his hand towards Zetsu. You continue to determine the location of the tailed beast, and by the way, send the ring to Orochimaru. Learn. Zu slowly sank into the ground and disappeared. But Obito lowered his head in deep thought. In the Star Ninja village of the Bear Country, Terumi Mei was dumbfounded when she saw Orochimaru with wings growing from his back. She knew Orochimaru was strong, but she didn't expect him to be so strong. The ninjas in the Star Ninja village all practice around the stars. Did he directly absorb the stars? And these wings, the wings of other star ninjas, have 3 or 4 pairs of shorter wings. But Orochimaru's wings are a pair of huge transparent bone wings. There is blue chakra connecting the bones. Not only is the light flowing on it, but it is also full of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Various attributes are crackling. It looks so cool and cool. Sure enough, you still need the reincarnation eye. Orochimaru looked at his wings and said helplessly. He doesn't care about the wings at all now, he cares about the improvement of his own strength. The purpose of coming here, besides changing his flying ability, is that he also has another idea. Just to see if he could use this star with the power of the 10 tails to enhance his spiritual power to make a seeking jade. Yes, make a seeking jade. Before, he wanted to make a seeking jade, but he failed. In memory there are 4 ways to make a seeking jade. The first one is to rely on the power of the blood successor net. This Orochimaru will not consider it, because currently, except for Otsutsuki Kagaya, no one else can do it. The second way is to rely on the power of the blood net, created by the reincarnation eye. This one has no other users except Otsutsuki Tonari. The third type is obtained by mastering the 6 paths senjutsu. People who possess all the tailed beast chakra will automatically obtaining the jade of seeking paths. Different from the above 2 methods, is that generating the jade of seeking paths in this way is done unconsciously. Obito and Madara rely on the power of the 10 tails, and Obito got a little bit of the 10 tails from Madara's 6 paths. With the power, he recreated a jade of seeking the way and transformed it into a tin staff. Naruto also obtained the 6 paths inheritance and absorbed 9 tailed beasts before he could use it. And there are only 9 jade of seeking the way in total obtained by this method. They were destroyed, sealed, transferred, or after being offset by the power of the other 6 paths, it cannot be recreated. So Orochimaru used the 4th method, to create a path-seeking jade with his own power. Although no one has succeeded in this method except Hago Romo and Hamura, but it is the closest road to Orochimaru. It has 7 complete attributes: immortal body, eye power, and magic. The only difference is that the Sage of 6 Paths has the Samsara Eye, Hamura has the Byakugan, and Orochimaru only has the Eternal Mangeki. Orochimaru originally thought that the spiritual power contained in the Eternal Kaleidoscope, even if it was not as good as the Rinnegan Eye of the Sage of 6 Paths, was at least similar to Hamura's Byakugan, right? But it turns out that he underestimated the power of Hamura's Byakugan. Why is it said that Orochimaru underestimated the power of Hamura's Byakugan? Is there a difference in the power of the Byakugan? This is indeed the case. Even if it's just a white eye, the power is different. Just like in the original work, Kagaya said the same thing to Hamura when she fought against him. My white eyes are far above yours. Moreover, Hamura can create the path-seeking jade with his Byakugan, but Orochimaru's Eternal Kaleidoscope cannot. Even if he absorbs the power of this star, he still can't. It can be seen from this that either Hamura's Byakugan contains spiritual power above the Eternal Kaleidoscope, or Hamura's direct bloodline makes his spiritual power exceed that of Orochimaru now. So the current situation is that if Orochimaru wants to create a path-seeking jade, in addition to absorbing the tailed beast, he can only fuse the Samsara Eye. However, the power of the Rinnegan is too strong. If you want to allow it to open and close freely like the Sharingan, the current technology cannot reach this level. Orochimaru was speechless. He has the Eternal Kaleidoscope, and he can completely fuse the Rinnegan Eye and transform into the 6 paths. Why didn't he fuse it immediately? Isn't it because the Rinnegan Eye cannot be closed, and the lavender ripple-shaped eyes that cannot be closed after fusion are being too showy will affect his plans? Forget it, let's talk about it later. Orochimaru comforted himself. Anyway, he has been beyond the shadow level for a long time now. After absorbing this star, even without the support of the 9-tailed beasts, he is only 1 step away from the 6th level. And this step is still possible. He can use the reincarnation eye to make up for it at any time. Therefore, he is not anxious at all. Of course, if he is not anxious, others will be anxious. Knowing that the energy of the meteor has been absorbed by Orochimaru, the ninjas of the Star Ninja Village will directly kill Orochimaru. Maru and 3 others were surrounded. You've gone too far. That is, I kindly lent you a star to practice, but you used it. Damn it, how could there be a guy like you? The Star Ninjas were filled with indignation, and even the old man Star Shadow couldn't help but stand up. Stars are the foundation of our village. Should you give me an explanation? Explain? Orochimaru looked at the lost luster of the meteorite in his hand, and smiled indifferently. Okay, I will give you an explanation. The chakra contained in this star is too violent. Although practicing next to it will indeed increase the ninja's chakra, ordinary people's bodies simply cannot bear it. If you continue to practice, there will be no other result except death. Therefore, I am doing this to help your village continue better. Well, that is to say, I am saving you. Orochimaru said casually. The side effects of the star are too strong. It is fatal to other people, but for him with the body of an immortal, it is a tonic. Damn it, you are quibbling. That's right, Lord Xingyiang, don't listen to his nonsense. Even if I die, I have to stay. The Hoshi ninja roared again, and one or two of them used their own peacock magic. There is no way, Hoshi is indeed this base, and Orochimaru absorbed all the energy of Hoshi, which really destroyed their foundation. If they don't do it directly, that's pretty good. Orochimaru didn't bother to talk nonsense to them. He jumped directly in front of a person with a flying thunder god. Without the other person reacting, he punched the person in the abdomen. The person opened his mouth subconsciously, but was caught by Orochimaru. Hair, took out a bottle of recovery liquid and poured it into his mouth. Bastard, what do you want to do? Others wanted to stop him, but under Orochimaru's control, that person had already swallowed all the repair fluid. Consider this the compensation for you. Orochimaru was too lazy to pay attention to them. He took out 3 boxes from another space and placed them on the ground. Goodbye. After saying that, without waiting for the reactions of the star ninjas, Orochimaru took Terumime and Yakushi Kabuto and disappeared into the star ninja village. What a bastard! Hey, are you okay? How do you feel? The few star ninjas who reacted quickly helped the companion who had drunk the medicine up. Ahem, fine, fine. Damn it, what on earth did that guy give you to drink? That, don't you feel anything special? Speaking of which, it does seem to be somewhat different. As the star ninja spoke and the medicine took effect, they were all confused. Feeling much better? The hidden wounds caused by the cultivation star have also disappeared? What the hell? What did you put in the box for them? At the border of the bear country, Terumime caught up with Orochimaru and asked curiously. Obviously, she also saw the value of this star. Although Orochimaru said that this star has high side effects, the fact that it can make people fly is enough to prove this A star is valuable. He does not think that ordinary things can be worth more than this star. 20 repair fluids, 20 strengthening fluids, and 30 ordinary ninjutsu scrolls. Restorative fluid? Is it the kind of medicine that can quickly restore injuries? What is the strengthening liquid? Terumime was even more curious. This potion was used before going to the battlefield, so she had never seen it before. Orochimaru didn't want to explain, so he took out a bottle and handed it over. Try it. This. Seeing the light green potion in Orochimaru's hand, Terumime hesitated. Don't you dare! Who says I dare not? Terumime grabbed her over in anger, took out the stopper and poured it into her mouth. Anyway, if Orochimaru wanted to kill her, it would only be a matter of a snap. What the hell? There's no place for you to take a shower here. Kabuto, the pharmacist behind Orochimaru, said speechlessly. Obviously, he has taken this medicine a long time ago and knows its efficacy. Bath? Why should I take a shower? Terumime was confused. Orochimaru didn't answer and asked, do you have a change of clothes? Of course. Then we are waiting for you in front. After saying that, Orochimaru ignored her. After removing the seal on her body, he took Yakushi Kabuto and walked forward. With the release of the Tianlao seal, Terumime recovered her power. She was a little confused about what Orochimaru had done. She lifted the seal, but she didn't have time to think too much about it. Because the lifting of the seal meant that her strength was restored. Once her strength was restored, she could escape. But just as she was thinking about whether she should take the opportunity to escape, a burning sensation came to her. All over her body. This this Isha's Kabuto Yakushi beaten Terumi Mei? Obviously they can't beat him, because not only are they different in age, but they also have different qualifications. One is a medical ninja who just has some resilience, and the other is a future Mizukage with 2 blood-stained boundaries. It is clear at a glance which one has higher combat effectiveness. Unless Kabuto Yakushi advances to Kabuto Orokai, he will never be Terumi Mei's opponent at any time. Just like before, if Orochimaru hadn't taken action, Yakushi Kabuto would have died even after advanced enhancement. Lord Orochimaru, after unsealing her, aren't you afraid that she will run away? She won't run away, Orochimaru said calmly. Yakushi Kabuto was a little confused, because if Terumi Mei wanted to run now, it would be the best chance. But the fact is, Orochimaru is right. Terumi Mei really didn't think about running away. And she also put on her blue dress and fishnet stockings appeared in front of the two of them. Did she really not run away? Yakushi Kabuto was stunned. Orochimaru looked at the vast sea in the distance without looking back, knowing that I have this medicine on me, and following me, I can get a lot of information that she has never heard of. What reason does she have to leave? Orochimaru, you are such a terrible man. Finding a secluded place to take a shower with water and changing clothes, Terumi Mei obviously heard what Orochimaru said. The reason why she said such words was because what Orochimaru just said was exactly the same as what she just thought about. The war between Kirigakure and Konoha village has no meaning at all, so it is useless for her to go to the battlefield. It is better to follow Orochimaru and see what he wants to do to Kirigakure. Especially when she feels after the effect of the strengthening liquid, this idea became even stronger. A test tube of medicine can strengthen a person's physique? This technology alone is enough to make the entire ninja world crazy? And she is also very curious in her heart, so Orochimaru, why did he defect again? A prize. Seeing Terumi Mei return to the appearance in his memory, Orochimaru raised his lips. Let's go, take me to your Kirigakure village. What do you want to do? You have no right to ask me questions now. Mei Terumi was slightly angry and wanted to say something, but found that Orochimaru had already walked away, so she had no choice but to follow him. Terumi Mei's ninja tool was lost by Orochimaru, so he could not pose a threat to Orochimaru. Therefore, under normal circumstances, she would not dare to take action against Orochimaru. In addition, there is a pharmacist Kabuto next to him to keep Orochimaru vigilant at all times. Orochimaru didn't want to pay attention to her at all, and took the two of them on a boat trip, easily bypassing the border defense line of the Kingdom of Water and entering the territory of the Kingdom of Water. As soon as I stepped onto the huge island where Kirigakure village is located, a black and white head popped up from the ground. Lord Orochimaru, be careful. Yakushi Kabuto drew out a kunao in time and stood in front of Orochimaru. He knew that Orochimaru was powerful, but as Orochimaru's follower and bodyguard this time, he naturally had to do some things on his behalf. For example, cleaning up the miscellaneous soldiers. Although his strength is still limited now, this can be regarded as his responsibility. Terumi Mei was also wary at first, but for some reason, she subconsciously looked at Orochimaru at this time. Seeing Orochimaru fengqing with Yundan's appearance, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. No? Orochimaru, are you okay? Baizetsu glanced at the two people next to Orochimaru. Orochimaru knew that he was talking about the concealment of the Akatsuki organization, and patted Yakushi Kabuto's shoulder to signal him to retreat. Of course, what's the matter? Here, this is for you. Baiju reached out and handed over a ring. The ring was engraved with the word empty. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, then smiled slightly, took it and put it on the little finger of his left hand. Have you found everyone? Not yet, I will send it to you first. It will be more convenient to hold meetings with this. That's it. Orochimaru nodded slightly. He knew that the rings of the Akatsuki organization were not just for good looks. They were connected to the 10 fingers of the heretic golem. With this ring, when Pain used the magic of the lantern body, he could defeat the Akatsuki organization. The members' thoughts were pulled to the fingers of the heretic demon thousands of miles away. This is an interstellar projector, and the shadows it projects are the kind that come with strength. Do you want to meet them? Baiju said gently. Orochimaru waved his hand. No need for now, let's finish the matter here first and then talk about it. I see. Ju nodded and slowly sank into the ground. Orochimaru, what on earth are you doing in our village? After Zetsu left, Terumi Mei couldn't help but ask questions. She couldn't understand the specific meaning of the conversation between the two just now, but even a fool could see what Orochimaru was planning. What's more, Zetsu's appearance was just like an ordinary person's. Ninjas are different. Make a deal, Mei Terumi. Orochimaru answered the question incorrectly. Terumi Mei was stunned. Deal? What deal? I ask you to be the Mizukage of Kirigakure village, and you lead Kirigakure village to submit to me. What do you think? Orochimaru's words were so shocking that Terumi Mei didn't react at all. This guy said he wanted to make him a Mizukage? He also asked him to lead the Kirigakure village to submit to him? Are you kidding me? You want me to be your puppet? Terumi Mei reacted instantly, clenched her fists, and gritted her teeth. Let's not talk about whether Orochimaru's ridiculous idea of letting herself become the Mizukage can be realized. She swore that if she really became Orochimaru's puppet, I would rather die. Orochimaru shrugged. Don't say puppets are so unpleasant, we are all for peace. The current situation in your village is so bad. I will solve this problem for you. Isn't it natural to make a deal? No matter how bad it is still a matter of our own village, and it is not your turn as an outsider to take care of it. Terumi Mei interrupted Orochimaru's words angrily. Yet? Orochimaru raised his lips. Since you don't agree, then I have no choice but to kill everyone in your village. Anyway, most of the ninjas in your village have killed their own comrades, so they are not considered good people. You. Terumi Mei immediately took a step forward and made a fighting stance towards Orochimaru. Damn it, as a Kirigakure ninja, I won't just watch you do this to my village. You can't stop me, and Kirigakure village, which was once able to live a prosperous life, will be in ruins because of your actions. Are you sure you want to take action with me? Terumi Mei.